Oh, yes, sir, and yes, ma'am, you had better. Well, get 'em up, get 'em going. It is Wednesday on E and Rod B. Hook 'em up and get 'em up. We got a lot to do. 5 hours of fun and conversation begin right now. Sports is our topic, and you are right there with us. We appreciate you doing it however you find us, whether it's on 1019, could be AM 1260, maybe digitally, where it's probably the easiest way to find us right now, on our Horn app, on hornfm.com, our Twitch channel there where you can watch the show, and also on our YouTube channel, which is growing by the day, and we appreciate that very, very much as we launch this the 23rd of August, 10 days, Vince Young days to the start of the Texas football season. That's right. VY will be the conversation this morning as we crank it up and get you ready for college football. Weekend 3 of the NFL's preseason is on its way. We'll get you details there. Some injuries to talk about on the National Football League front. Also, Hard Knocks on HBO last night. Major League Baseball. One game now separates 3 teams atop the American League West. We'll dive in there. Also, big news from UT Athletics yesterday that came down. We'll certainly talk about that. It's 5 hours a day, each day here on E and Rod B. And look who it is across the desk from me. He's our shutdown corner, 5 hours a day, every single day. He's from DBU and DB High, a lifetime Longhorn who was number 21 in your program, number 1 in your heart. Also spent 6-7 years in the National Football League. He is our friend Rod Babers. What is up, RB?
I'm doing great. I appreciate the intro as always. And obviously, every morning we salute those who are up early with us and those who choose to serve our society based on the selflessness of service. So we salute all those who choose to serve, whether it be God, country, or communities. So first responders, soldiers, nurses, teachers, waste management. Hey, we know it's a lot of y'all out there, and we appreciate each and every one. There
you go. No doubt about that. Specs text line always available. Appreciate you hitting it at 337-3776. That's 512-337-3776. It'll be active today. Also, Ty Henderson through the glass, our producer who lost a 3-team parlay pick last night.
I knew that when I walked in, he had his hood on. I was trying to read the moods of Ty, the many moods of Ty. Walked in, he has a hood on, and he had his hat on. I was like, good morning, Ty. He said, good morning. I walked in, I said, I think he lost a bet. And he's like, I think he did. Yeah,
he did. Well, at the end of each show, 5 hours from now, Ty will make a What's Poppin' pick of the night, his Degenerate Gambler pick of the evening. And last night he chose a 3-team parlay, and never should do parlays because he went 2-1. He went 2-1. Which, if he just made single bets, he would have been up.
You're a winner. You're a winner.
One, 1-1 would have canceled, but he would have won the other, so he would have went up a unit.
A little greedy.
Instead, he went for the parlay and lost the entire bet, which. Which one got you? The Cubbies?
The Cubbies got me, but scared money don't make money, Aaron.
Scared money. Well, that's what I'm saying.
No risk it, no biscuit.
No, well, now we learned about the Bevo Piscuits yesterday, but no risk it, no biscuit. But, but smart money makes money.
That's true.
Don't do the parlays.
But that's little increments of money at a time.
Little increments. But you know what? It adds up. It adds up.
That is true.
It adds up. But yes, you know what else adds up? 45 days of 100-degree temperatures came to an end yesterday, Rod.
It's a beautiful thing.
It rained.
It did. It rained at the house. It's a beautiful thing. I
got about 10, 15 minutes. Thunder, dog got scared, and all that stuff. That had happened a long time.
It has been a while. I saw the dark clouds, and I was like, no way.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
And the rain came, and God, I should have just went outside. I don't know why I didn't. Should have just went outside and just stood in the rain. I knew it wasn't going to last long.
That's what I did, yeah.
I should have. You did? Yeah, I should have done it.
Went out there with my dogs. I didn't care. They got all wet, got all muddy, but no, it was worth it.
No, I should have done it. Damn it. I'm regretting that.
Camp Mabry, right there in central Austin, is Austin's official weather reporting site. Reached only 99 yesterday. That makes it the first day below 100 since July the 7th, if you're counting.
45 days. That was the record, right? That is the new record?
I believe that's a new league record, yes. That is
if that's not, then God help us.
Yes.
So now we'll probably start setting a new one because we're now about to hit the heart of the summer.
That's right.
We're deep in it now.
Dog days. Well, the previous record was 27. Like, we shattered the old record. 27 back in 2011.
Wow.
We did a 21-day stretch, 3 weeks back in 2022.
There you go.
2001, we did a 21-day, but 45 days, 100 or more.
We won't break that this year. That's good. Thank the Lord. We got fall coming at least in like a month or so.
Well, maybe 6 weeks, but yes.
Yeah, 6 weeks, in a month or so, yeah.
That was good. So we broke the streak, got some rain. As a matter of fact, last night it was in the 80s, which and the breeze was up a little bit. That wasn't too bad, as a matter of fact. Hopefully you got to get out and enjoy that as you were up and about, and we appreciate you being there. Let's launch this thing. Let's get some headlines, get you caught up on the news of the morning on this Wednesday. All the things you need to know as you're up and out. UBEO Business Services brings it to you. Start over at UT, Texas Athletics. Back on Friday, the University of Texas at Austin asked the UT System Board of Regents to approve a new 7-year contract extension for UT Athletics Director Chris Del Conte. That will be approved. He will be locked in place through 2030. Yesterday, UT announced that thanks to a $10 million endowment from longtime UT donors Lewis and Richard Folger, the school now has the largest endowment towards a named athletic director position in the country. The Louise and Richard Folger Athletics Endowment, according to a statement from the university, will provide perpetual flexible funding for non-salaried strategic use, empowering the athletics director to launch new initiatives and enhance the excellence of Texas athletics for years to come. Longhorn football starts in 10 days. Major League Baseball, one game now separates 3 teams atop that American League West with 5 weeks to go. In the regular season, first-place Texas Rangers dropped their second straight game in Arizona last night. Their 6th straight overall, 6-3. They lose to the Diamondbacks. MLB wins leader Zach Gallen improved to 14-5. Right-hander struck out 11 over 6 stellar innings. In Houston, meanwhile, the Astros pulled within a half game of the Rangers with a 7-3 win over the Red Sox. Kyle Tucker hit a 2-run homer. Justin Verlander through 6 scoreless innings. And in Chicago, the streaking Seattle Mariners won their 8th straight game. They beat the Pale-Hose 6-3. They're now just a game back of Texas in the West. Prior to that game on the south side of Chicago, White Sox announced they have fired Executive Vice President Ken Williams and General Manager Rick Hahn. White Sox won the AL Central just 2 years ago, 2 seasons, posted an 81-81 mark last year. They plummeted to 49-76 this season. Speaking of plummeting, how about the New York Yankees? They fell to Washington last night 2-1 at Yankee Stadium. They've now dropped 9 in a row. That is the Yankees' longest losing streak since 1982. Exact opposite at Del Diamond last night. Round Rock Express matched their franchise record with their 13th consecutive win. They opened their series with Salt Lake with a 9-6 victory. That streak matches their longest streak since way back in 2004 when they were still a Double-A team. They're going to look to set the all-time mark against the Bees tonight starting at 7:05.
So the athletic director position itself now is, I don't know what the right term is. It's not sponsored, but
it's endowed.
It now has, yes, it's endowed, which is essentially sponsored.
Yeah, paid
right
for. Paid for.
Exactly. It's paid for. And I mean, I didn't even know that was a thing. I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't know that you could do that. I haven't heard of that really anywhere in the country, and it's the largest one in the country. So maybe there are endowed athletic director positions around the country.
No, this
there
is
are any
first of its kind.
Okay, that's what I thought. 'Cause I haven't heard of this, and maybe it was on a smaller level, but it is the first of its kind.
There are 2 prominent examples of coaches, head coaches who have an endowed position.
Okay,
and I'll give them to you. At Michigan, University of Michigan, Jim Harbaugh is the J. Ira and Nick Harris family head football coach. Sure. I don't know if you knew that.
Nobody knows that.
He's also going to be suspended 3 games to start
for
the season.
Yes, that's self-imposed, by the way. Michigan decided to do that themselves.
Trying to get ahead of it.
The NCAA.
Jim Harbaugh is the J. Ira and Nick Harris family football head coach.
Nobody knows that. Nobody knew that.
Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman is the Dick Corbett head football coach.
Wow, did not know that. If I had enough money, I would definitely put my name on something like that. That's pretty cool. I was unaware of that. But you said athletic director wise, this is the first one. Okay, so we've seen. Okay, there you go. Good for them. That's fantastic.
Well, and you have been
sponsor anything.
You have been
CDC.
prone to calling CDC the rainmaker.
Like I said, he finds a way. People love to give him money.
Give him money.
And he finds different ways to generate revenue. And here's another way to generate some revenue. And there you go.
Look, the Folgers wanted to give money to the athletic department, and the other part of that,
it's Lois and Richard?
Lois and Richard Folger, not
okay.
The coffee. They're oil and gas.
Yeah, well, they got more money than the coffee Folgers.
Yeah, they're oil and gas.
That's old oil money. They're good on that.
Yeah, the Folger family. Now they're not done. They've got other things they sponsor, Rod, at the University of Texas.
I'm sure.
They don't just they have endowed the Lois and Richard Folger Leadership Chair in the Petroleum and Geosystems Engineering Department.
That makes sense.
Also, they have an endowment for the Dean's Leadership Chair at the Macomb School of Business.
Okay. There you go.
So they like giving money to their alma mater. That's
Nah, they're just dedicated, devoted Longhorns.
what it takes.
Hey,
what
you know
it
what?
takes.
We're gonna call them legendary Longhorns. You give that kind of money, you're legendary. We love you.
Well, I also sense, having covered the program for a long time, Rod, that there's I always say this about Jay Hartzell, the school's president. We've covered a lot of different school presidents, but he's a business guy. He's a money guy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've had Jay Hartzell on the shows before. I mean, he's a huge fan of athletics, but he was the dean of the Macomb School before he was the president.
Yeah.
He's I have said many times, I don't know that the Longhorns actually are moving to the Southeastern Conference if it's not Jay Hartzell as president. He looked at the numbers, looked at the long term, and made a business decision. There were those in that post before that would have not made that decision. That Texas was not a good fit culturally in the SEC. It wasn't.
We've heard that before.
We don't fit with the Southeastern Conference.
Thought they fit more at the Pac-12. Remember that culture?
The academic side, and whether that's right or wrong, Jay Hartzell looks at it and said, "No, that's where the business is going to be. That's where we need to be. If we're looking down the road, a decade, 20 years, 30 years, we need to be in the Southeastern Conference, not whatever this Big 12 thing is. That's where we need to be. That's where." And whether it's ESPN in charge or Apple, which we talked about yesterday, jumping in, but either way, that's where the biggest dollars are. That's where they
want to be with the market leaders.
Well, that's
the
where
leaders
the best
in the
football
industry
is being played, the best athletics is being done, and I know there are those on campus that don't like it. They don't think it's too much about business. We're a university. We're about academics. Hold the standard, but same time.
Yeah, you could say that, but I mean, at this point, there are other institutions that they claim that academics is, they champion academics as they're really their motto, and that's what they are all about. That's the identity of the university. But we know these decisions that are being made about realignment, and these decisions that are being made about, poaching different schools. This is about straight cash, homie.
And you said it many times. I think you're exactly right. The quiet is being said aloud and done aloud, right? What usually was just kind of whispered, it's
behind the scenes.
That's happening. No. There's no more charade.
Yeah, people.
Because who else trumpets academics? Notre Dame and Michigan, who also have endowed football coaches because it's a business. And those schools are great universities. They're great academic schools. Yet Notre Dame is still independent and cashes huge checks from NBC for their independence. Michigan is about to, is in the Big Ten, where they're going to make $100 million a year for football and athletics from Fox and Fox TV. So, they're great academics. You can be both.
You can't cling to just academics only, really kind of as the pride of your institution. Otherwise, you'll get left behind in this current climate and landscape of college sports.
You can, and you'll be Stanford.
Exactly. You can't just cling to it. You really got to evolve and say, all right, you know what? We're willing to explore athletics as as they call it. It's kind of the window to the university.
Well, guess what? Stanford has been relegated in the athletics realm. They're still a great school.
So they win the Directors Cup all the time.
Great athletic department. Guess what? Who's going to fund that athletic department if they're not making any money from football?
Yeah.
Now they got endowments. They got rich people too at Stanford. Just Yeah,
that's exactly right. We talked about that. Stanford should be a more attractive, asset potentially for one of these big time conferences, and they're not, because they don't have a football program that is seen as a profitable one, or a brand that is valuable enough, which is crazy considering we know Stanford's football history, and it is a rich football history. But it goes back to what we talked about, that as a university, as an institution, they cling to academics. And that may be their priority, and a lot of these schools are making decisions, obviously, based on the business of athletics, not necessarily the business of academics.
That's right. Somebody said, hey, rehash the Apple TV story for me, Cliff Notes. Well, we mentioned yesterday a couple of times that there are reports within the business realm that there's those who think that Apple, Tim Cook and Apple, are going to want to be a force in live sports, right?
Well, we know they want to do, because they got MLS already. They tried to help the Pac-12 out.
Yeah, well, they did the $2.5 billion deal with MLS to stream every MLS game. They also, which is now doubled, by the way, because of the Lionel Messi move. I assume they had a hand in helping to bring Messi to Miami.
I mean, they were probably in that meeting. They had a representative in that meeting.
They were there.
They had representation. I don't know if Tim Cook was there, but they had representation.
I wouldn't be surprised if we check our iPhone records that Tim Cook maybe called Lionel Messi.
He might have. You're right. He might have been. If he wasn't there, he was on the call.
Tim Cook is the
Tim here,
the boss of the $1 trillion company. But yes, that there are some insider whispers that maybe Apple, they did try to secure the rights to the Pac-12. Speaking of Stanford, that the schools wouldn't vote affirmative on that, and that's when they dissolved. And two more schools joined the Big Ten, and then 4 more to the Big 12. But the reports are that Apple could be interested in buying ESPN from Disney Corp. And just saying, you know what, we'll just take all the rights that you have and we'll just take over. Like you already have football and basketball and college football and
you got all
every
the contracts
other sport,
that we want.
F1. Yeah. You have all the contracts we want.
Done.
Instead of fighting you for them, we'll just buy you.
Yeah. It's and they can do it. They actually have the money. They got the capital to do it.
Sure they do. Sure they do. And as we said, the quote from yesterday, the story, it was Front Office Sports that had the headline and said that they have the money in their couch cushions to buy ESPN from Disney Corp if they want to.
I want to say I read a story that they have like $55 billion in just cash.
Cold hard cash,
just straight cash. Like they have that. They're worth like the valuation, $2.7 trillion or whatever. But I think they have like cash, so they could. But I don't know what it's worth. Did they even talk about in the article what the ESPN brand would be worth, infrastructure and all, acquired contracts, everything?
I mean, it would be the largest transaction in sports business history.
No doubt. No question.
I mean, it would be a mega deal.
Isn't ESPN like hemorrhaging money?
Yes.
They are losing money. Yeah.
Well, and so
they're not adapting well in the new entertainment ecosystem.
Well, because they're trying to shift to streaming.
Yeah, they're an old school model.
And the cord cutters are killing business, right? Ratings are down. They're laying people off, but yet they still have these huge contracts. Walt Disney Corp currently owns 80% of ESPN, while the Hearst Company owns 20%. But yes, I mean, the ESPN already has everything Apple would want. So if you're Apple and you want to be in that, just
Yeah, just bypass all the red tape, and all the negotiations. Just purchase the whole damn thing. And then you'd own it. And they already have an well, I don't know if they have this type of infrastructure, but, Apple that's a tech company. They are set up. They are built on a modern business model. So they will adapt. They have adapted. Hell, you can argue that they kind of set the model in the new entertainment ecosystem. So they really would help ESPN kind of easily transition.
And I would assume it would still be called ESPN.
You'd
just be run by Apple.
same, yeah.
And according to this story in Front Office Sports, the investment would be upwards of $50 billion to purchase.
That's
ESPN.
how much they got that in cash.
They got that in cash.
The
last time Apple made a deal of that size, not that size, of any deal, in 2014 they bought Beats headsets for $3 billion.
$3 billion.
Your guy, Dr. Dre, did
for
well.
$3 billion. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr.
That
Dre.
seems like a small number compared to $50 billion. But Dr. Dre cleaned
again,
up.
what would it cost to invest in live sports? I mean, what is the investment over time to invest and start to stream live sports, which is where you want to be?
Yeah, you got to look at those contracts and see how long they are when they signed the contracts, like ESPN did with all the different leagues.
Well, let's also add to the fact that there's a current writer's strike. There's an actor's strike going on. Apple is in the streaming business. Well, what are you going to stream if there's no new content being created? Because there's a strike and there's no end in sight for that. I'm not saying they're going to make a decision based on that, but that goes into it. If you're streaming, you need product to stream. You need content.
Yep.
And what's the best content right now is sports.
And if you wrap together like the ESPN Plus app with what Apple already has, that would drive a lot of people that, like myself, who hadn't even considered downloading Apple Plus.
I have Apple Plus. I already got it.
That's like the one I just haven't done yet.
Yeah, but they do that. They would take over. I'm with you. Yeah, everybody would be forced to get it.
Sure.
You'd have to.
Yeah, I mean, it's and again, they would immediately have the rights to the NFL, which they have Monday Night Football. They have 2 Super Bowls coming after 26 and 20 and 30 that ESPN's already on the books for. Walt Disney. They would have the NBA, WNBA, MLB, of course, Major League Baseball package that they're invested in, the NHL, UFC, PGA Tour tennis, the Grand Slams, Formula One, and of course college football. the Big 12, SEC, and ACC. So you're immediately have access to all of that to stream. And again, you could then oversee the transition from satellite and cable to streaming.
And think about how easy it is. They already have a majority market share of the smartphone market in America.
That's right.
Right?
And,
so
they can tablet.
So they can easily just kind of send all these notices out. I mean, it'd be such an easy process for a lot of Americans because they are already in the Apple network.
Do y'all think that Amazon could be interested?
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Because they're already in there with the Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, I'm sure they would be.
They have more money than Apple.
Yeah. Well, and this is whisper. This is conversation. None of this is like like on the table or happening. It's been a conversation. And you're right. Amazon could get involved. Jeff Bezos and his team, if those are the two largest companies in America right now, and both are heavy into the streaming and growing that. And content is king. You have to have content.
Actually, it says Apple's worth more than Amazon.
Really?
Amazon's at $1.38 trillion. Apple's at $2.7 trillion. Yeah.
I guess everybody has a Apple.
This is on the market cap, whatever.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, so that is and meanwhile, back here at little old UT, there is now a $10 million endowment for the athletic director position at the University of Texas.
Wait, so he gets that on top of his salary?
No, I mean the way that reads. I mean that
I
goes
think that's
to the
like to the
athletic department.
university. Yeah, it's like more toward the university and athletic department. But I don't know like what.
But he's got a credit card, or he's got a
card.
No,
the CDC's fine. He just signed a new contract. CDC's doing really well.
CDC.
I'm sure there are a lot of perks in that new contract about stuff he can use, people's private jets, stuff like that. He's good. He deserves it, by the way. Job well done.
Yes. So that's that. We'll see where that goes. But obviously, Apple and Amazon are sitting in a power position.
Oh, Texas has Sunday Ticket too. That's a good point. That's
YouTube now.
YouTube has Sunday Ticket. Well, remember, Apple was involved in the Sunday Ticket conversation.
Doesn't Apple
then backed out?
Apple owns YouTube, though, right?
Oh, I don't.
I don't know that answer.
I'll look that up.
I'll look that up. That is a great point. They may. I mean, you were talking about top 5 companies in the world here. We're talking about Amazon and Google and all these things.
Well, you wonder again. The fact that this is out and people are talking about it. They did back off of the. They didn't go heavy into the Pac-12. They didn't go heavy. They backed out of the Sunday Ticket conversation, and right now
I think it's Google.
Google.
Google owns YouTube, so Google is in it too. The top, basically, you talk about the top 5 companies in the world. They all want to get into live sports as
what
quickly as possible.
Than buying ESPN?
Yeah, because I think what the point that E is making is with the new ecosystem of entertainment changing so fast and so drastically, sports has remained, and actually you could argue has even become more of a social agent, and people want to watch it live, so it can guarantee you live eyeballs. And in the streaming world that we're in, almost nothing guarantees you live eyeballs.
What about the Saudis?
Almost nothing.
Well,
I'm sure they want to get in it too. I'm sure you talk about top 5 companies in the world. Aramco in that conversation too.
Yeah. Well, that would be the PIF.
The PIF,
the
baby.
Public Investment Fund. They like golf. They might get into.
Oh no, they into what? F1,
everything. Tennis.
Yeah, they're trying to get into tennis.
If it's a global sport, they're going to be in it. There's no question about that.
Yeah,
but football's not.
Football's not.
American football is that doesn't mean they won't eventually be a part of it, but they're looking for
you're right
worldwide populating cricket.
They might get into
cricket, tennis, F1. I mean, that's a global event. All right, this says, thanks for getting back on the Apple story. Listening live from Buda, America, USA on the app every morning. Thanks for what y'all do. Well, thank you for doing that on our Horn app. Also at 1019 AM 1260. Maybe watching the program on our Twitch channel. Could be on our YouTube, owned by Google channel as well. That's there for you as well. Appreciate you doing it. All right, we're just getting warmed up. We've got 5 hours, 5 days a week here on E and Rod B. Hook 'em up. We'll come back. Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain, talk some Texas football. 10 days. Vince Young days to the start of the college football season for the Texas Longhorns. Season actually begins this weekend. We'll run through some of the slate of games that are coming up on Saturday. 0 week, as they call it. Also, for the end of the hour, just the facts here on Ian Rod B. Vince Young scores. Texas wins the Natty. That was, gosh, what a moment. 10 days to the start of the Longhorn football season. That's can mean only one number one player, Rod B.
Agreed. Yeah. I mean, call him Black Jesus.
Black Jesus.
On his side. You know what I mean?
Maybe love football.
Made T.Y. love football and many others. It was quite the scene at the Rose Bowl, so we'll play that throughout the morning. 10 days. Got to honor Vince
10
on the
days.
10th day to the start of the season. For the Longhorns, they'll play the Rice Owls. We'll go behind the burnt orange curtain coming up here on E and Rod B. Also, several people have already asked if we've watched the Netflix docuseries Swamp Kings. Which,
Swamp Kings.
You know, in Florida, they call Tim Tebow Jesus and Cleats, right? Jesus and Cleats.
Yeah, see? They got theirs. We got ours.
Well, and I've said this many times. If Vince, because remember, Tim Tebow came back to win another. Remember, we wanted Fred Natty as a freshman when he was sharing duties with Chris Leak.
Yep.
And he was kind of the co-quarterback. Then he won one. He's one of the more decorated players of all time. I understand why Vince Young went professional and went to the draft and was drafted by the Titans and all that, and the Texans passed on him. We can always debate whether that was a good decision for that franchise or not. But, you know, if Vince Young had come back for his senior season, can you imagine, Rod? I mean, that team was – I mean, even Colt McCoy came in as a freshman and led them to a 10-win season and a really strong year. That team would have won the national championship again. He would have won the Heisman Trophy if he doesn't get injured because he would have been the far and away the front runner after his performance in that Rose Bowl. And he would have left to colleges, you know, much like Tim Tebow, as maybe the most decorated and considered the greatest college football player of all time.
Yeah, but they didn't have NIL back then, so my man had to go get paid.
Yes, he did. He did.
Go get paid for your services, man.
And, you know,
if they had NIL, it probably would have been a different discussion, especially in Texas.
For sure. Well, just think about that. The opportunity, because they won the Rose Bowl the previous year, then they won the Rose Bowl in the national championship, and obviously 2006 season could have been really, really special because the whole offensive line was back, and our man Quan Cosby was back, and Jordan Shipley.
I don't think he believed he didn't want the Heisman that much. I always tell Longhorn fans, you don't get both. You don't get the moment where VY feels disrespected and slighted at that Heisman finalist ceremony.
Yes.
And he looked like he wants to show the world and prove to the world that they were wrong, and then get the guy that goes to win the game. All right. That last play and runs the ball into the end zone, because I believe one moment fueled the other. And I believe that Heisman moment fueled him to go show the world that they were wrong about who was the best player in all of college football, and he showed them. I think he wins the Heisman. I don't know if you get both. The game was that close.
You know, it was that close.
Yeah,
it was that close.
You had the competitive chip on his shoulder. That huge boulder that was still on his shoulder after the Heisman ceremony. I know VY very well. Oh, I will tell you that it was motivation for him. Ain't no question.
No question. Well, he had to beat two Heisman Trophy winners in Leinart and Bush.
Exactly. Okay, I'll show you. Don't worry.
He had two guys on the other team that had that trophy.
So,
and you had Vince, who probably should have won that trophy.
He should
have won it.
In today's day and age, he hands down would have won it.
Oh, hands down, yeah. Yeah, I agree with you.
The way they give quarterbacks Heisman.
And social media would have helped him too, back then.
Well, and if they had waited until after that game, there would have been, because they don't wait, they do it in early December, right? The voting's in.
True.
If they had waited to see that game,
yeah.
No, there's no doubt who was the best player in college football. And there's always the ongoing debate. You know, you're a Texans fan. I'm a Texans fan. Should the Texans have drafted Vince Young with that first pick?
That remains. Yeah, I don't know how that would have gone.
Mario Williams. I don't either.
Now do we know how immature VY was when he got to the NFL, considering you would have had him in Houston?
Oh yeah,
he's already a demigod in that town.
Yeah, he was a star in high school.
Yes, and now you would have put him.
I'm not saying it would have gone good.
Yeah,
I just wonder because it was.
At least the offense probably would have been built around him, though.
Yeah,
as opposed to and with Tennessee, Jeff Fisher, they didn't like him, and it was Norm Chow.
They wanted Matt Leinart.
Exactly.
They did.
Yeah. Well, because there was Norm Chow there, right?
Right.
Wasn't
Norm
he?
Chow, USC. Yeah. Jeff Fisher, USC. They wanted Matt Leinart, and the owner Bud Adams to stick it to Houston took Vince.
The owner wanted Vince, and the coach wanted another.
Which always led to the issues, I think, with Vince and Jeff Fisher. And that's who knows how Houston would have gone, because you're right with the maturity level and in his hometown and all that goes there. But for Houston football fans, it would have been very similar to when the Houston Oilers drafted one Earl Campbell out of the University of Texas and Lovely Blue and all the affinity. I mean, that you bring two fan bases together. You know, because Houston at that time, 2006. I mean, that's That's the 4th year of the franchise. I mean, that's a brand new team.
I probably would have been a Texans fan.
Right.
Oh, yeah. History, that's a great point,
as
too.
As a young kid, Vince Young being my favorite player, just started watching football around that time.
I didn't think about that, Ty. You're right. You'd have converted a lot of random Texas fans just to become Texans fans overnight. You're right.
Well,
and then he beat the Texans in dramatic fashion, I believe.
I was at that game.
Times,
yeah. And I think his rookie year, though, it was like a overtime, he was at that game.
I was at that game in overtime when he took off running and put his head back.
It was like, looks like old time.
Touchdown. No, he would have converted a lot of fans. I mean, and that was whether it would have worked or not is not the debate. It's like, well, you're a brand new franchise. You're no longer the Oilers, but you mean if you remember what Earl Campbell did when the Tyler Rose, great high school star in the great state of Texas, to Texas in the flagship school, wins a Heisman. Then he's a Houston Oiler, and here comes the Love You Blue era.
Have they admitted their David Carr mistake by then?
No.
Because maybe they weren't ready to admit the David Carr mistake. And it wasn't all on David Carr, by the way, because he's the most sacked quarterback, I believe, in the history of the NFL for a single season. So it wasn't all on him. But he was basically, he had basically kind of battered quarterback syndrome by then. Like he was shot.
They should have admitted their
mistake by then.
David Carr problem.
Yeah, and just drafted another quarterback. I don't think they were ready to admit that they were done with the David Carr experiment.
Correct.
They should have.
Well, and they could have done it the year previous and drafted Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, don't say it. Don't say that.
Yeah, well, that was one draft before. Aaron Rodgers was
He dropped. Yeah,
that was the draft previous to Vince. And the Texans could have taken him.
Yeah.
And they took Travis Johnson, defensive tackle, Florida State.
And
then they could have taken. Then they could have taken Vince, and they took Mario Williams, defensive end, North Carolina State. Don't
get me started on who the quarterbacks the Texans could have had. Because remember, there was a Peyton Manning.
There was
a Peyton Manning story
Aaron
back in the day that he was willing to go there.
Vince Young.
They didn't want to do that. Hell, honestly, Patrick Mahomes, because they chose, right?
The Chiefs traded in front of them.
Chiefs traded in front of them right
there. To get Patrick Mahomes, and then they traded up to get Deshaun Watson. Hey, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain. Texas football, Vince Young days away.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, let's get to a few little X's and O's here. I was doing some deep dive rabbit holing about the Texas offense this year. Just trying to think about, what concepts the Texas offense may have to overcome this season, like how teams are going to try defensively to game plan against that Texas offense, which is going to be tough because they have so many weapons on that Texas offense. One thing we do know is that Texas will see that dreaded 3-high, 3-down defense, Sark's schematic kryptonite. TCU runs it. K-State runs it. Iowa State runs it. You're going to probably see it more even this year with teams who are made minor in it, just because we've seen it have such an effective and kind of a success rate going up against Sark's offenses, at least in the last 2 years here at Texas. His offenses are averaging, did 9 fewer points per game compared to their regular season averages, and almost 2 touchdowns fewer per game compared to the regular defenses, or say more traditional defenses they face, single high and 2 high. So the 3-high, 3-down is a pretty proven defensive game plan that will be effective versus Sark. And I'm sure Sark is working on ways, right, to solve the 3-high, 3-down. There's no doubt in my mind. And one of the things I believe Sark is pursuing as a means to overcome and conquer the 3-high, 3-down is that 6-0 line package. One of the things that people believe works really well against the 3-high, which is 3-high safeties and 3-down linemen, is just to play bully ball, just to run it down their throat. Texas did this against Iowa State. It's one of the things they try to do. And against K-State, Texas decided to just run the football. Works really well if you can do it. And it works really well with Sark's philosophy, right? His blueprint, which is big humans. He likes big humans. And he's used more of that 6-0 line package that I talk about with 6-0 linemen. They call it the Big 11, Big 12 package. And this year, I believe Malik Agbo is the one that's working as the 6th offensive lineman. Last year, it was Andre Carrick who works as that 6th offensive lineman. And you saw it probably close to 15% of the time last year. There's a chance you could see it more this year disproportionately versus teams that run the 3-high, 3-down. I went and looked at the rushing numbers out of the 6-0 line package. versus the 3 high, 3 down. Texas last season against those teams who ran the 3 high averaged over 6 yards per rush.
Yeah.
Against the 3 high, 3 down teams. I was a little surprised actually when I went and looked at the number. And just tried to, just specifically isolate 3 high, 3 down, 6 O-line packages. And that was a really good number. And you look at the explosive play rate out of your rushes, you're at 15% explosive play rate on those runs. Those are runs of at least 10 yards or more. Those are really good numbers. And I bet Sark has also isolated this. He brings in Paul Chryst. Right, Paul Chryst is also known for a guy who loves that 6 offensive line package, right? Even when he was at Wisconsin, we saw Paul Chryst utilize his 6 O-line package. Matter of fact, his last year there at Wisconsin, he actually used the 6 O-line package in his last 3 games more than he had used them the entire season. So he was already trending that way when his last year at Wisconsin, and then Sark, who was trending that way last season, and he brings in a guy like Paul Chryst, who is known for his acumen with the power running game. And I wonder if Sark faces that 3 high, 3 down, which like I said, he's going to see it more. Even teams who don't major in it, and it's not their defensive identity and their strategy every week, I wouldn't doubt if they just utilize some of the principles of the 3 high, 3 down, just because it's been so successful and effective versus Steve Sarkisian. It is a kryptonite. It turns Sark into Steven. All right, it's like the kryptonite will turn Superman into Clark Kent. That's basically what you get when he faces that 3 high, 3 down. He's got to figure out a way to solve that riddle, that conundrum for him. Because 2 years now, that's enough of a sample size. He struggles. Arkansas, that first year, that's what Barry Odom was running. Even going back to his days at Bama, even his best offense, probably in Steve Sarkisian's history as a play caller at Bama, he struggled versus that 3 high, 3 down when he faced Arkansas that season in 2021. In 2020, I should say. And in 2021. So it is something now that I have enough of a sample size, thorough, kind of exhaustive, detailed rabbit hole study about Sark versus the 3 high, and there's no question in my mind that it works, and it works for different reasons versus his offense because it distorts the pre-snap read for the quarterback. You never really know if you have the numbers advantage, the way they move that third safety around. It makes that defense really malleable. And a lot of the RPO game, all of it, is based on the count for the quarterback. You have the numbers advantage in the box, you hand it off. You don't, then boom, you go to your tag, or you pull it and you throw it. And I believe for a lot of quarterbacks in the RPO game, this is why it works well to neutralize spread attacks. They get confused in that pre-snap read because that pre-snap read is distorted and those numbers don't always match up with what the quarterback saw in the pre-snap with his post-snap diagnosis.
Well, and that's great evidence right there behind the burnt orange curtain. 3 high safeties with the 3 down, but then they can disguise who's coming, who's not. And I agree with you 100% on Paul Chryst. I mean, that's 6 offensive line, and it should be. It may actually be a better unit this year because I think you have 6 better offensive linemen. No doubt,
I totally agree with you. You upgraded.
Yeah. And so if you're having a debate about who should be your backup right guard, well, that can become a slide tackle if you need to, and a guy like DJ Williams, Cam Williams, another big body, because not only can you run the ball, and you should be able to, especially against a 3-down line and a lighter defense with 6 offensive linemen, the defense then kind of has to match that. You kind of have to force they got to put some heavier people on the field, which can help your passing game. I mean, there's no reason you can't run play action out of that and create some plays down the field. Love that behind the burnt orange curtain. 10 days to the start of the Longhorn season. From Rod Babers. We'll hear from Sark coming up as the Longhorns prep for what they're going through is mock week, right? I mean, not just the game on Saturday, but Sark he said on Monday that this is the week where they'll just simulate what game week's going to look like. Everything that you will do next Wednesday, you're going to do this Wednesday.
Will they do Bevo Boulevard? I wonder if they'll do it. They got to do it.
I don't know why you wouldn't.
They got to do it. They're doing the game day. It's a big part of your game day experience.
Sure. No, I think they'll do the.
I wonder if you can get out there and peek. With the students on campus. How you do that?
If you're doing mock week, I would guess you're going to stay in a hotel.
Yep, they do that too.
Road,
whatever the Omni.
Just show all the players this is what it's going to be next week, and getting ready for the rest.
That's going to be cool. I bet the students don't even know it. You see the players just kind of walking through campus like that.
Do the Bevo walk.
Yeah, the Bevo walk.
Yeah,
that'd be pretty awesome.
Right on time to get ready for a 2:30 kick, where it's going to be really hot on Saturday.
Yeah, I'm worried
week
about
from
the
Saturday?
fans and the Heat. I'm not worried about the players. The players are going to be fine. They got enough depth. They'll rotate. These guys have been preparing for this. They'll be hydrated. They got so much technology now telling you, the body monitors telling you about their vital signs and how the guys are doing. Fans, I'm worried about y'all. Thinking y'all can party all night the night before, the all-nighters, and then go into that day and think, oh, you know what? I'll be fine. I don't need to drink enough water. No, you better hydrate. Right? Plan accordingly.
Hey, coming up, it'll be Just the Facts. And it's a fact. Remember I told you yesterday, my son Nolan, he did the skydiving thing, but he was smart enough not to tell his mom that he was doing that before he did it. Looks like Brandon Cooks was smart enough to not tell Jerry Jones that he was taking Micah Parsons and Stephon Gilmore up in his own plane in Seattle. Details on that. Jerry Jones was not happy.
I bet he was. That's a violation of the contract. That's a lot of money up there in that plane.
We'll let you hear. Well, I'll tell you what Jerry Jones said in Just the Facts about Brandon Cooks, a part-time pilot, taking two high-priced commodities up for a spin around Seattle. Owner Jerry Jones not happy. Not happy. We'll have that coming back. Also, Reggie Bush. We spoke about Heisman trophies. Reggie Bush is suing the NCAA. Details next. Indeed. Coming up, episode 3 of Hard Knocks last night. We have some highlights, including a star New York Jet did not like being body shamed by a member of the opposition. And Randall Cobb let his wide receiver mates know that, hey, Aaron Rodgers might be being nice to you now because the cameras are on. You better get yourself on point here.
Yeah.
Because Aaron will not be happy if you don't get this together. We'll let you hear
well,
that.
He hadn't played yet either.
I know. He hadn't
Wait
played.
till he plays, and then things don't go his way.
Got to hear this sound, though. Randall Cobb making it pretty clear to his receiver mates that you haven't seen the prickly Aaron Rodgers yet.
No, you still. This is like when you start dating somebody, and you meet their representative. Like Chris Rock said, you don't meet the real person for 3, 4, 5 dates. You start seeing the real person a little bit, but you meet the representative. This is Aaron Rodgers' representative.
Yes. Because Randall Cobb has seen it up close.
Yeah, you see the real one. It's like, this ain't the same guy.
Hey, let's get some Just the Facts, or as someone said yesterday, maybe it should be called What the Facts.
What the facts. I like that. What the
brought
facts.
to you by Texas Orthopedics. We appreciate our friends at Texas Ortho. We'll tell you about them coming up. But, Rod, give me a fact from the world of sports or elsewhere.
You talked about the race in the AL West right now.
One game, three teams.
That is separating 3 teams. The Mariners have made it really interesting.
A 3-horse race.
I mean, how about this stat about the Mariners? The first team with multiple 8-game win streaks within a calendar month since July 2017. The Dodgers did it. First team to do this with the month in question being August or later, since the Orioles did it in August of 1980.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're good. I mean, that's there might be. We'll see. We got about 5 weeks to go in the baseball season, and it's a 1-game separation. And we told you last week that the Rangers have a tough schedule, right? The Rangers have the tougher schedule. Now, the Astros are handling the Red Sox, and the Red Sox look a mess right now. They're making a bunch of – they're the worst fielding team in the American League, and the Astros are taking advantage of that. Justin Verlander gave them a good start. But the Mariners just keep on rolling. They're taking advantage of a bad White Sox team where they just cleaned house in Chicago yesterday, Rod. They fired the president and GM in Chicago.
Okay.
But the Rangers played Arizona. Arizona's right there in the thick of the wild card race in the National League, and they're second place in the West. So they just played a really good Arizona team. Now they have today off. But they're going to play 4 in Minnesota. Now, Minnesota is the first-place team in the AL Central. They're 5 games up on Cleveland. So that's a playoff team right now that the Rangers will play for 4 games this weekend. Rangers doesn't get any easier for them. And they've lost 6, 7 in a row now. And while Seattle's won 8 in a row, Houston has kind of been back and forth. But, yeah, it's a 1-game situation between those 3 teams with 5 weeks to go. It's going to be a race to the finish.
Yeah, the Rangers, I mean – they're not spiraling or anything, but they have definitely hit a lull. This is one of the right.
Remember, coming out of the All-Star break, they in their first 18 games post the All-Star break, they had gone 16-2, and they were playing great. And that trade deadline really gave them a shot, and those moves gave them an infusion. But now it's a 6 straight game losing streak. The Mariners have won 8 in a row, and now they're pulled to within the 1 game, and the Astros are in between half game out. Houston plays Boston tonight. If they win that game, they'll be even with the Rangers.
That happened fast.
Because the Rangers don't play them.
We were just talking about how the Astros couldn't catch the Rangers, and the Rangers couldn't really separate. And now the Rangers, this is definitely the longest losing streak of the season. We haven't seen them actually have struggle like this all season.
And the one they blew on Monday night was really costly because they had the lead in the 9th inning, then they had the lead in the 11th inning, and their bullpen, their best relievers actually couldn't close it. All right, it's official. Jerry Jones not happy. I think he was Jerry Jones, and he really likes Micah Parsons. There's no doubt about that. And why wouldn't you?
Loves Micah Parsons.
Loves Micah
he told Zach Martin that Micah got your money.
That's a fact. Micah got your money.
Micah got your money.
Well, Jerry Jones yesterday up at the Star Complex says one thing I want to do is chastise Cooks. Talking about Brandon Cooks, because the video surfaced ahead of after their game in Seattle that Brandon Cooks, the wide receiver who came in from Houston, who is a part-time pilot.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that either.
He's got his pilot's license.
He's with the Texans. I didn't know that.
And he decided before their game, because Seattle's a beautiful city and the skyline and the Puget Sound and all that, he took his buddies Micah Parsons and Stephon Gilmore up on a little plane ride up over the stadium, and they had their cameras out and pictures. So that gets out. So Jerry Jones, the owner, says, one thing I do want to do is chastise Cooks for getting in that airplane, with the best part of the team.
Wow. The best part of the team.
Not about him. Not you, Brandon.
The best part of the team is my defense and Micah
and Stephon Gilmore. And fly. But how about this? The best part of the team and flying up there with him. Him, singular.
Oh, cool. So he's talking about Micah. Wow.
He told Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, I was glad I didn't know that was going on. I would have had to tell him part-time pilots in my mind are not the way to go.
I'm going to agree with him on that. You know what? The part-time pilot, now I'm good. I'm on a full-time pilot. I want a guy that's all he does.
That's all he does.
That's all he has mastered his craft. I don't need the guy that's flying part-time. Nope, I don't like that. What's that actor that's had like 3? Is it Harrison Ford?
Yeah, Harrison Ford's crash landed 3
I know.
planes.
He's like, you're a part-timer. I don't need a part-time pilot.
That's one of my favorite. That literally is one of my favorite all-time Jerry Jones quotes.
That is a great quote.
I got to chastise Cooks for getting in that airplane with the best part of the team and flying up there with him. Like he's not worried about Cooks or Stephon Gilmore. He's like, you took Micah?
And I will say,
you took Parsons in the plane.
If you look at jersey sales, he has the most jersey sales for any non-quarterback and the most jersey sales for any defensive player. So Jerry knows. He's like, no. Micah sells jerseys, and Micah's gonna be the best defensive player in this league at one point.
Have y'all watched Winning Time yet? The Lakers
yes,
thing?
I have.
I've not.
I feel like Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons' relationship's kind of like Magic Johnson and Jerry Buss.
Jerry Buss. Yeah, that's right. I think that's on point. But yeah, because look, he didn't say, man, I was scared for those guys. No. I was scared for him.
I'm scared for him.
Like, Cooks, what are you doing up there with Micah?
We're going to put that in his contract next time. We sign him to a new deal. We're going to put that in Micah's contract. Now, he can't fly with any part-time pilots. You got enough money now, hire a full-time pilot.
I would have to tell him part-time pilots, in my mind, are not the way to go.
Me and Jerry agree. I know he's a billionaire. But I actually agree with him about that. Not the way to go.
Quick note in Just the Facts, Rod, or What the Facts. Today is National Cheap Flight Day. If you want to go on a full-time pilot, National Cheap Flight Day. Today, August 23rd, according to travel experts, is supposedly the best day to buy an airline ticket between now and the end of the year.
Oh, right now is?
Yes.
Oh, maybe I should.
Prices start to drop in June. Of course, summer, they raise the prices because everybody's traveling in the summer, and then everybody's back in school, so there's less traveling, so the prices come down.
Okay.
So now is the time. So if you're going to travel for the holidays, you're taking a trip, Christmas, Thanksgiving, now's the time. According to travel experts, it's National Cheap Flight Day.
I'll tell wifey. Cheap Flight Day. Got to get on that.
Yeah, check the
bread.
Travelocity or whatever you do.
Save some straight
cash.
cash.
Harrison Ford's a good pilot.
You often see him around Wichita at a big
he says, I've seen him around Wichita at his favorite restaurant. Wichita is the air capital of the world, after all.
Well, he's good. He survived a lot of crashes.
Yeah. How many pilots can survive 3 crashes?
Exactly. So I agree with you, Wichita resident.
That used to always be how I talked myself into when I was afraid to fly back in there. Like, well, the pilot doesn't want to die either.
You damn right.
Guy flying,
he's trying like hell.
He don't want to kill himself.
He's working like hell to get you home.
Yeah. Hey, we'll be back. We're 1 hour in of our 5 days a week here on E and Rod B. Hook 'em up with E and Rod B on the Horn, 1019 AM 1260. Stream it on our Horn app at hornfm.com and, of course, our YouTube channel as well. Well, this guy said getting my flight to Bama today. That might be a little late.
Yeah, you might be a little late on that one. I know Longhorn fans excited about that game.
What are we, 17 days of that game?
I'm gonna say they were buying tickets for that early. Hell, last year.
Well, United Airlines been offering since August nonstop flights for you from Austin to Birmingham.
Oh, what? That's strange. A nonstop flight from Austin to Birmingham. It seems strange to you.
Supply and demand. People
I
want them.
guess so.
If there's demand for the flight, we'll give you the flight.
You're damn right about that.
And a lot of people want to go to that game in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, in 17 days.
I'll probably be sleeping in my car.
Are you going to that game?
I'm gonna find a way.
Wow, I love that. I love that mindset. I'm gonna find a way, and I'm willing to sleep in my car to make it happen.
Should I find a fill-in for Monday, or what, are you going to make it back?
I will be back.
Because we will be on the air on Monday, win or lose for the Longhorns at Alabama.
Yeah. Wow. I didn't. That's good. You're just gonna find a way to get there.
Hey, if you leave Friday night, you could stay in New Orleans, and then New Orleans, like 5 hours away from Tuscaloosa?
I've never done the math. You might be right about that. Yeah. See,
have fun on Bourbon Street, then wake up in the morning. That game's that night.
Yeah.
Have a few hours pregame.
I love it.
What could go wrong?
Head back in the morning.
You don't think about that when you're young. E. You just all you think about are the benefits.
Yeah, I've become a parent now.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
what could go on? 4 hours, 16 minutes from New Orleans to Tuscaloosa.
Ty's right. Okay, there you go,
Even
Ty.
shorter than I thought.
There you go.
Via I-59.
I like to plan out stuff like that months in advance. I like the Ty's right now. Like I think I'm going to go to that game. I'm gonna figure out a way.
I got some friends that already got an Airbnb. It was a little expensive, so I'm thinking maybe I just
crash.
I get there and I'm like, oh well, I'm here.
You crash on the
I'll
couch.
Give y'all $50.
Yeah,
I'll sit on the floor.
I'm 50 now because when I was a little younger than Ty, we made a road trip to Athens, Georgia. Just over 4 days, we drove back and forth.
For what? Just for the hell of it, or just for an event?
Girls,
chicks,
girls.
That you know what? And that's well worth the road trip when you're young.
Well, it was when I was
many road trips inspired by that.
It was when I worked at the guest ranch in Wyoming that summer, and there were part of the crew. We went to the University of Georgia, so they invited us, and my buddy and I was like, well, let's go because we had a 4-day weekend from school because Founders Day, so we made the trip, and Georgia was playing a home game. Got to see the Dave Matthews Band do a concert in downtown Athens. It was a great week, great trip. But I'm like Ty. Like now I'm 50. I'm like, yeah, what could go wrong? Everything could go wrong.
Plan this thing out.
Something will go wrong. I can hear. I'll come back with some stories. I'm sure.
Well, that's right. That's what we want is stories. We live vicariously through our 25-year-old single producer.
God bless him. God bless him.
Hey, so yeah. By the way, this says I'm in the aerospace industry, guys.
Uh-oh. Somebody who actually knows something.
And a private plane and airplane owner. I get extremely defensive when idiot morons like Jay Jones make uninformed, dumbass Arkansas statements that everyone just accepts. Yes, flying is a very safe.
Oh yeah,
practice.
Of course it is.
If you're safe about it, it's very safe.
We're just having some fun.
More dangerous to get on I-35, but it is a great quote from Jerry Jones.
Well, it was. I think he was just trying to highlight the affection that Jerry Jones has for one Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
The adoration he has for
Micah. Jerry's 80 years old now. He doesn't care.
Yeah, he's not worried about the other first. That was a former defensive player of the year.
Yeah, Stephon Gilmore and
a guy you just traded for to be a starting corner. Not worried about him or Brandon Cooks, who's flying to play. No. He's worried about, Micah Parsons.
I do want to chastise Cooks for getting in that airplane with the best part of the team and flying up there with him.
The best part of the team. That is why the best part of the team. Like I said, between that and when the reporters asked him about Zach Martin's holdout, and he goes, I got to pay Micah. And it's like, what? Hold up, who says that? Who mentions another player's contract when you're being asked about the holdout for your Hall of Fame offensive lineman? He's like, nah, I got to pay
that Micah is definitely going to like nice dinners with just him and Jerry.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah,
you're right about that, Ty. It is a magic Jerry Buss relationship.
Yes, I totally agree with that, Ty. That is definitely happening because Jerry wants
Micah.
it.
You're my boy.
Yeah, Jerry's like, come on, Micah. I got something I want to show you. Come on to the house.
Family.
Yeah. Hey, you know what?
Well,
that's where you want to be, though, with Jerry, because Jerry will put you down with ask Troy Aikman and ask all those other Emmitt Smith. When Jerry likes you, Jerry will put you down with investments.
Well, and to Ty's point, I don't want to spoil if you're not haven't caught up on Winning Time yet, the rise of the Lakers. There's a great the ending scene of this episode is Jerry Buss and Magic Johnson having dinner with Norm Nixon, and it's pretty clear to Norm Nixon all of a sudden that Magic's his boy.
Magic says, yeah, they BFFs now, man.
Jerry and Norm walk in. He's like, "Oh, Jerry, it's so nice to finally be able to just hang out with me and you." He's like, Jerry's like, yeah. And by the way, Magic's here.
Irvin's here. And he calls him Irvin.
Irvin's here.
And Magic's got that big smile. Hey, Norm.
Yeah, no, man. We know that Jerry loves him some Michael, so that contract gonna reflect that love, guys.
Oh, just wait.
That new contract will reflect the love.
Yeah.
Show him the love.
Now, Brandon Cooks, for his part of that whole controversy, I love this too. He says, that was probably the last flight of the year. I'd obviously never do anything like that during the regular season. We'll get back to it in February. Because like crashing an airplane in February is different than crashing an airplane in the regular season.
At least he's got his priorities right. You know what I mean? It's all about the football.
And he's a good pilot. He's got more than 250 air hours, and he's
I'm sure he does. I'm sure he is a good pilot. But even though all those small planes always kind of freak me out too. Anyway, just because I feel you feel everything in those small planes.
Yeah,
been up in those a couple of times. But yeah, no, I'm glad Jerry Jones once again let it be known he loved. When is that contract going to be signed? I wonder.
Well, I think at the end of I think at the end of the year is when he can. Right, this is his third year.
Yeah.
At the end of your third year of your rookie deal, when you can get an extension. Yeah. So when this season is over.
Yeah,
is when that'll come down. But yes, I think a lot of people believe he's the odds favorite to be the defensive player of the year, and he needs to stay healthy. But the Cowboys are planning to utilize him and weaponize him on defenses in the NFC this year. Hey, let's get to the other headlines, trending topics, and then we'll get some Hard Knocks conversation. Also, Rod's got a rant, his first of the morning. Let's hit it up. UBEO Business Services, start over at UT, Texas Athletics. Back on Friday, University of Texas at Austin asked the UT System Board of Regents to approve a new 7-year contract extension for the athletics director, Chris Del Conte. That deal will be agreed to. He's going to be locked in through 2030. Yesterday, UT announced that thanks to a $10 million endowment from longtime UT donors Lois and Richard Folger, the school now has the largest endowment towards a named athletic director position in the country. The Lois and Richard Folger Athletics Director Endowment, it's called, will provide, it says in a statement from UT, will provide perpetual flexible funding for non-salaried strategic use, empowering the athletics director to launch new initiatives, enhance the excellence of the Texas athletics for years to come. Major League Baseball, one game now separates the three teams atop the American League West right now. 5 weeks to go in the season. First-place Rangers dropped their sixth straight ball game last night, lost at Arizona 6-3. MLB wins leader Zach Gallen improved to 14-5, struck out 11 Rangers over 6 stellar innings. In Houston, meanwhile, Astros pulled to within a half game of Texas with a 7-3 win over the Red Sox. Kyle Tucker hit a home run. Justin Verlander threw 6 scoreless. In Chicago, the streaking Mariners made it 8 straight. They beat the White Sox 6-3. They're now just a game back of Texas there. Prior to the game on the south side, White Sox announced they have fired Executive President Ken Williams and General Manager Rick Hahn. The Pale Hose won the AL Central just 2 seasons ago, but they're sitting at 49-76 this season. Speaking of plummeting, how about the New York Yankees? They fell to Washington last night 2-1 at Yankee Stadium. They've now dropped 9 in a row. It's the Yankees' longest losing streak since 1982. Exact opposite going on at the Dell Diamond. Round Rock Express matched their franchise record win streak. They've won 13 in a row now. They opened their series with Salt Lake with a 9-6 win. That's their longest streak for the Express since 2004, back when they were a Double-A team. They're going to look to set the all-time mark tonight against Salt Lake. That game starts at 7:05.
In Rod's round the day, we'll get to a Cowboys conversation.
Nice.
About the Cowboys quarterbacks. I want to have a conversation with you guys about it. Ty's a Cowboys fan, so I think he'll have a strong opinion about this one.
Counting down the days to that too. By the way, one injury in the NFL to tell you about. I saw where Cowboys played the Seahawks on Saturday night. Jackson Smith-Njigba caught that long touchdown pass.
Hand injury
on that play,
right?
He suffered a fracture to his hand.
Yeah, I saw that.
Pete Carroll says he'll be out 3 to 4 weeks. They hope he's back for the start of the regular season, but that's now in question for the rookie out of Ohio State, out of Rockwall, Texas.
And the Cowboys had a ton of injuries. I mean,
yes,
they ended up losing 2 guys for the season. John Stevens, the tight end, and of course DeMarvin Overshown.
Can I play you, before you get to the rant, some Hard Knocks last night?
Oh, yeah, let's do it. I didn't watch Hard Knocks, so this will be a nice little preview.
Hard Knocks, I did not. I saw a little bit of
teaser.
It. I was actually watching the Winning Time Lakers deal while I was watching the Astros and Rangers, and it was a flip screen last night, man. The Rangers,
that was a good episode, the Larry Bird episode.
I did. It was good. It's good. They cast Larry Bird pretty well.
Yeah.
Pretty well. They're kind of going behind the scenes with the hick from French Lick.
I like
Larry
that.
Bird.
Yeah.
Well, because remember, in the first year, Magic Johnson won the championship, beat Larry Bird and the Celtics. Second year in 81, the Houston Rockets beat the Lakers in the first round of the playoffs with Moses Malone. And then the Celtics beat the Rockets to win the championship. So now, within the first 2 years, Magic has a championship, Bird has a championship. Already. And we know that it was a bitter rivalry between the two.
It's a rivalry that lifted the NBA.
But it's also showing you the rivalry between Red Auerbach and Jerry Buss. And it's
that's
ruined.
good.
Yeah.
Did they do a good job casting Red?
Yes.
Auerbach? Okay.
Yes, pretty good. Yeah. I mean, you got to suspend some belief, but at the same time, I think they've done a very good job on that show. That's an HBO show.
I didn't realize that Larry Bird played for Indiana and Bob Knight.
And left.
Mm-hmm.
Left.
To Indiana State. School. Well, you end up at Indiana State, right?
Yeah.
The Sycamores.
Mm-hmm. I used to have a great Larry Bird Indiana State jersey because they're baby blue.
Yeah, they're baby blue.
They're baby blue,
which was more
clean.
Which more along the lines of Larry Bird. It was that's the agricultural school and Indiana State, a little closer to his.
Was it Bob Knight he couldn't get along with?
They don't even go into that, but I don't know the full story. Essentially, they're showing him coming home. But you can check that out on HBO. On HBO last night, it was episode 3 of Hard Knocks. The first one I like is, how about this? Quentin Williams is very likable. Quentin Williams, the defensive tackle.
He's awesome.
Star D tackle, just signed a huge contract. He's out of Alabama. He was a game wrecker for Nick Saban, top 5 pick of the Jets. Just got paid. Listen to him, though. He's talking about Mike Evans here. Mike Evans, they were doing joint practices with the Tampa Bay. And listen to Quentin Williams talking about Mike Williams body shaming him. He didn't like it.
Mike Evans called me fat. He called me fat, bro. Mike Evans. Bro, I lost weight this offseason. I look fat. Now I'm self-conscious, bro.
Yeah, I would say you're not skinny.
Damn, bro.
You're sick.
You think?
But I think you fit for a non-skinny.
Oh, you think rewind it? Do I look good to be 300 pounds? Okay, cool.
You're proportionate.
You're proportionate.
Yeah. There are other ways to say, somebody is larger without throwing it out there that you're fat.
Because you're not skinny.
That's so good.
Like his words like husky. That's another good term, husky.
Yeah, he said
big bone.
He said you're thick.
Yeah, thick. Nobody you don't really call guys thick. Thick is for the ladies. She's thick.
Mike Evans called me fat.
Yeah, fat.
Do I look fat? I lost weight, bro. And then his teammate says, well, you ain't skinny.
Yeah, he's skinny, man. Husky.
Will I look good for 300? Yeah,
There are way more terms to describe a attractive, bigger woman that I think are at least not. They're complimentary. As you can see, it's like BBW, a big beautiful woman, right? Or she's thick. That's when you say a woman's big, but she's thick. It's like, man, she's sexy, but she's big. That's thick. When you're talking about a big guy, like an attractive, bigger guy, there are no real good terms to describe him. You don't say you don't call a man thick.
Girthy.
Girthy is not a good term. It's not a complimentary term.
No. Let's hear that again. Quentin Williams.
That's not a complimentary term.
He's not. He's like, Mike, I love Mike Evans. He just called me fat. What did you call me fat for?
Mike Evans called me fat. He called me fat, bro. Mike Evans. Bro, I lost weight this offseason. I look fat. Now I'm self-conscious, bro.
Yeah, I would say you're not skinny.
Damn, bro.
You're sick.
You think?
But I think you fit for a non-skinny.
Oh, you think rewind it? Do I look good to be 300 pounds? Okay, cool.
You're proportionate.
Proportionate.
You're non-skinny.
See? There's no term for it. For women, there's all time. You can be full figured. That's another term for
my man Bucky used to say round shouldered.
Round shoulder. Oh, no, that's not complimentary.
All right, one more piece of Hard Knocks on, then it's Rod's rant on the Cowboys. But I want to play.
Shapely?
Listen to this. This is Randall Cobb. So first you have the wide receivers coach gathered with the wide receivers. That's the scene. And the wide receivers coach, who knows Randall Cobb, knows Aaron Rodgers very well, has played with Aaron Rodgers, asked him to explain to the receivers what's up. Here it is.
What do you guys think, man? Honest opinion of today.
I was just talking to 12 or 8, and he was just telling me, we had a lot of mistakes in our room today. Just basic stuff, little things, right? Like, we can't have that. And it's all cool right now, but I'm telling you, one day he's going to lose his shit. It's going to happen if it continues to go the way it's going right now. Because if he don't trust you, he's not going to throw you the ball. I can promise you that. If he don't trust you, he don't not like throwing interceptions. So if he can't trust that you're going to run the right route, he's not going to throw it. It's just a matter of time. Continue to work and stay in your book and stay locked in so we can get to where we want to go.
There you go. There you go. Randall Cobb.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you met the representative, Aaron Rodgers. you ain't met the real Aaron. The game time Aaron Rodgers. Game day Aaron Rodgers, I bet, is very different. He's about his business.
So I like how Randall Cobb started that. Said, well, I was talking to 12. I mean 8. 8.
Exactly. Because he knows him.
He knows him.
He knows him really well.
And he's telling the receivers, he's going to lose it.
And you know who probably ordered that message to be disseminated?
8.
Yep. Exactly. Like, hey, you need to tell these youngsters, man, because I don't want to do it. I don't want to be the bad guy. Would you go be the bad guy? Because I don't want to be that guy yet. And then they be like, oh, man, this Aaron Rodgers, I don't like him so much anymore. Because that time is going to come. Because leadership is confrontational.
Yes.
That's the truth. You can't have leadership without confrontation. You're going to have to do it at one point, whether it be to hold people accountable or just to motivate and push other guys. And I don't think Aaron Rodgers is there just yet because he's still getting to know these guys.
And that's probably why he's playing Saturday night, even at the risk of any type of injury. He needs to get more chemistry with this team. And so that's the receivers coach. I'm sure is hearing it from Robert Saleh, who's hearing it from Aaron Rodgers, and Nathaniel Hackett, the offensive coordinator, saying, hey, can you get these guys in line here?
Yeah.
They're running the wrong routes. They're not where they're supposed to be. Timing's off. And I look bad when that happens.
And I'm about to lose my ish. And y'all don't want me to do that. Not early, because then these cameras are around too. And I definitely ain't gonna do it in front of these cameras.
Right.
Yeah.
And Randall Cobb is letting them know, hey, keep doing it.
So them cameras gone. He gonna rip you a new one.
Hey, well, what is it? F around and find out?
Yeah, exactly. There you go. That's exactly what's going to happen. But, for a quarterback, we heard that Quinn Ewers is starting to do more of that. I don't know if he's getting on guys, but they started to hold guys accountable.
Brady. How many times did we see Tom Brady?
You have to as a quarterback,
Leadership is confrontation. I like that a lot. You've got to be not afraid of conflict, for sure.
You can't be afraid of it because it's going to happen at one point. It's unavoidable.
Well, I mean, you've heard from many strong leaders saying, look, I'm not here to be liked. I mean, that's not the job. We were trying to get a job done. If I got to ruffle some feathers. All right, let's drive into Rod's rant of the day. First of 2 over 5 hours.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it real.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's rant of the day.
Hold on to your butt.
Look at these terms for they're supposed to be for big guys that are supposed to be complimentary. There's not a lot of terms that you can throw out there for a man who's a little big. That also means he's attractive, a little sexy. It's a little sexy bigness. It's tough for the guys out there. For ladies, it's a ton of those different terms. Anyway, let's talk about the Cowboys because I've noticed something on social media, and I even noticed it, years ago with Dallas Cowboys fans when it comes to their quarterback. What are you talking about? Romo before Dak, or obviously Dak right now. Cowboys fans are hard on their quarterbacks. Have we actually talked about who Cowboys fans have been more critical of, Dak or Romo? Do you think the Cowboys fans were more critical of Romo or Dak? Because they were really critical of both. They've been really critical of both. The Cowboys fans, I would say even half Cowboys fans have not liked either of their last 2 starting quarterbacks.
I feel like Cowboys fans have been more critical of Romo, but he was also more loved. So it went both ways.
Got more love than Dak.
Ceiling was higher.
Less of a middle ground.
Yeah, that's a good point. You could add that. But yeah, I could see that. Because Romo I remember being a Romo-sexual and people being very critical of Romo at the time. Like that Romo was basically inadequate. Was an inadequate starting quarterback in the NFL. And the point I want to get to is that the Cowboys have really kind of put their fans in this position. And I'll kind of break down, where I'm coming from. I believe the Cowboys, because of their bad organizational habits, and one of their bad organizational habits is they don't draft a lot of quarterbacks. They just have not throughout the years. They just don't operate like that. Since 1999, they are tied for the fewest quarterbacks drafted in the NFL since 99. They don't draft a lot because they've actually been really lucky considering that that essentially kind of general manager malpractice, in my opinion, by drafting so few quarterbacks over that 2 decade plus time span. And because of that, they have almost lucked and Forrest Gumped and stumbled their way into starting quarterbacks and franchise quarterbacks. And most franchises would probably be in a worse place right now if they had approached the quarterback position so irresponsibly like the Cowboys have. But the Cowboys, in my opinion, are the luckiest team in the NFL the last 2 decades plus when it comes to the quarterback position. They just have been really lucky. Think about it. They had an undrafted free agent become a franchise quarterback. That's happened how many times? Twice in the modern NFL. Maybe Kurt Warner and Warren Moon. It just doesn't happen very often. An undrafted free agent becoming a franchise quarterback. Starting quarterback, yes, but not a franchise quarterback where you're building and constructing the whole organization around, face of your team. And then you go look at Dak, and Dak was a happy accident. Well, they didn't expect Dak to be a starting quarterback. They drafted him in the 4th round. He ended up being behind Kellen Moore. Tony Romo gets hurt because he's fragile. He gets hurt, and then Kellen Moore gets hurt, and then the happy accident. He's Viagra, right? They thought it would be a heart medication. Turns out it also helps erectile dysfunction. You know what? It works better for erectile dysfunction. Let's go with that. That's Dak. They didn't expect him to be, the franchise quarterback, but he was doing pretty well in 2016. They decided, let's go with Dak. And, it's fine. I think they actually have found themselves a franchise quarterback. So I'm not a Dak hater, and I'm not a Romo hater. I actually like both of those guys. I'm just kind of getting at to the root and the genesis of the vitriol that some Cowboys have for Romo and or for Dak. There's a great Chris Rock bit. Second Chris Rock reference on the show today. Great Chris Rock bit. And you guys might remember this. He's talking about, and I don't agree with the Chris Rock bit, so ladies, don't get mad at me. But he's talking about why women in relationships and in marriages complain a lot. And one of his takes is that your woman is complaining a lot. She's always unhappy, and she's always frustrated, and she's always criticizing you because you're not her first choice. Simple. You weren't her first choice. She had some other guy that, she messed that up, and she's probably thinking about him, and you were the guy she settled on, and that's why she's always complaining about you. That's Cowboys fans. I believe Cowboys fans believe they settled on Dak and settled on Romo. They never had the prince that was promised because the Cowboys never draft a prince that was promised. Last one was Troy Aikman. Right? They don't draft quarterbacks really high so that the fans can, the quarterbacks can ingratiate themselves to the fan base, and then you have the projections, and then you'll have the predictions about when's this guy gonna ascend to being the franchise quarterback. You haven't really had that timeline with Cowboys fans. They're almost kind of shocked and awed by, this guy ends up being our quarterback. And I think some Cowboys fans believe they settled on Dak and they settled on Romo. That they never went out of their way as a franchise to prioritize quarterback and go draft or acquire what they believe is the best quarterback possible. And there, maybe there is some, there could be some credence to that argument that the Cowboys, their organizational habits, one of them being that they don't draft enough quarterbacks, has really had a psychological effect on the fan base. In a sense, it's gaslit the fan base a little bit about the quarterback position.
Well, and around them, the Philadelphia Eagles drafted Jalen Hurts in the 2nd round when they already had Carson Wentz.
Yes, exactly. You got
like you can take a quarterback if you have a quarterback that maybe has a ceiling.
Nick Foles.
Nick Foles.
They drafted Nick Foles.
Right. You can actually draft a quarterback who may actually be better.
Yeah,
which I think is what pragmatic Cowboys fans would say. Like Romo was a
miracle,
and he developed into a great player. But was he the best you could do? I mean, because people would I've been on the radio the entire time that this was going on. Both these quarterbacks in the fair. Well, if you're going to get rid of Romo, who are you going to get? Well, you can draft people along the way because they might get better. You might find the one. Same time, you're right. To go back all the way to Troy Aikman was the first pick of the draft, and the can't-miss quarterback. That is the last time they've drafted a quarterback that high, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
They just don't draft them high, and they don't draft a lot.
Well, and who was in charge? That was Jimmy Johnson.
And then Parcells is Romo.
And Parcells had
and was Sean Payton, right, that kind of thing. Yeah, but that still wasn't Jerry Jones necessarily.
Well, because Parcells, when he got there, brought Vinny Testaverde with him, and then he got Drew Bledsoe to try to man the ship, and then Romo emerged out of that and became, because I think Romo's probably more loved than Dak because Romo played on some really bad teams. Romo kind of carried some really not very talented Cowboys teams.
I could see that.
If you remember. Dak Prescott came in and kind of took over a really talented team.
O-line was already built.
O-line was built. Zeke was in his prime. Or came into his prime.
Dez, Jay Witt.
Yeah, they had some good squads. And and now now Dak is seen as the reason they can't get through San Francisco, right? They can't get through the divisional round. We got everything else, and whether this is true or not, it's you.
Dak's holding us back.
Dak's our ceiling. Yeah. And then this is the conventional wisdom. Now again, if in 2014, which was the Cowboys' best, 2014 is the best Cowboys team since this team.
Yes,
on paper.
Agreed. That's the Dez catch. Oh,
the
not
Dez
catch.
not catch
Non-catch,
agreement.
yeah.
They win that game, who knows? Romo's storyline might have been different because they may have gone to the Super Bowl that year. That team had 8 Pro Bowlers, 5 or 6 All-Pros.
And that was Romo's best year.
Yeah, DeMarco Murray led the NFL in rushing that year.
Romo was in MVP conversation.
Yeah, for sure. And so we'll see. Dak this year's got a lot of pressure. I mean, there's no question about that. This is his time. The spotlight is on him. And the team and the coach have made it pretty clear. Like, we'll go as far as he takes us.
Yeah, and that's why they let Mike McCarthy call the plays now, because last year they think Dak may be regressing. The fear is that he's regressing.
Well, that's the 15 picks, and I think there's a sense in the organization they want to play the style of play they did when Dak was out. The Cooper Rush 4-1 record, where they played low-scoring games, let the defense win the ball game, don't make mistakes. Because if you have a great defense, and the Cowboys on paper, elite defense, you don't need a great offense. You need an offense that's good enough. You just don't need to screw it up.
Yeah.
You don't need great.
Low risk.
It's kind of like the Chiefs, right? Your offense with Patrick Mahomes always going to be elite. And with Andy Reid. Your defense doesn't have to be great.
Just don't be a liability.
It's got to be good enough.
Yeah. Just don't.
It's got to be good enough.
Don't be a weakness.
And so the Cowboys, that's their argument in a league that's more and more offensively driven. We'll see. But it's going to come down to number 4.
Last stat here before we close out the conversation. The Cowboys, I'm sorry, Cowboys fans, for this stat. I know it's going to put you in a bad mood. Cowboys are the only franchise with 2 quarterbacks to play in 3 or more divisional round games without winning 1.
Ouch.
You just don't. And that's Romo and that's Dak.
Yeah, well.
Sorry, Ty. Ty was upset now.
Yeah, well, he's never seen a winner.
Exactly. But they keep, like I said, if you think as a Cowboys fans, man, this seems to be, it seems like we're cursed. It just seems like there's a lot of pain, a lot of suffering that we always get to the same point and we can't get past it, then you are right. That has never happened in the NFL in its history where a team with 2 quarterbacks gets to that same point so many times and yet neither one of them can overcome.
Well said. And, of course, one was an undrafted free agent. The other, a 4th-round pick that was kind of an afterthought on the draft board for the Cowboys that year. Those have become your franchise QBs in Dallas. We'll come back. There's Rod's rant of the morning, first one of 2. Also, we'll hit the bullish or BS conversations before the end of the hour. Coming back, though, we'll pick up the Longhorn conversation. Vince Young days, 10 days to the start of the Longhorn season. Coming back.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Austin, Texas Sports.
We talked when you were in New York, and I know you were very disappointed not to walk off with a Heisman Trophy award. I think you like that piece of crystal a little better, don't you?
Oh, it's so beautiful. Hey, don't y'all think that's beautiful right there? That crystal's so beautiful. And it's coming home to Texas. It's coming home all the way to Austin, Texas, baby.
Austin, Texas, baby. Vince Young. That's right. It's Vince Young Day.
Austin, Texas, baby.
Because it's VY. 10 days to the start of the Longhorn football season. The Rice Owls in town for a 2:30 kick. Going to be hot. Going to be hot, but it's going to be a hot ticket as well for the Longhorns. That means we're 17 days to the showdown with the Alabama Crimson Tide in Tuscaloosa, and we are certainly counting down those days. We mentioned in the headlines and off the top of the show that the Longhorns athletic department received a $10 million gift yesterday, but we can call it an endowment.
It's an endowment, essentially a sponsorship for the athletic director position. They basically have sponsored it now.
Maybe it shouldn't have, but the word endowment reminded me of a text we got that said, we were talking about Quinnen Williams. Michael Evans called him fat. Somebody texted and said, girthy can be good. It could be a compliment. Oh.
Well, yeah, but you're not for, actually, you know what? I'm not even getting into that.
Don't go to it. We're talking about an endowment. You know what I'm saying?
That's you only use that term to talk about certain things. So nobody uses that term for other stuff than that. I'm not going there.
Yeah, well, endowment can be two things too, but the $10 million endowment from longtime UT donors Lois and Richard Folger means Texas now has the largest endowment towards a named athletics director position. So essentially, Chris Del Conte, he's the senior athletic director. He's got a long title, Chris Del Conte these days.
Now you got to add this to it: Lois and Richard Folger, director at
athletics position. And I did not know this, but I got to give our buddy Joe Cook over at Inside Texas credit. He, in his story about this today, he points out that Chris Del Conte is the first athletic director to have an endowment in his name.
Yeah, I thought I had never heard of it, period. But you said there are some other examples.
Coaches at two places. At Michigan, Jim Harbaugh is not just the head football coach at Michigan. He is the Jay, Ira, and Nick Harris family head football coach.
Oh, what is it? Jay, Ira, and Nick Harris?
Yeah, Nicky. Jay, Ira.
Nicky. Okay, there you go.
So essentially, Ira and Nicky Harris, family head football coach.
I like that.
And at Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman is the Dick Corbett head football coach.
Are these people still with us? Do you know that?
Don't know.
Okay.
They've just endowed.
It doesn't matter.
They pay for it.
You pay for it, you can name it. Whatever you want to name it. Essentially, it's a sponsorship. That's all it is. Yes, honestly, is it really that much different than a stadium sponsorship and naming? You know what I mean? Like
the field.
Naming rights. Yeah,
field has a name.
Same thing. They want to make it fancy, call it an endowment. I get it. But it's a sponsorship. That's all it is. And CDC is smart. He's a rainmaker. He generates revenue, and people love giving him money. So
he will receive that contract extension through 2030, worth almost $20 million pending approval.
He deserves it.
Like when you read the statement, the $10 million will provide perpetual, flexible funding. So ongoing money.
Yeah. I like how you're breaking it down and deciphering it
for non-salaried strategic use. So you can't pay employees with it.
Yeah, but you can use it for other stuff.
Empowering the athletics director to launch new initiatives and enhance the excellence of Texas athletics for years to come.
Wow. And
free water at a hot football game.
Is this is this an annual thing, or are we talking about just paid one-time fee and you're good? Okay.
I think it's a one-time gift.
One-time gift. All right. Just make sure.
You can invest that and make that more.
Yeah. Like I said, now they go start. I mean, the coach, Steve Sarkisian, doesn't have one, so I'm pretty sure.
Just
wait. Somebody be like, hey, I want one of those. We're like, well, we have a coach here for you. Rodney Terry, that's the basketball position. And, Eddie Reese has got to have one. He should have one already. Yeah. Eddie Reese, because honestly, it should be the Eddie Reese. It should call the Eddie should call the Texas swimming and diving coach the Eddie Reese swimming and diving coach. They should just call it the Eddie Reese, even when he's not there. Just call it that. You don't even need an endowment, damn it. He's won so much. Just call it that. It's pretty impressive, though.
Hey, we were talking about FAU coach also has an endowment name. But no, is that Tom Herman? Is that right? So I heard an interview with Tom Herman the other day. I'll have to see if we can pull some of that.
Tom and Michelle.
Hey, so we'll get bullish or BS coming up before the top of the hour. Things we're really high on and bullish on right now, maybe not so much on some others, including this, Ty. I don't know if you saw this, but somebody texted us this stat, and it says Rangers going to Ranger.
Oh, man, come on.
Texas Rangers. Go back to August the 15th, which was only 7 days ago. 7 days ago, according to the fan graphs, the analytics, the numbers.
Yeah.
The Rangers had a 57% chance to win the American League West. The Astros had a 40% chance, and the Mariners had a 3% chance. Since August the 15th, the Rangers are 0-6. The Astros are 3-3. The Mariners are 7-0. Now those same metrics say the Rangers' odds to win the AL West are 25.6%. The Astros are 50%. The Mariners 23, almost 28% or 24%.
Yeah, what is it? What is happening?
I'll take the year over the last week.
Yeah,
no,
well,
big
dogs
stay on top.
They're also projecting
the
remaining schedule. The remaining schedule, which we've told you
they got a tough schedule,
is more difficult than the Astros. The Astros had the easy. We told you this 2 weeks ago. Even though the Astros were still 3 back, the Astros had the easiest of the contenders for divisions or wild card. Astros had the easiest strength of schedule for their opponents the rest of the way. The Rangers had the toughest. Or when we mentioned it, the Astros had the 3rd easiest. The Rangers had the toughest. And, you know, the Rangers, who are they 0-6 against this week, right? They lost to a first-place Brewers team, 3 straight. They lost to an Arizona team who's in 2nd place in the NL West, but in the right there with the wild card in the NL. Very good team. Lost to Zach Gallen last night. And now they get a day off, the Rangers, and then they're going to Minnesota. The Twins are also a first-place team.
And they're rolling.
In the NL Central, or AL Central. Astros are playing the Red Sox right now. Mariners are the team that, I think right now, I think the Mariners might be better than both of them. They're certainly playing better than both, but because I would, if I'm an Astros fan, I look at that and say, okay, 50% chance to win the division, but I don't believe that if Framber Valdez doesn't start pitching better, because right now Framber Valdez, outside of a no-hitter, his starts since the All-Star break have been trash.
Yeah, Verlander's the only starter that's pitching well right now.
Christian Javier has been below average. Hunter Brown is not pitching well.
Yep.
These are your starting pitchers. Justin Verlander brought it last night, which, he said he found some things on some film study.
Yeah, but if not for him, you'd be in trouble.
Yeah, so the Astros aren't going to win the division if they don't figure that out. And if you tell me Framber Valdez is going to get back to form, then okay, now you got Verlander and Valdez, and we'll figure it out beyond that. But the Astros have plenty of offense right now because they're healthy in their lineup, and Kyle Tucker is playing to a super high level. He hit another home run last night. Yordan Alvarez. Oh, how about Yordan? He finally back and hitting. He smashes his finger in the door at his house.
These baseball injuries. Baseball injuries are always so weird.
Yeah,
and just it's strange. Was he just?
I don't know.
What did he say he was doing? Just regular everyday stuff.
Finger in the door.
Finger in the door.
Finger in the door.
I know it happens, but it seems like the injuries that happen to normal everyday citizens like us, just gen pop, happen more to baseball players than they do to any other athletes. They get more to gen pop injuries.
If I slammed my finger in the door, I'd be here doing the show this morning. I wouldn't be able to swing a bat.
That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, it's a different skill set. But I would also say that we'll see. The Mariners are the team playing great. It's going to be a lot of fun. If you're a fan of
2 8-game win streaks in the same month.
Yeah.
Or in a calendar month, I should say.
The Mariners are red hot, and Rangers had been red hot, and now they've cooled. I think competition and level of competition is catching up to them a little bit, and that's the story of the rest of the way. Astros need to get Valdez right, or else it's not going to matter. I just don't see enough starting pitching in Houston right now. If you're an Astro fan, thank goodness for J.P. France. Where would the Astros be without the rookie? And don't look now, but the Astros, both J.P. France and Yainer Diaz are putting themselves into the American League Rookie of the Year conversation. Yainer has 18 home runs now. Yainer Diaz has been a godsend for them behind the plate, and J.P. France has been their second-best starter behind Justin Verlander. Really, JP's been great all year long. He's been their most consistent pitcher since coming up from AAA. He's been outstanding. So, that's where the Astros and Rangers stand. Mariners there, too. Meanwhile, the Yankees have lost 9 in a row. The New York Yankees have not lost 9 games in a row since 1982. 1982, Rod Babers. Safe to say Aaron Boone, his job security not good. People wonder about Brian Cashman, though, in New York, where they fired the general manager. That is
he's been there forever, right?
Yeah, the Cash Man.
He's been there.
And longest losing streak since 82. Last time the New York Yankees lost so many games in a row, their starting lineup featured Dave Winfield, the Willie Randolph, a 21-year-old young superstar named Don Mattingly.
That's a long
their
time.
pitching staff included Ron Guidry, Dave Righetti, and Goose Gossage was their closer.
At least you know if you're a Yankees fan, they're gonna be they're gonna be making it rain this offseason.
Yeah, the guy smiling is Shohei.
Yeah, because
Ohtani.
even if he doesn't end up being a Yankee, they about to make a hell of a bid. They're definitely gonna set the price.
Yes,
they'll set the price.
Yeah, because they're going to be the Yankees are kind of old and not very athletic.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's
strike
about to
out
change.
too much.
That's about to change.
Yeah. Well, there you go. There's some baseball. Those are the numbers. Hate to tell you, Ty, but now the Astros, the odds favorite according to the metrics to win the division.
That happened so quickly. I feel like just last week we were talking about how well the Rangers were playing.
They were tied with the Rangers like 2 weeks ago.
You're right. That's true.
Well, if the Astros win tonight, they play the Red Sox. The Rangers do not play. If the Astros were to win tonight, they'd be dead even. They'll be dead even atop the AL West. And Mariners also play the White Sox, and they can pull closer too. Hey, we come back. We will hit the bullish or BS conversations brought to you by the Austin Gamblers. Also, get back into some behind the burnt orange curtain conversation after the top of the hour. Remember, we're at number 8 in our Horn Top 20 countdown this morning, as well as we count down the number 1 in college football. A lot to do. It's Rod B, and Ty with you on the Horn. Yeah, Bullish or BS. There's my guy, William Clark Green. William will be part of the musical lineup for the Austin Gambler Days that are coming your way Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The team, the pro bull riding team, the Austin Gamblers, off to a tremendous start to their year. 8-1. 8-1. They've lost one game head-to-head. They'll face the Carolina Cowboys on Friday night, of course, Saturday, and then on Sunday to wrap it up. So Gambler Days, and then it also features that live music each night. William Clark Green on Saturday. Our friend Kevin Fowler will be the music. I think he goes on at 12:30 on Sunday ahead of Gambler Days Sunday. And Friday night, there's a guy named Warren Zeiders who will play, and he's got a new album that came out yesterday. I was checking that out yesterday, Rod. Pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. He will be the Friday night entertainment for Gambler Days. And we've told you, get over to our website, hornfm.com. You can register. And between now and Thursday night at about 11 o'clock, we're going to be giving away weekend passes. So to all 3 nights, two of you and a guest, for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for all the fun of Austin Gambler Days.
Nice. I like that.
Very nice. And that leads us to our bullish or BS conversations. What are we bullish on or BS? Including this, Rod and Ty, and then you guys can lead me down the road. But I saw this. According to BetMGM Sportsbook, as we sit here this morning, Joe Burrow is the current odds favorite to win league MVP honors at plus 600.
That's weird because they're talking in Cincinnati. They may miss some early games because of the calf injury. And they're debating whether they should rush him out there at 70-something% or keep him out for a couple of games early so he can get to 100% and won't risk re-injury.
Yeah, Joe Burrow now plus 600 current. Patrick Mahomes plus 650. He'd be the odds favorite for most people. Josh Allen plus 750. Justin Herbert plus 1,100. Jalen Hurts plus 1,100. Do you have a favorite, or who are you bullish on to win the league MVP?
The reason Patrick Mahomes is not the leader is because we get tired of seeing the same athletes win over and over again. And because Patrick Mahomes has already run an MVP and a Super Bowl MVP, I just think there's I think with him, maybe they understand that, people may be a little tired of seeing Patrick Mahomes at the top of their list. And maybe bettors, people just want to bet that they'll go with Joe Burrow as a fresh face.
I think if you're betting on him, you're betting he's going to be healthy.
Yeah.
And you're betting.
He's got weapons.
And he's got Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd and Joe Mixon.
Yeah, he's got weapons.
And they believe the offensive line is improved. He's got more weapons. I mean, Patrick.
He's got way more than Patrick Mahomes. Not even close.
Is there someone you would be bullish on that is not among the top couple of favorites, Ty?
Tua plus 1,600.
That's good value.
I like Trevor Lawrence plus 1,600.
Got great weapons around him, too. Just got Calvin Ridley, and you got a lot of good weapons.
And I think Trevor's coming into his own. I think that playoff win last year and then the near miss in Kansas City.
Got a hell of a coach, too, in Doug Peterson, offensive mind, quarterback guy.
I think his ascent could be.
I like that one.
He could be on a fast track. And then Jalen Hurts wouldn't be a bad bet either. I mean, he's plus 1,100, but he was so good last year. All the weapons are back.
Hey, Justin Herbert, a lot of people think he's got a lot more weapons, too. They just added Quentin Johnson to the mix, got Kellen Moore, got him a new OC now. So that's another guy that can end up, ascending into that conversation.
Justin Fields would be a name that some people are looking at plus 2,000. And if you want to bet on Aaron Rodgers with the New York Football Jets.
Jets.
Because remember, before last year, Aaron Rodgers had won back-to-back MVPs with the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
Some would say he has better weapons now in New York than he did even at Green Bay.
But not a better O-line.
He is plus 1,600.
Not a better O-line, though.
Yeah.
O-line is crucial. So I think it's basically fatigue that they're counting for in these current odds. And there's Patrick Mahomes fatigue because he's been so damn good.
Yeah.
And we want to see somebody else new in that group, and that's why I think Joe Burrow. You're right. He's placed in a perfect, at least in a situation right now because he's got so many weapons. Like I don't know if there's a quarterback. And in fact, that's the mystery of Joe Burrow. We haven't seen Joe Burrow without these weapons.
Yeah.
Even at LSU, he had tons of great weapons. Dudes all
including
everywhere.
Jamar Chase.
Yes. And then when he gets to Cincinnati, they draft Jamar Chase, and he still got, playmakers all around him. I do wonder if he can do what Patrick Mahomes did. Lose your best receiver like Tyreek Hill and still have a better season. That's what Patrick Mahomes did. He lost it. By the way, both of them did. Tyreek Hill had a better season than he did with Patrick Mahomes, so give him props too. They actually separated the best receiver and the best quarterback, and they both ended up having better seasons without each other. That's rare.
Think about it. Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes is coming off the greatest quarterback season of all time. I mean, you can say, well, that's an opinion. No, actually, no one's ever done what he did last year. He led the NFL in passing yards, in touchdownns, won the league regular season MVP, Won the Super Bowl MVP. No one's ever done all those things in 1 year.
Lost his top receiver.
Without Tyreek Hill.
Lost his top receiver.
And who was his top receiver? Juju Smith-Schuster?
Travis Kelce is basically his top receiver, but it's a tight end. You're right. Receiver, I'll say I don't know. I got to go do the research.
We'll take your vote. Who is the odds favorite for you?
But I'm bullish on the Joe Burrow one. I agree with that. I'm bullish on that.
And you know who's not bullish on this piece of news? Females all over the interwebs and social media not happy that Joe Burrow is now engaged to his longtime girlfriend, Olivia Holtzmacher.
Oh, can I see her? Scroll down, brother.
Olivia
Scroll
Holtzmacher.
down for me. Oh, yeah. Good for you, Joe.
Joe Cool's been dating Olivia since they met while attending Ohio State University back in the day.
You got a real one before he made it big, before he became Joe Cool.
The hunky Joe Burrow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, no. Ladies love Joe Burrow.
They're not happy.
It's all right. Hey, man. He got a real one.
He got a real one,
man.
That's the one. That's the one.
Good for you, Joe.
All right. Bullish and BS brought to you by the Austin Gamblers. Bullish on that weekend. You're going to love it. I'm going to be there on Friday night and excited to do it. And hopefully you get out there this weekend. Go to austingamblers.com to get your tickets now. They're very, very reasonable and affordable. You have a great time, I promise you, whether you go one night or every night. Also, we're giving out those weekend passes away for 2 at hornfm.com.
We're rolling take A. We're rolling take overdub. 5. Double go.
Vince Young days, the start of the Longhorn football season. 10 days out. Means we're 3 days to actual college football. I don't know if there's any of these 0-week games that whet your appetite or get you excited, but, Notre Dame will be playing Navy
that's
in
kind of
Dublin,
cool.
Ireland.
That's nice. Oh, that's really cool, actually.
Yeah, in Dublin.
Yeah, that's really cool.
The Fighting Irish in Dublin at Viva Stadium.
Nice.
There's a school from Texas playing, UTEP. The Miners will be playing Jacksonville State. Ohio Bobcats play San Diego State, Rod, in 3 days.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, man,
also, number 8 team in our Horn Top 20 Countdown will play this weekend.
are we revealing that yet? Are we
The
teasing
USC
it?
Trojans.
Okay, I know.
The
you were
USC
teasing
Trojans.
it. All right. The
USC Trojans are playing San Jose State.
Hey, we just talked about his brother yesterday. Talked about Garrett Riley.
Yeah, Clemson.
He's now the Clemson OC, and Lincoln Riley now the head coach at the for USC, and already got himself a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. That didn't take long. He brought him with him. So technically, brought him with him.
So there you go. I mean, man, we got football. USC, they're number 6 in the AP poll. They're number 8 in our poll. They're the highest ranked team to be playing this week. And, of course, Notre Dame was in our rankings as well. With Sam Hartman at quarterback now, the Wake Forest transfer.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting because I liked him a lot at Wake Forest, man. He was a playmaker. Played a lot of grit. He can run, too.
Yeah, 77 touchdowns the last 2 years at Wake.
Really productive. They had a great system. And I wonder if they're going to run a similar system that he had there at Wake Forest, because it was pretty unique, the system they were running there at Wake Forest.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to see. I'll be watching that. That's a 1:30 game Saturday, by the way, for making.
Actually, may check out that Notre Dame game. I just want to see how they look.
Yeah,
I just want
Marcus
to see
Freeman.
what the offense looks like with Sam Hartman there. And I may check out not that I'll be able to see the USC defense tested, but that's Lincoln Riley's. That has been his project over the offseason, was to fix that defense and all the NIL.
A lot of portal players.
Yes, exactly. So a lot of the NIL dollars I've read from USC have gone to try to fix that defense. They're bringing in guys that they believe can be, really can be impact players right away, because they don't have time really to make it overhaul the defense like a project. They need guys who are going to come in overnight and be impact players.
Well, and that's the the argument at USC, kind of like we were talking about the Cowboys. The Cowboys are going to have an elite defense. Their offense doesn't have to be great. It's got to be good enough, and they can be right where they want to be. Now, USC, they don't have to be great on defense. They just have to be
serviceable,
pretty
decent.
good.
Don't be a weakness.
And I will say last year they forced a lot of turnovers, but then if you played that team in like Utah and you didn't turn the ball over and you could bully them around, you could beat a Lincoln Riley team. And that's always been the question on Lincoln Riley, even back to Oklahoma. His offense is going to outscore you, but when he gets into a playoff situation, you got to have both sides of the ball against a really, really good team. They've fallen short.
Yep.
USC, the prohibitive favorite on the West Coast, no doubt, with Washington, Utah, all there in the Pac-12.
Yeah, and Utah's still trying to figure out the QB if Cameron Rising is going to be available early.
Yeah, Cam Rising, of course, he had a knee injury he suffered in the Rose Bowl. They're hoping he can get back. But, yeah, they play Florida next week in week one. That's a good game. Part of week. Yeah, this is 0 week. That's week one. They play the Florida Gators in Utah, and then they come to Waco.
Yeah, they need him early because they got some tough games.
Yeah,
early on that non-con.
Florida and Baylor to start the year for. That'll be interesting for when Texas, the week Texas is playing Alabama, Baylor will be playing Utah, which will become a conference game down the road. But
and
that was
Baylor
already
with
on the
a
schedule.
new DC, right? Baylor got themselves a new defensive coordinator.
Yeah, Dave Aranda made a change.
He's made a change. He made an offensive coordinator change after the first year. Remember, brought in the BYU offensive coordinator. Didn't make
Jeff Grimes.
Yes, and then he's made a defensive coordinator change. I love that about Dave Aranda. He was willing to admit when he's miscalculated or got something wrong. So I don't sleep on Baylor this year, man. Dave Aranda, I think he's a good coach, learning on the job like a lot of coaches are.
Yeah,
it's his first gig.
Well, and he has also readily admitted that he whiffed on the transfer portal.
Didn't attack it.
No, he didn't.
Yep.
Kind of like we talked about Dabo Swinney and Clemson yesterday. When I thought the guest we had yesterday, and if you missed any of those, by the way, our Horn Top 20 countdowns, you can always go to our website or to go to the Horn app, and you can go back and listen to our conversations with our insiders. But the Clemson insider we had yesterday we asked him about that, Dabo's hesitancy to jump in the portal, and he's been criticized by Clemson fans for not, he said Dabo's opinion is if I have a guy that I've recruited that I think can be a good player, then we're not going to go into the portal. But, they're thin at receiver this year. And there are a lot of people at Clemson saying, well, why didn't you attack the receiver market in the portal? Because you've got a quarterback like Cade Klubnik. You've got a defense like you got good running backs. Why wouldn't you go get and be a part of the big-time receivers that were available? He didn't. Florida State did, by the way, in his own conference. So Florida State went after one of the top receivers in the portal and have added to give Jordan Travis a receiver to throw to, a number one guy. There's still a doubt there. And back to Dave Aranda, after they won the Big 12 championship 2 years ago, they lost Jalen Petrie, and they lost Terrell Bernard, and they lost
on that defense
Tyquan Thornton at wide receiver, and they lost Abram Smith at running back. Yeah. And he just thought the guys that they had in their system would be able to replace, and they weren't. And he admitted, man, we probably should have hit the portal a little harder.
Yeah, that's what it's for. It's for us to supplement the roster. You'll have places where you'll naturally have strengths.
You can't build your team through the portal.
Yeah, you can't build it through the portal, but places you have, I don't know, maybe you haven't necessarily recruited that well, or some of the guys haven't developed that well. That's what the portal's for, to supplement those areas. And when you're a Power 5 school, that's the luxury you have. Every school can't just dive into the portal and go, look at certain positions and say, we'll fill in voids on our roster where needed. They have to go out of necessity to look at the portal and get whatever they can get out of value of the portal. Now with schools like Baylor, we can go in there and just look at, like you said, or Clemson too, look at wide receiver and go, all right, we can go after the top wide receivers in the portal this year, and we don't necessarily need them for any other position.
Yeah. Well, if you're already a big dog like Clemson,
Sark does it.
You can attract top talent, because then they want to play with Cade Klubnik. They want to play in a Garrett Riley offense. Dave Aranda should be able to attract top defensive talent for sure.
No question.
And that's the thing about Baylor. People talk about Blake Shapen, their quarterback. Their issue last year was their defense. I mean, their defense, in the Big 12 championship year, they didn't give up 30 points or more in any game. Last year, they did it multiple times. You remember at the end of the game against Texas, they just couldn't stop them.
Couldn't stop
Texas.
Couldn't stop the run game.
It was one-dimensional.
Yeah.
And they were giving Quinn Ewers fits, but they couldn't stop the run. I mean, that was the biggest issue with Baylor last year for me, is their defense went from great to pretty average.
That's a good point about Texas last year, because they had a good game plan going into that game against Texas. We obviously broke it down yesterday about their pressure packages, which gave Texas fits. And then Sark decided, I'm not even going to throw the ball. I'm just going to run the ball.
That had to gall Dave Aranda as a defensive guy.
It made them easier to defend. They were essentially a one-track team. They didn't have any balance at that time, and they just ran it down Baylor's throat.
I remember they went 6-6, and then they had to go play in that bowl game up the Armed Forces Bowl in Fort Worth, and it was like 0 degrees. Freezing cold.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, Dave Aranda did not. His team didn't want to be there. That game was not fun. Hey, let's get to the headlines, trending topics, and we're talking Texas football. 10 days to the start of the season. Top Gun, Quentin Reynolds bring you the headlines, and we'll start with the Longhorns. And big news yesterday for UT Athletic Director Chris Del Conte. We told you back on Friday that the UT Board of Regents, or UT recommended to the UT System Board of Regents a new 7-year contract extension for CDC that would keep him in charge of the athletic department through 2013. Well, yesterday, UT announced that thanks to a $10 million endowment from longtime UT donors Lois and Richard Folger, school now has the largest endowment towards a named athletics director position in the country. Lois and Richard Folger Athletics Endowment will provide perpetual flexible funding for non-salaried strategic use, empowering the athletics director to launch new initiatives and enhance the excellence of Texas athletics for years to come. It's the first of its kind. So Chris Del Conte locked in through 2030, and now a $10 million endowment. Major League Baseball. One game now separates the top 3 teams in the American League West with 5 weeks left. Rangers are still in first place, but they lost last night. 6th straight loss. They lose to Zach Gallen and the Arizona Diamondbacks 6-3. Gallen improves to 14-5. He leads the major leagues in wins. In Houston, meanwhile, Astros pulled to within a half game of the Rangers with a 7-3 win over the Red Sox. Justin Verlander, 6 scoreless. Kyle Tucker hit another home run. In Chicago, it's the Mariners that are the talk of the American League West. They won their 8th straight game, beat the White Sox 6-3. They're now just one game back of Texas and a half game back of the Astros. Prior to that game on the south side of Chicago, White Sox announced that they have fired their executive VP and general Ken Williams and their GM, Rick Hahn. They won the AL Central just 2 seasons ago, but have fallen apart. They're 49-76 this year. New York Yankees fell to Washington last night 2-1 at Yankee Stadium. They've now dropped 9 in a row. That's the Yankees' longest losing streak since 1982. Under Aaron Boone is secure at this point. Exact opposite out of Dell Diamond. Round Rock Express, congrats to them. They matched a franchise record last night, won their 13th straight game. They beat Salt Lake 9-6. They'll try to go for the record tonight. Number 14 in a row would be the all-time mark. Last time they had 13 in a row was 2004 when they were a Double-A team. They'll look to set that mark tonight against the Salt Lake Bees starting at 7:05.
One of the things that we didn't get to, have you heard about the Chris Jones holdout?
Oh, in Kansas City?
He's actually, apparently he was asked about it by the media, and he gave a window for his holdout, how long it's going to last, or how long he is willing to hold out. He said week 8 is what he said when asked how long he'd hold out. He said week 8. That's pretty wild.
Did he just get a new deal like 2 years ago?
It was probably maybe it was probably three years ago, something like that. He's the second best interior D lineman in the league behind Aaron Donald.
He is, and he was pivotal in their run to the Super Bowl. He was just
you don't win that first Super Bowl with Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs without him.
No,
remember?
I think it's kind of like Zach Martin with the Cowboys. There's a reason you try to hold out and get more because you're so valuable to the team. He's 29 years old now, Chris Jones, and he is the heartbeat of their defense. I mean, he's the centerpiece of what they do. As we said, you don't with an elite offense like the Chiefs, you don't have to be great on defense, but you have to have individual great players make big plays, and Chris Jones does that.
He does that.
I mean, he was unbelievable in their
game
playoff
wrecker.
run. He is.
He just wrecks. He really does. So that's interesting. That I don't think I've ever heard. I mean, a player's kind of throwing it out there casually. He's just saying, "No, week 8. I'm willing to hold out to week 8." Does that help him or give him more leverage or less leverage?
Did he want to sit out half the season?
Is it more or less?
Well, the fact that he's telling that if you're Andy Reid, you're like, well, I'll get him back for the stretch.
I guess you got to look up the 8 games. So you need to look up those first 8 games and see exactly what they are. And if you think, hey, man, we can actually go 6-2 in this stretch or 5-3 in this stretch, whatever it may be. Here's Chris Jones ranks among D tackles last year. First in snaps, first in pressures, first in pass rush win rate, first in wins versus double teams, and first in sacks versus double teams. So, yeah, you probably should pay that man his money.
Yeah. Well, listen. Well, there's also a rumor out there that the Bears have inquired with the Chiefs about a trade for Chris Jones.
Oh,
yeah. Now
would
again,
the Chiefs do that?
I don't think so.
Oh,
but if you don't think you can re-sign him, or you don't want to give him the money he's worth. I mean, the Chiefs.
They got the money. They ain't paying no damn money. Patrick Mahomes is like the 7th, 8th highest paid quarterback in the league now.
Yeah.
You ain't paying no damn money.
I don't think they would trade him, but
he took hold on. This is my problem with NFL teams. I guess I'm going on a rant. This is my problem. All right, they ask players to sign team-friendly deals. I want you to sign a team-friendly deal. What's the point of a team-friendly deal? So that we can sign other great players so that we can be a great team, right? So Patrick Mahomes signs the most team-friendly deal in the history of the NFL, right?
Yep.
And they say, well, thanks for signing that team-friendly deal, but we ain't got money to pay Tyreek Hill. Okay, we get it. Tyreek Hill wanted too much money. I get it. If you let Chris Jones go after him signing the most team-friendly deal in NFL history, then we know all these GMs are full of it. Team-friendly deal. Why would you sign a team-friendly deal if you're not going to sign other great players to team up with me?
Yep.
What's the point of a team-friendly deal?
Tyreek Hill and Chris Jones.
Right? You let the best receiver and the second best D tackle go in the league? Come on, man.
Well, according to this report I'm reading, the Chiefs would obviously like to keep Chris Jones. However, Brett Veach, their general manager, is not one to give in to player demands, just like he didn't to Tyreek Hill.
He's great. I like him.
Who was traded off to the Miami Dolphins.
He's sharp.
And Veach has built a heck of a team. I mean, all those defensive backs he drafted last year that came in as young players and helped them.
He basically rebuilds a position every year in the draft. He rebuilt the O-line like 3 years ago. He's rebuilt the secondary last year.
And he knows he's got Patrick Mahomes on a team-friendly deal, and you're right about that. But Veach, we'll see if he holds the line. If they decide they do want to move him, the Bears, who still have Justin Fields on a rookie deal, would be interested because, of course, they traded away Khalil Mack Roquan Smith in Chicago to acquire draft picks in their rebuild. Now they may be ready to
start building up the defense.
You can build it back. So we'll keep an eye on that. I mean, it's that time of this season because last preseason game coming, teams are finalizing their rosters. Where are we headed? I mean, I think they keep an eye on that. I think Chris Jones will get into camp with the Chiefs. They need him too bad. And your rant was spot on. It's also, we know front offices, we know teams are hypocritical. It's kind of like the Jonathan Taylor thing.
Yes, great point.
I mean, it's as we said yesterday, it's such a silly. Okay, hold on. Let me get this straight. If you're Jonathan Taylor, I've been trying for a new contract, but the market for running backs isn't going to pay me what I believe my value is. But now you've given me permission to seek a trade, but you want to trade for something that is very valuable.
Yeah.
Like you want to trade for a first or a package of picks that would be showing my value.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm not valuable enough for you to pay me. That doesn't make any sense. Essentially what you're telling me on the running back market, if you trade me, if I get traded, you think about this if you're Jonathan Taylor. You've now given me permission to seek a trade.
Yeah.
But you won't trade me unless you get that's
top value.
That's going to inhibit my ability to get traded.
You want top value, but you won't pay me top value.
Right.
But you want top value in return for me if I'm traded. So I am worth top value then, just not contract-wise. It is confusing. It's confusing.
Confusing.
You would need a gym to break that down for you.
Yeah, man. All right. Well, we're counting down the days. Obviously, college football this weekend. We got the final weekend of the NFL, and we're 10 days to the start of that Longhorn football season. We will drop in behind that burnt orange curtain coming up and talk Texas football, including mock week for the Longhorns. Mock week. They're got a mock game on Saturday. They're going to go through the week as they would, kind of dress rehearsal for what's coming next week ahead of the Rice game. We'll dive in there, hear from Steve Sarkisian coming up. Also, before the end of the hour, we'll go off the record on this Vince Young Day. Vince Young Day is just the Texas football season opening. 10
love
days
me
out.
some Vince Young. I'm not the only one. Longhorn fans love Vince Young. I would say that, and this is also related to Vince Young. We won't go on a rant about this, but I would say that Vince Young was born just a little too early. If he was born probably 5 years later, he'd have still accomplished all the great things he did here at Texas, that kind of stuff. But the NFL would have been more open to quarterbacks with that kind of skill set. Now you see quarterbacks with that kind of skill set all over the NFL, and the NFL offensive coordinators are open and willing to craft and build their offensive game plans and schemes and systems around skill sets like a VY as a true dual threat quarterback. And we're living in the first time in the history of the NFL, at least since they've been keeping track of it, where quarterback designed runs last season actually were deployed at a higher rate than scrambles. So you had more design runs for quarterback than scrambles last season. That lets you know the offensive systems are now weaponizing these dual threat quarterbacks. And man, VY never had that option. He never had that luxury of being with a team. The owner liked him, but the coach and the offensive coordinator, they did not want to build that system around VY. It's not saying he'd have, been an All-Pro and a Hall of Famer if they'd have done that, but he definitely would have had way more success. We know that.
Agreed. Agreed. And this says, blame GD Jeff Fisher on his NFL career. Well, as we said, he didn't want Vince Young. I mean, I'm not saying you don't blame Jeff Fisher for that, but his owner didn't do him any favors, and Bud Adams, he didn't. That's bad ownership. That's bad management to take a player. Your head coach. You've hired a head coach. You've hired an offensive coordinator. You have a general manager. They all agree this is not the guy for us, and yet you take him anyhow. You're creating a problem.
Washington did it. And remember, Shanahan drafted his own guy anyway. I mean, Washington wanted RG3 really bad. The owner wanted RG3 really bad. Yeah. And the Shanahan clan, they were okay with that, but they really liked Kirk Cousins.
They drafted him anyhow.
So they drafted him anyway. They drafted RG3 in the first. They drafted Kirk Cousins in the fourth. And honestly, it was a good move by the Shanahan clan.
Hey, can I play you some of this audio? And thank you, Chris Bennett, for sending this to us on Vince Young Day. This is from the 05 documentary talking about the championship season. And I did not know this. That Vince Young thought about transferring away from Texas before he would have never won the national championship in Texas. Can we hear some of this audio? This is VY from the 05 documentary talking about a decision he nearly made after the 2003 season.
That would mess with any 18-year-old's head. It was tough because, you being a starter all your life and now you had to take a back seat. And as a young man, you like, I know I can play right now.
He is a competitor. He wants to be out there. He don't want to be number two. He wants to be number one. There was a moment where he was really considering going elsewhere to a different school.
We go to San Diego, and we're playing Washington State, and they're blitzing him out of the park. And he's frustrated, and we pull him. And we put Chance Monkey, and we almost come back and win the ball game. But I saw him after the game in the dressing room. He was down, obviously, but took off.
I was going to transfer because I didn't want to be just this pocket quarterback, but I wasn't that type of player. I was in my car driving back to Houston, like, I don't want to go play there no more. And Steve McNair was like, man, listen, it's going to be all right. We're not quitters. Go back and apologize to Coach Brown and Coach Davis and fix it. I pay a lot of respect to Steve for making me turn back around, because if I would have kept going, I don't know where I would be at. So I came back and apologized to Coach Brown, apologized to Coach Davis. Steve said, tell him what you want to do. Show him your matureness, that you want to do more. And I told Coach Brown that, and I told Coach Davis, I said, Coach, I think I can do more if you just let me play my game.
I think maybe he was trying to adapt to us instead of just being himself and having fun.
We ended up deciding to let Vince be Vince. We're not going to change his throwing motion to look like Peyton Manning. That's not who he is. Let's get throws he can complete. I don't care how he looks. And what happened is Vince became comfortable. And then Greg and I sat down with Vince and said, what plays do you like? What do you like the best? And we want to get really good at these, and then we can go somewhere else.
There you go. There you go. Almost transferred. Steve McNair, the late, great Steve McNair. Talked him in. Go, turn around.
I've never heard that story before.
Yeah.
Sorry. Never heard that story before. And it does remind me, too, Greg Davis. And I know a lot of Longhorn fans like to hate on Greg Davis, so I'm not trying to change your mind about Greg Davis. But you got to give him credit, because every quarterback that came into Texas, he would like change the system specifically to fit the skill set of the quarterback. I was just talking about that in the NFL and them not doing that with Vince Young. Remember, Colt has his system, which is a hybrid West Coast spread. VY ran the zone read and the read option. They end up coming to that conclusion. Sims ran a more pro-style offense. The only place they really screwed up with Greg Davis was when Mac Brown declared to the world that we are going to be a power running game. Instead of looking at the skill set of his quarterback, like he just said there, and saying, you know what does my quarterback do well? Let's do that. Yeah. And he didn't do that. He came out of 2009, said, we're going to be a power running game. That's what we're going to be. We're basically going to be Alabama. And you're not Alabama.
And that was
you're
the last
Nick
year
Saban.
for Greg Davis as offensive coordinator, too.
Exactly. Yeah. Because that wasn't Greg Davis's forte.
Well, because Mac always empowered Greg Davis to run the offense, even though fans didn't like it. And he did build the offense around, Chris Sims. And then, as you just heard there was the period when Chance Mock was a 5-star player too, by the way.
Yes, he was, and a damn good player.
Damn good quarterback. And so they came in and they were running the same system that Sims had run. Mm-hmm. And obviously you just heard Vince, it wasn't good at it. Wasn't his skill set.
Nope.
And it all changed. And that's where zone read came. But some would say that Greg Davis, not for Steve McNair, Greg Davis would have ran Vince Young out of Texas. Stubbornness.
Hey, some people wanted Vince Young to play wide receiver at the time.
I was on the air at the time. I remember the phone call.
So, but that's because you guys were watching him in a system that was not compatible with his skill set. And you were thinking, this is not going to work, because he was trying to run, like you said, that same pro-style system that Major and Sims had run and that Chance had run. But when Greg Davis started seeing the light, it was, no. Why work harder? Let's work smarter. Let's just make the system quarterback friendly. Like Lincoln Riley does every damn year. And basically the one time, not one time, but when he stopped making the systems quarterback friendly, sorry, Garrett Gilbert, that's when the offensive identity crisis started at Texas.
Well, and that's when, Mac declared what we were going to be and not letting Greg Davis build the offense around the skills of the players that they had.
You got a spread quarterback with a spread system and spread players, and decided to go power running game pro style.
A quarterback who had just been amazing at Lake Travis.
Running the spread.
And he was amazing as soon as he left here. And
he was.
Offense.
Running the spread. Exactly. It made no sense.
That dude is still in the NFL. trying to make roster.
There you go.
I knew
Got a Super Bowl ring, didn't he? Yeah.
Greg Davis invented the tunnel screen. Yeah, probably so. Everybody hated the tunnel screen with Greg Davis.
Hey, VY was really good. No, it's not VY, but Kwame Cavill was really good that tunnel screen.
Yeah.
And Quan Cosby was really good that damn tunnel screen.
My favorite was be like 3rd and 8, and we'd run
tunnel screen.
Like 4-yard routes like before the sticks, and then complete and be like, oh well, it's 4th down. Like, great scheme.
Nobody complained about that scheme though. Once VY started running it, it was y'all say what y'all want.
Unstoppable.
Yeah, because that personnel is why it became unstoppable. Not necessarily the system itself. They just couldn't stop the personnel executing the system.
It's very talented players running a system that.
It was simple though. It was simple to them, so they could run it fast. They could execute it fast.
Yeah. Well, I remember doing the show with Dan Neal back in the day. He talked about that Denver Broncos offense with John Elway.
Yeah.
It was a pretty simple system.
Y'all knew what they were running. You just couldn't stop it.
Couldn't stop it. Well, because Elway on the boots and then Elway running and then all the play action, and the zone blocking. It was simple, but you couldn't stop it.
You couldn't stop it.
And I felt like the Longhorn offense that year was very similar. Scored 50 points a game.
Casey said that. Casey Stutter would say at times they knew what we were running. He said, hell, he had fun sometime and tell the guys, like, we're going to that B gap there. We're coming to that B gap.
Coming at you.
They could not stop it. That's how good they were.
Just on our text line, Chaz says that Greg Davis, in big moments, don't think plays, think players.
Amen.
Amen, brother.
That's the truth.
All right, there you go. I didn't know that story either. Thank you, CB, for sending that to Vince was driving to Houston and was never coming back until Steve McNair.
U of H would have been a totally different program. Because he probably would have ended up at U of H or somewhere balling out of control.
And by the way, speaking of that, on Vince Young days to the Texas football opener, 10 days out, remember when Steve McNair was killed?
Oh, so sad.
It really was. You can kind of chart that to when Vince Young kind of went off the rails.
That was his father. That was his father figure in his life.
And
it was.
Of course, next thing you know, Vince is putting his pads in the stands and completely at odds with Jeff Fisher. And I mean, he had been unbelievable as a player. He was on his way to a really good career, and Steve McNair tragically killed, and I think there was some attribution to that.
I agree with you.
I didn't realize that he knew Vince before he was drafted to the Titans. I thought
that
relationship
from H-Town.
Really?
He was like,
Steve McNair's from H-Town too?
No, but it's that their relationship started in H-Town. VY is like a young football player, like a young quarterback.
He was like I think he was Godfather. Or
something like that. Yeah, that's what they.
Because the Oilers were. Steve McNair was in Houston when he was drafted.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
because Love You Blue. He was a Love You Blue guy.
He was there before they moved to Tennessee.
Didn't even realize that either.
Yeah,
drafted out of Alcorn State.
Yeah, and that's when VY was a phenomenon in high school. Like he's one of the biggest high school stars in Houston from any sport, and basically I think that's when he took him under his wing and got that kind of stuff.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, we come back. It's going behind the burnt orange curtain. More Texas football talk about this year's team. 10 days away to the opener. It's mock week for the Longhorns. Hook 'em up indeed. Ian Rod B, 10 days to the opener. 1 hour from now, we'll be hitting our Horn Top 20 countdown, number 8 in the countdown, the USC Trojans. And I don't know if you saw this, Rod, but Reggie Bush, Heisman Trophy winner 2005, the year Vince should have won it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, officially, he's not the Heisman.
Oh, yeah, I guess they did technically.
Reggie Bush is filing. This will be an interesting press conference today at the LA Coliseum because Reggie Bush is filing a defamation lawsuit against the NCAA for maliciously attacking his character in a 2021 statement alleging he was part of a pay-for-play arrangement. Press conference to come today to explain, but Reggie Bush is suing the NCAA. As Jay Billis of ESPN tweeted upon this story coming out from the LA Times, Jay Billis said, "Can't wait for the depositions in this case."
Yeah, I mean he did take money though, right?
Well, he is disagreeing that it was a pay for play.
He took money, but it wasn't pay for play. Because he did take money. Which this is the whole Lloyd Lake Michaels thing, right? Those were these shady. Wasn't the shady people that was involved with it? What those are names?
Oh yeah.
It was some really weird, shady names I remember that were involved with the Reggie Bush scandal or whatever.
Didn't he get like a house?
I'm gonna say I knew
I'm pretty sure someone got him like a house.
I'm with you. I thought it was like pretty. Yeah, I thought the reports were pretty obvious that he did take some type of benefits money. But hey, you know what? Maybe it's all about getting information out there. Maybe he's not really trying to win. He just wants to expose them.
Yeah,
and how shady they were.
Yeah, and you know, proving malice it's a high burden that you have to prove. They have to prove they knowingly. In that statement,
it's easier in California, though.
Well, we'll see the press conference. I mean, I'm sure Reggie and his attorneys will have their statement. And
Michael, listen, the marketers that got him in trouble, they were named. I'm not making this up. It's from LA Times. Michael Michaels and Lloyd Lake.
I remember those two names.
That's my shady name theory. If you ever do business with people, if they got a shady name, you might want to move on. Michael Michaels, if that's his name, don't sign any contracts with that guy. Lloyd Lake, that sounds like fake names. Remember Sherwood Blunt? Nah, I'm good. His name was Sherwood Blunt, wasn't he? Isn't that the SMU guy?
Yeah, he was.
Sherwood Blunt.
That was SMU.
That's a shady name.
Lloyd Lake. I know the.
I want to say VY had a couple. VY had a couple like shady name characters that came out that were involved with him too.
What, his uncle?
Yeah, was that Major Adam? What was it?
I don't remember.
Who was Johnny Manziel's guy? Cousin Eddie? What was his name?
Cousin Eddie. He did have one though. You're right. It was like his best friend. They don't speak anymore. We learned that in the documentary. They don't even speak anymore.
And by the way, I did not see the Swamp Kings on Netflix.
I haven't seen it. I'm gonna try to watch this weekend.
I saw a lot of people saying lukewarm so far.
Yeah, because there's a lot of stuff they omitted, or at least they just didn't get into.
Well, it's kind of like it's the Untold franchise at Netflix now, but kind of like the Johnny Manziel thing. They didn't do a lot of journalistic, both sides talking to the Browns.
Yeah,
it's
more salacious.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
One more on the names: Scooter Braun.
Oh yes. What is going on with Scooter Braun right now?
I don't know what's going on with him right now, but I know he's the one that took all Taylor Swift's music and why she's.
Oh yeah, everybody hates him. He's the music producer.
Yes, everybody hates that dude now.
He's Justin Bieber's agent.
Yeah, I think Justin Bieber fired him.
He discovered.
Didn't Justin Bieber just fire him?
I don't know, but
I want to say that may be why he's in the news. I want to say Justin Bieber like either just fired him and like right now a lot of stars think about firing him.
I think he's doing all right still.
Oh, I'm sure he is. Yeah, I'm sure he's doing pretty good for himself.
Scooter
Never
Braun.
do business with a guy named Scooter.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's go.
Scooter Braun.
Hey, we're 10 days out to the season. Longhorns in the middle of their mock week. Can we go behind the BOC?
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
Yeah, it says here Scooter Braun. Sorry to get this in the. Now Todd's got me interested. It says Scooter Braun is losing major clients, including Ariana Grande, Demi Lovato, and they said maybe Justin Bieber too. But there's a rumor Justin and Scooter are still working together, but things are rocky. Yeah, there was an article that claimed that Justin Bieber had fired him, but that they said is not confirmed. They were part. They've been together for 15 years, though. Anyway, so there you go, Scooter Braun. I know it's way too much information about Scooter Braun, but hey, glad we got on that subject. Okay, let's get to another subject here. I want to talk about Steve Sarkisian's schematic kryptonite. I've talked about this before on the show, the 3 high, 3 down defense. I'm sure Sark is going to see it in many different forms and variations this season. TCU runs it. K-State runs it. Oklahoma likes to run it. Iowa State has popularized it. And it is it's right now, it's an issue for Sark. It's a bit of a conundrum. It's a riddle that he needs to solve. His offenses are averaging 9 fewer points per game versus these 3-high, 3-down schemes. And they're also, if you compare offensive productivity versus the 3-high schemes versus 2-high, or juxtaposed to 2-high, single-high, more traditional defensive presentations. We're talking about a 2-touchdown difference from with Sark's offensive productivity. So that is an issue. That's a major issue. And we have a 2-year sample size. And even going back to 2020, with Sark's offense, as the offensive coordinator for Bama versus Arkansas, his Alabama offense struggled. So it seems schematically that it matches up well with Sark's offense. We'll go into why that is the case a little bit later on throughout the season. But I went and I'm looking at different schemes to try to help Sark solve this riddle, right? I want Sark to figure this out so they can win a conference championship. And I think I found one potential conceptual signature that'll really help Sark out. Sark likes to run the 6-0 line package. Found that out last year. He actually used 6-0 linemen around 15% of the time. Kyle Flood calls it their Big 11, Big 12 package. This year, I think it's going to be Malik Agbo. At least he was the one working the 6-0 line package in training camp. Last year, it was Andre Carrick, who is now transferred. But they really, really like it because Sark wants to play bully ball every now and then. And against the 3-high, 3-down, a lot of people believe that's the way to really overcome it and to solve it, is to essentially just play bully ball and just push those defenders out of the way and be able to overwhelm them with physicality. All right, impose your will on the opponent. And Sark's big humans philosophy, right? Big humans got the biggest, most mammoth, gargantuan offensive line in all the Big 12. It does fit that you could do that, and they did it last year versus Iowa State. They just played bully ball down the stretch and were able to win that game versus Iowa State, who popularized and probably played the 3-high, 3-down better than anybody else. So bully ball, which are 6-0 line package, is what I looked at, and I went and tried to track exactly how and isolate runs versus the 3-high with 6 offensive linemen on the field. That's specifically what I looked at. And I was shocked and actually surprised, pleasantly surprised to find out Texas averaging over 6.5 yards per rush against the 3-high, 3-down defense with 6-0 linemen on the field. And that may explain why Sark decided that he was going to bring in Paul Chryst as a special assistant to the head coach. We know Paul Chryst is famous for his acumen with the power running game. But what you may not know is his last 2 games in 2021 of the regular season in Wisconsin, he played, or at least coached, against Nebraska and Minnesota. Wisconsin used 6 offensive linemen on 22 snaps in those 2 games. That accounted for damn near 50% of their 6-0 line snaps the entire season. So he was trending toward using a lot of 6-0 linemen at the end of 2021, his last year coaching. He also ran what they called the barge package when he was at Wisconsin, where they used 7-0 linemen. And in 2019, they had the hippo package, where they also used more than 5 offensive linemen. So Paul Chryst is really familiar with this concept too. And we know that he's a power run game guy. And if the power run game can be one of the solutions to help you solve the riddle of the 3-high, 3-down, I think the 6-0 line package may be the way that Sark decides to go. So just throwing that out there, it's one of the things I looked at. If you can average 6-something yards per rush against a 3-high, 3-down, you may not have to throw into it. No. And I think part of the reason it has success, versus that 3-high, 3-down, is the extremism of the personnel package itself, right? You're talking about tons of size and girth on the line of scrimmage where you can truly impose your will. For them to match your size with 6 offensive line, we're talking about Sark, who believes in putting 320-pound human beings on that offensive line with regularity. And you're talking about now with, almost, 1,700 pounds of human being, right? Yeah. 1,800 pounds of human being on that offensive line, damn near 2,000 pounds, and he wants to run it and shove it down your throat. I think that, to me, may be one of the ways he's trying to solve the 3-high, 3-down. I think he saw exactly what I saw, that they can run the ball versus the 3-high, 3-down, but they need 6-0 linemen to do it. And then you can force the opponent to adjust. And if they adjust, they might have to abandon the structural integrity of their defense. They might have to abandon their rigidity with personnel to do so, and then you got them where you want them, because then they're playing your game, not theirs.
Yes,
you're dictating the tempo.
And as we said, the sixth offensive line this year should be improved over last year's sixth unit, because I think it was Andre Carrick who was transferred to Tennessee, who was the sixth lineman quite a bit. He's now at Tennessee as a transfer, but all that talent on the offensive line. And, well, you add six offensive linemen to a guy, and a guy like Jatavion Sanders.
Exactly.
Who could be?
He could
really
block.
good
He
blocker.
block. He showed that versus Baylor last year.
Yeah.
Man, he was moving guys out of the way.
Right. So now you've got 7 blockers for a run game, and you can be a power run team. Because somebody said, Rod, can you explain the 3 high, 3 down pretty quick? That's 3 safeties on the field, 3 down linemen, right?
Yes, and it's 3. Yes, they use 3 safeties, 3 down linemen, and they shift and move these safeties. Most defensive presentations and packages are with single high safeties, 1 deep safety, or with 2 deep safeties. All right, and all of the beaters, what they call the offensive checks and audibles, most of those are built around beating single high coverage and, 2 high coverage. The 3 high is relatively new, guys. It came around like 2016, 2017. It's not even 10 years old. So there are not a lot of baked in audibles by offenses. Some of these guys they've been adjusting and audibling to single high and double high coverages since they were in middle school or in high school. So Quinn Ewers knows how that looks. What he doesn't know is how the 3 high adjusts. And by the way, it's malleable. It can go to 2 high. It can go to single high. It can go with 3 high. You can bring multiple guys down to the box. It's so malleable. It distorts the pre-snap read for the quarterback. And think about what most RPOs are based on pre-snap counts. So if you count that you have the numbers advantage in the box, you're going to hand the ball off. But if you count they have the numbers advantage in the box, you pull the ball and you throw it. But what if you miscount? What if you miscalculate because of the way they're shifting and moving the defense? And that happens a lot versus the 3 high, 3 down. And Sark says his offense is an RPO-based passing game. Well, if you're miscounting all the RPOs, then you're probably handing off into boxes where you don't have the numbers advantage, and you're probably throwing into coverage where you don't have the numbers advantage. There you go.
There it is. The 411, the intel from Rod Babers. That's why it's behind the burnt orange curtain. Football 101. With RB, as good as it gets right there. We'll come back. We're going off the record, including that Scooter Braun story. Also, we broke a record yesterday, finally, or we ended the streak in Austin, Texas. We'll go off the record coming next. Straight Music, folks. That's STRAIT music.com. The Straight family's been doing it in Austin for, 60 years, 1963. And it's where customers become friends and customers fall in love with music and instruments. And it is the live music capital of the world. Nick Shuley will be in here with the live music update here coming up. And we've got that covered. And that's where you go to both locations. You want to learn music. They've got the Straight School of Music where you can take lessons, you or your youngster, and learn the instrument to a high level. They've got everything you need to get started: guitars, pianos, pro audio, drums, keyboard, and more. And they have a new flagship location of Straight Music right there in Beacon, in Westlake now. They've moved from that 71 Lamar spot where they were for so long in the South Side. They're now about 2 miles west of Zooker Park on Bee Caves at Walsh Tarleton, right there in Westlake. They have the north location as well, and they are tremendous. Also, if you have a youngster that's taking up music, maybe a middle schooler that needs an instrument for band or orchestra here in the 7th and 8th grade, get to Straight Music. They've got the no-interest month-to-month rentals where the payments apply to the purchase. You end up buying that instrument. There are no contracts. You can turn it at any time, and they'll maintain that instrument for free while you're renting with their in-house technicians who are the best. It's everything you need right there, front to back. Straight Music, folks. Find them online and sign up for some lessons there. See everything you need right there. Since 1963, Straight Music, a place where customers become friends. I'll tell you what didn't suck, Bill O'Reilly, and that would be the end of Austin's 45 days in a row above 100 degrees yesterday.
Thank the Lord.
Finally came to an end. Camp Mabry, Austin's official weather reporting site, reached only 99 yesterday, and it rained.
Oh, yeah, it did rain for like 10 minutes.
Water came out of the sky.
Like 10 minutes.
For 10, 15 minutes, and wind was blowing. Dog was all freaking out because it thundered a couple times. Oh, yeah.
I wish I went outside and stood in it like Ty did. Just let it, let it engulf me. Isn't it a beautiful thing?
What's the movie where the guy goes out and stands in the pouring down rain? Do I remember that?
Shawshank Redemption.
Shawshank.
Oh, man, yes. Liberating.
Beautiful scene.
Andy Dufresne.
Andy Dufresne.
I'm so surprised that Ty knew that reference so quickly. One of your favorites?
Oh, yeah.
You're so old, though. You're so young.
It came out the year I was born, I think.
Exactly.
Great film. The 45-day streak is over, but by the way, the previous record was 27 days. So we didn't just set the record, we shattered the record.
Hopefully we never, ever come close to that record again. That would be my hope.
What do you have off the record there, Rod B?
All right, got a couple of items here, but I'll just get to one and kind of open it up for you guys. You guys remember Will Levis's obsession with mayonnaise?
Mayonnaise.
Yeah, this guy's weird, man. He was known for putting mayonnaise in his coffee. Just strange.
That's my guy.
That's your guy? You like Will Levis?
I was a big Will Levis guy before the draft, so I feel like I got to stick to it for at least
a year or two. He also eats the bananas with the peel still on?
Yeah.
You cool with that?
No, I'm
out. Hard no.
It's worked out for him because he now has signed a deal. He gets a lifetime supply deal with Hellman's Mayonnaise. So he now has an endorsement deal with Hellman Mayonnaise. Is Hellman's your mayonnaise of choice?
No.
I don't touch any white condiments, so I know nothing
I knew
about
that
this.
about you. White condiments are not your deal.
Not my deal.
I don't do Hellman's, and is Miracle Whip even mayonnaise? That's like sandwich spread.
Okay, so that's different.
I don't do mayonnaise, but I do ranch, which is the main component.
You put ranch in your sandwiches?
I got to think of what's in our fridge.
A Philly cheesesteak with a little bit of ranch on top.
That technically is a sandwich.
Plucker's Philly cheesesteak.
We don't have
we
got
Good
this.
point.
I don't even know what kind of mayonnaise. I don't use it that often. It's,
no, mayonnaise
mustard guy.
It's gross. Thank you.
Mustard guy.
Yes, it's classier condiment.
It's so Aaron Rodgers now in New York, but what do you think of when I say discount double check?
Oh, yeah, it's State Farm, right?
Right.
State Farm, discount double check, baby.
The Aaron Rodgers State Farm relationship has ended.
Why would they end it now
It's
when
over.
his profile has been lifted to another stratosphere because he's in New York? Why would you end it?
Yeah, the insurance giant confirmed that the sponsorship deal ended after the 2022 season concluded. We wish Aaron the best in his future endeavors. He's been endeavored. And when you get that email, we wish
you've been endeavored.
But yeah, State Farm reduced the number of Rodgers commercials during the 2021 season.
They definitely did. There were fewer of those. Yeah.
They did him dirty like they did the original Jake from State Farm.
The original Jake from State Farm is not around anymore?
Think about,
it's another Jake?
It was a white guy.
Now it's
then just one day it was just
back there. And then they went with Drake. I love that when it's Drake and Jake from State Farm. Drake was actually great in that commercial too. I'm not gonna lie, dude. Insurance commercials are easily the best commercials on TV these days. Whether it be the one you're becoming your parents. Yeah, the Geico one is pretty good.
The original Jake was, what are you wearing?
Yeah, exactly.
Khakis.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you, I don't know why insurance has done it, but they have really, in my opinion, they have monopolized the comedic commercial. Like I don't think anybody has commercials even close to all the insurance companies. They're great. Even the guy Mayhem is pretty good.
That means they're making pretty good money. You know what I'm saying?
That's what it is. Well, it's insurance. It's a racket. That's why they're taking all of our money. We all got to have it. It's all just in case something happens, and no, it doesn't happen all the time.
Medical insurance, and I need it. I'm like, oh, really?
Exactly. Yeah, when you actually go there to turn in your insurance,
what am I paying every month for?
Exactly. Your insurance isn't good enough. We don't accept your insurance here.
Like Bill O'Reilly, these people suck. Hey, real quick on that, can I play this Aaron? We'll do Aaron Rodgers coming up, but I have from last night's Hard Knocks featuring Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets. I like this one. Quinnen Williams. Quinnen Williams is the big defensive tackle of your New York Football Jets. He's got a big contract, game wrecker, but here he is. He's a sensitive guy. He doesn't like it. He's 300 pounds plus, but here he is revealing last night that he doesn't consider himself a fat guy.
Mike Evans called me fat. He called me fat, bro. Mike Evans. Bro, I lost weight this offseason. I look fat. Now I'm self-conscious, bro.
Yeah, I would say you're not skinny.
Damn, bro. Thick?
But I think you fit for non-skinny.
You're not.
You think rewind it. Do I look good to be 300 pounds? Okay, cool.
You're proportionate.
His teammate said, I think you're not skinny.
I like that. You look proportionate. You're proportionate though. You're big and it's wide. It all kind of
Great
fits.
smile.
There just are not enough complimentary terms for men who are bigger or overweight and still consider themselves to be sexy. For women, it's like a ton of them. You can be thick. You can be full-figured. You can be voluptuous, BBW. All these terms to describe sexy big women. And by the way, I've been a plus-size pleaser, a Lane Bryant lover, so I'm all for it. But for guys who are big, y'all need some better terms, man. Come on. Hook yourself up.
Quinn wasn't happy with that. Mike Evans called him fat.
Called him fat. Yeah, fat is derogatory. We don't like that. Full figure, that works.
Just wait for the Twitter brigade to cancel Mike Evans.
Thick. Thick. You ain't got no fat people in your family. That's why you can't use fat, because you got people in your family that are also overweight. So find a more complimentary way to address them.
I don't know. My little brother's fat. I call him fat to his face all the time.
That's your little brother, though. You trying to torment him.
Come on, little big bro.
You fat.
What he asked his teammate, I think I'm fatty. He ain't skinny.
Yeah. Well, you got your answer then.
All right, we come back. We get our 9 o'clock hour that features our live music update with our man Nick Shuley. Also number 8 in our Horn Ian Rod B Top 20 Countdown coming your way as well. Busy Wednesday morning. You're on the Horn.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed. When I get up off this ground, I shake leaves.
Ian Rod B on a Wednesday, and normally if it's Wednesday at 9:30, we hit the live music update, the set list ATX we call it, with our man Nick Shuley. But Nick's got a very important meeting with the boss today, so he is here a little early. Plus, we've got our number 8 team in our countdown to spotlight at the bottom of the hour, and the Ian Rod B Horn Top 20 countdown. So set list ATX a little bit ahead of schedule, which is a good thing because it's the live music capital of the world, and there's great live music. And he is Nick Shuley, the president of the Austin Music Movement, and he's got to go see the boss today. You ready for that?
I am. I prepped a lot this week. So. Got to be ready for that meeting.
Oh, you got to be ready.
Like Rod B with all this stack of papers.
Yeah. You can't bring that into the boss's meeting, though. He ain't gonna like that, huh?
I got like 8 pieces of paper to take in there. So
there you go.
I had to prep
for any question you may be asked. You got to be ready to go.
By the way, that opening song right there is Austin's own Black Pumas, which we love very much. Of course, all of our opens at the top of the hour are local bands. Spoon, Black Pumas, Gary Clark Jr.
I was introduced to Black Pumas because of E. I heard you talking about it on the radio one day, and I went and downloaded the album, and I still listen to it to this day. That album is a great.
And they got another one coming. I haven't heard the date. I haven't heard the date, but I know they were recording vocals in L.A. I think recently.
Well, no, it is. There's a single that's out which you can play for you here coming up, but there's it comes out October.
Oh, nice.
It's called Chronicles of a Diamond.
Oh, nice.
All right, nice. And the follow-up to an iconic album, though, is just tough. Y'all guys know it's just tough. It's like following a great coach.
You had 40 years or 20 years or 30 years to write your first record, and then you got 6 months to bring the hits.
To turn it around, and then there's a lot of hype behind this one. You didn't have as much hype behind the other one because it was just like, no, man, I'm just putting out my craft, my art.
Well, and it's why a lot of people kind of lean on songwriters for their second record or work to get a couple singles from someone else almost just to make sure there's some hitters.
That's a great point.
It's tough.
It is tough, man. That's a lot to ask. Cause that first album for them, man, they had. It's one of the ones I played from front to back. I don't.
Oh, it's incredible.
You don't have to stop it.
You don't have to stop it.
For sure. But here's a little bit of their new album. It's called Chronicles of a Diamond. This is called More Than a Love Song. Black Pumas.
I hadn't heard this yet.
Oh, okay. I want to.
Well, we'll play it here. That song is out. I've heard it. It's great. I downloaded it yesterday.
I might go check it out then.
Adrian, who's like the songwriter, guitarist in that group, he's in so many different groups in Austin. He's been around for years, and it's so cool to see him have this kind of rocket ship to success that was 20 years in the making because he's worked his rear end off.
Wow. And Eric Burton is the soulful lead singer who is so good.
Oh, incredible.
Here we go. There we go. Little Black Pumas. Got that jam.
It's got the style.
Got that groove.
It's got the style, yeah.
All right, there you go. That's a little live version. So it's out. You can check it out now. One single of the new album for the Black Pumas that comes out in October. I think October 27th is the day.
Oh, nice.
But since Nick's got to get to a meeting, let's get to the set list ATX. And there's great music starting tonight, including an absolute legend over at ACL Live at the Moody Theater, it looks like.
Yeah, third night in a row. Lyle Lovett's playing ACL Live. I know we talked about that one last week. He and his large band, but this is the final night of that show, which will be great. And then one will have tickets to give away, a little legacy lineage here. I guess it's the older brother, so I don't know if that's lineage. But Tyler McCollum is going to be playing the Saxon Pub, and we'll give some tickets away for that. Parker McCollum's, I believe, older brother.
Nice.
Yeah.
There you go. Of course, Thursday night includes one that I'd love to go to.
Oh man, huge fan of this band. And if you're, this was I believe it was the split with Wilco. This was the other half, Sunvolt. And Sunvolt will be playing the Scoot In, and they're doing songs from Trace, their first record, which was the big one, plus some songs from San Antonio / Austin legend Doug Somm.
Yeah, the Trace album is a phenomenal album, front to back as well, much like that Black Pumas and Sunvolt. Yeah, that was Jay Farrar. He and Jeff Tweedy of Wilco were together in a band called Uncle Tupelo.
Yep.
And they broke up, and Wilco became Wilco, and Sunvolt became Sunvolt.
Yeah, and obviously Wilco skyrocketed success. Sunvolt was kind of more of an underground success, but there's a song on there called "Drown" on that record,
awesome song,
which is just one of the most incredible songs ever written in that genre.
Agreed. That's that's at the Scoot In on Thursday night, which would be tomorrow.
Yeah, and then that same night, Croy and the Boys, who are a pretty awesome country band from Austin, and they're pretty hilarious. They'll be playing Waterloo Records for an in-store, as well as there's an ACL taping with Robert Glasper that night. And then Friday's a big day. We've got kind of a packed day. I know you guys talk about it a lot, but that's the start of Gambler Days.
Oh, yeah.
And then Warren Zeidler is that night at the Moody Center Dell Tech Pavilion. I'm not positive where that is, but I think it's somewhere on the premises there. And I'm guessing it's the open pavilion on the non-35 side, but I could be wrong. I'm sure you guys
Dell
can correct
Tech
me.
Pavilion is where you'll see Austin Gambler Days and the Fan Fest and all that goes on there, and they've got great music there too.
Yeah, lots of good stuff. And then a show I'm really excited about, JPEG Mafia, but they're with Danny Brown, and I love Danny Brown. He's one of my favorite rappers. They'll be at Stubbs Barbecue
Friday
nice.
night.
JPEG Mafia.
And then Charlie Crockett, another incredible artist at Whitewater Amphitheater, which will be a great one to see. And then this one's for near and dear to my heart. Jodeci will be playing HEB Center at Cedar Park.
Is Jodeci still all four of them? Is it JoJo, Casey, and Devontae? Is it all of them?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know how they're touring. So
I know Casey and JoJo are still in it, but I don't know.
A lot of times it's just like one dude.
Devontae Swing the Great. Casey Haley is still in the band. JoJo Haley still in the band. Yeah.
Exactly. That's three of the four.
Jodeci out of North Carolina.
Wow.
Oh, that's awesome.
Interesting.
That'll be at the HEB Center at Cedar Park on Friday night.
What kind of music is that?
It's like R&B.
It's R&B, straight up.
R&B,
Smooth.
yeah.
Cedar Park Center has a lot of
Smooth
R&B.
Yeah, like old school
artists.
R&B.
You take your girl to that, you'll be having a good night.
That's true. My wife's too young. She don't appreciate Jodeci.
That's awesome. And then another up-and-coming awesome local artist, Leslie Reynaga. She just got done playing Lollapalooza, but she'll be doing a Waterloo Records in-store. She's fantastic. And then another up-and-coming local artist who's doing really well, William Beckman, will be doing 2 nights at Green Hall starting on Friday.
That'll be a great show.
For sure. And then a band I think we talked about them last week in the Yurt conversation. Mickey and the Motor Cars will be playing the Saxon Pub, which is a cool one.
Yeah, the Mickey and the Motor Cars, the other of the Braun brothers. Two of the Brauns are Reckless Kelly, who played Stubbs last week, and then Mickey and Gary play in Mickey and the Motor Cars.
It's a talented family.
Very
You think
talented.
Scooter Braun?
No, their dad's name is Muzzy Braun. Muzzy Braun was an entertainer and musician himself. Muzzy Braun. Yeah.
That's the secret to their success. It was Scooter was
Scooter
involved.
behind
He
it.
was like the brother that no one knew about. No. Oh man! And then Tish Hinojosa, another an artist who had a big moment a while back, but she's doing the O4 Center, which is a great spot over there, right by Matt's El Rancho.
That's right.
Let's see, Saturday, another Austin Gambler Days. We got William Clark Green. I love William Clark Green. He's a good one to see. Same thing on the Dell Tech Pavilion. This is the show I will be at, though. It's this band called Wildlife, spelled WLDLFE, at 310 at ACL Live. They're kind of a small little indie pop band. It'll be me and a bunch of 14-year-old girls, I'm sure, because that's apparently what my musical taste is now, but it is what it is.
And how do you spell that again?
WLDLFE. Super clean pop.
Okay.
But a little more indie. So it's not terrible. But and then
and 14-year-old girls and maybe Wander Franco will be there too.
It's not. I'm there for the music,
for
not
the wrong
crowd.
reasons.
Let's clarify.
Little joke. Ray superstar.
Oh man. And then Matthew Logan Vasquez, who believe is in Delta Spirit or was in Delta Spirit, will be at Hotel Vegas. Over there on the east side, another good spot if y'all haven't been over there, worth going to. And then a band that I grew up listening to in the early 90s or mid 90s, Soul Hat, who were a huge band in Austin.
Playing on Saturday night?
They're playing Antone's already sold out. So
Soul Hat. What genre are we talking about? Soul? What?
Just be like Austin kind of rock,
oh,
really.
Okay.
But
awesome rock.
Yeah,
they
so
are
good.
Tremendous.
Okay.
I used to go see them at Liberty Lunch.
Black Cat Lounge, Liberty Lunch.
Yeah, Black Cat Lounge too. Gosh.
That was my college days. Soul Hat.
Oh man, they're still going strong.
They haven't played in a while.
Yeah, I think
played
this
in a
is
while.
kind of a reunion show, maybe, or maybe
gotcha.
they're playing every once in a while. But yeah, I was excited to see that. And then, like I mentioned earlier, William Beckman will be doing another night at Green Hall on Saturday. And then Sunday, another Austin Gambler Days with a great band, a great artist, Kevin Fowler.
Oh yeah,
he's definitely worth seeing. He's
no
fun.
question.
And then another band I really like. My dad and I really connected on this band, Buck Cherry. They're playing Hotspot in over there in Cedar Park, and it's kind of got that whole Aerosmith kind of band. Like my dad, it was like one of the few CDs my dad took from my collection. Was like, oh, I like this, so we connected. Now we connect on like most of our music, but back then it was I was mainly rap, so he wasn't digging it. And then this one's for you, Ty. This is a band we're seeing. I know you're a ska fan at the Parish, Mad Caddies, who are who were a really big ska band back in, gosh, that would have been like late 90s, early 2000s. They're worth checking out over at the Parish.
Mad Caddies?
Mad Caddies, like Mad Cadillacs. kind of.
Oh, okay. I like that.
Yeah. And then Monday, there's another ACL taping with Molly Tuttle and Golden Highway, and they're actually opening for Charlie Crockett at that Whitewater show.
That's awesome.
And then the big one Tuesday, Lionel Richie with Earth, Wind, and Fire at the Moody Center.
How in the world is Earth, Wind, and Fire still touring?
I think there's, if I remember
is there
right,
any fire left, or is it just Earth and Wind?
Because they did the opening show at the Moody Center, and it was like the soft, it was some Dell party or something like that.
I remember. I think Harris went to that, actually.
Yeah, I went to it, but I forget how many original members are actually in it.
Was it a good show?
Yeah, it was great.
Okay.
I mean, they got hitters. In that.
Oh, they got it. Yeah, they don't even need to perform; just play the music, and everybody starts singing the songs for them.
You just get a great band behind it. It doesn't matter.
Right. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Transformative in the 70s, no doubt. Well, there it is. There is your set list ATX with Nick Shuley. I know Nick's got to get to a meeting. I'll play you. This is somebody asked where the Soul Hat show is. Soul Hat is Saturday at Antone's, but sold out. Hopefully, you can get some tickets. This was their big hit in the 90s. Bone Crusher. Remember this?
So good.
I think I've heard this before, actually.
This song hits.
Yeah.
I think I've heard this before.
It just sounds like Austin.
Yeah.
This is with your college days, you said?
Yeah.
E? Really?
Yeah, early 90s.
Wow,
Little E
college
just
days.
rocking out.
Yeah, a young E rocking out.
And the cool thing is you could buy hats from Soul Hat that just said Soul on them. It was a hat and it just said Soul.
Genius.
That's it.
Yeah.
That is, yeah.
Bone Crushers are great. When they were so good. They were one of those bands you'd see and they go, why aren't they going huge? Why aren't they?
Yeah, they got it. They had a record deal, and I remember they had one song. It was like a really slow song. It was super sad. They kind of got some national airplay, if I remember right.
Yeah, I mean their 3-4 albums were really good. And Kevin McKinney is their lead singer. They had the great drummer. They were awesome.
Oh, so fun! He's so fun to see.
Yes. So we'll.
Is that the same like era as when the Toadies were?
Yeah.
Right. It was just like a little before it, but crossed into it. Yeah. So it would have been about the same. Yeah.
And then that's the thing. I mean, the bands of my college were, Big Head Todd and the Monsters, and Toadies, and I thought Soul Hat would be right there with them, like taking off, and they got some national acclaim, but Soul Hat, very cool. That's a good one. There's your set list ATX. Lionel Richie. Remember, Lionel Richie took all the heat because he canceled the show in New York, and he was people were already there. Like
not before the show. He canceled during the show?
Like an hour into when the show was supposed to start, Lionel Richie canceled the show. And then and it turned into one of those social media wildfires because he said he blamed it on the weather. His plane couldn't land, and there was like, weather's fine, Lionel.
Wrong
He's
excuse,
like,
Lionel.
that one usually worked. Well, he canceled. He got canceled at ACL that one year because it was like the
rain.
Yeah, it was the rain and the tornado or whatever was about to hit. And then I remember it because he did a house show in Austin. Some some wealthy person was like, "Hey, you should come play at my house," and he was like, "Okay." And they paid him a ton of money. And I remember a couple people I knew had posted little pictures from it, and I was like, "Oh, thanks for the invite." Could you imagine seeing Lionel Richie in your like living room
singing that? That's pretty
awesome.
Badass. Yeah.
Oh yeah, at ACL.
Yeah,
some rich dude
awesome.
said, "Hey, rain
come
down
to my crib."
Yeah, come to my house.
Wow.
So.
Okay, yeah. Several people said Frosty was the Soul Hat drummer. Rest in peace. He was one of the best. And somebody said Brian's Waltz was the slow song.
That was the one I was thinking of. That song is incredible. So very depressing, but so good.
They're tremendous. Soul Hat. It says, guys, Soul Hat top 5 all-time Austin band.
Ooh, that's a good conversation.
I don't disagree with that. I still have
All-time
a ton
Austin
of Soul Hat on my
Yeah,
phone.
they're up there.
They're still in all my playlists. There's so many cool songs that they have. We come back, and unfortunately, we have a wedding shower on Saturday that we're hosting, so I'm not going to be able to go. Yes.
Yeah, you got some. Yeah.
Hosting. I think it'll be over.
Are you guys? Oh man, how many people are coming to this shindig?
30, 35.
That's a lot of people.
Married now?
Huh?
Is Nolan getting married now?
No, a good buddy of our neighbor, his son, and they're getting married in Dallas. So for everybody here,
they're gonna have a little.
You guys
together.
got the local.
Yeah, do the little local get
local
together.
play.
Say congratulations. Give him a gift.
Has Nolan done his Quinn Ewers impersonation for you yet?
Not yet. My son.
He does sound like Quinn Ewers though. That's true.
Well, no, my son Nolan actually works for the guy whose son's getting married.
Oh,
yeah. So
there you go.
There you go. I wonder if I could get the. Can I even get into Soul Hat? It's sold out.
Nah.
Somebody got a ticket. You got a guest list at
we can figure it
Antone's.
out.
Figure me out because I could probably scoot out of there. Won't go on until 9 or 10 o'clock.
I got you. Let me know.
Make sure you clear that with wifey first, before you duck out of the shower.
Seriously.
Exactly.
Hey, where's he?
Calling
it's
somebody
over
for a place to sleep.
Yeah.
Where's he? Soul Hat.
Soul Hat. He said he'd be back.
Antone's. All right. Thank you, Nick. Good luck with your meeting with the
Appreciate
boss.
you, brother.
Always great. Nick
Thanks,
Shuley.
guys.
Let's give away those
the
tickets.
Austin. Yeah. Can we give away those tickets?
Yeah.
Saxon Pub.
It's
Always great.
tonight, so make sure you can go. So Tyler's tonight. Tyler McCollum.
Tyler McCollum tonight, Saxon Pub. You and a guest, 447-3776. Ty will pick the caller. Good luck on that and enjoy. And remember, you go to our website, you can register to win tickets to Gambler Days. We've got 2 tickets for each night, 3-day passes essentially for you and a guest. Go to hornfm.com. But right now, 447-3776. If you can go to Saxon Pub tonight to see Tyler McCollum, those tickets are yours. We're coming back with our Horn Top 20 Countdown. Lionel Richie, Earth, Wind, and Fire at Moody Center next Tuesday. Somebody said I saw Beck at the Moody Theater last night. Show was awesome. Love me some Beck. Sal from Bob's was the one who texted. Our man Sal said he was at
Shout
the
out,
Beck
Sal.
show.
What's going on? Oh, yeah.
Remember when Beck won Album of the Year and everybody was supposed to be like who
I got some Beck on my
Taylor
phone,
Swift. Well, in that album that he won Best Album for at the Grammys, he played 17 different instruments on the album.
I do remember this.
And he did it all at his house. Like he mixed it all together. I mean, he played every instrument and then mixed it down.
It's a musical genius.
Yeah. It's incredible.
It's one of them.
Lionel Richie, a musical genius as well.
He's 74.
And looks good.
He does look good. I was going to say that.
Black don't crack, Rod.
He looks good. He's had a lot of surgeries, though.
Oh, yeah. He's had
I really hope they use that song as the theme for Sunday Night Football again.
What?
It was either Sunday or Monday Night Football, but all night long.
That's right.
Sunday Night Football is our girl Carrie Underwood.
Well, I'm just they kick it to commercial break. It might be Monday night or
Monday like some of that bumper music.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
they used a lot last year.
Nice.
It always got me grooving.
Lionel Richie, 74 from Tuskegee, Alabama. Wow. And just hit after hit
and
after
been performing
with the Commodores.
He's been performing all this whole time. Then touring too.
Oh man, the songs. And you know what? He's still. Because my wife is a junkie, the American Idol. He's still on American Idol with Katy Perry and Luke Bryan, and they're the most popular judges they've ever had.
Yeah, that dude is he's raking in the cash. I can't believe he's still touring like regularly because this is like I've heard him. He's been down here a couple of times, right?
Yeah, and you know what's cool about Lionel is when he's the judge on that. Remember that show got famous with Simon Cowell being an ass and ripping people and whatnot.
And was it Ruben?
Yeah, Ruben
the black dude, yeah. And then that was one more.
But Lionel Richie is the kindest. He really is sincere about helping these kids with their careers. It's really genuine.
Yeah.
You can tell. And Katy Perry's hilarious. I mean, Katy Perry could host like her own talk show. She would be great.
Yeah, she doesn't even really make music anymore. She's just like
she's married to the actor guy,
Orlando Bloom.
But she's so funny. Like she's like
he doesn't act anymore either.
No,
he doesn't act and she doesn't make any music.
He's got that Pirates of the Caribbean money.
I guess so.
I mean, I knew Firework and I Kissed a Girl, Katy Perry.
She's got some great hits.
Then we watched that, and she is so funny. I mean, she's like.
Is she?
Like so literally, she's zany. She's like Carol Burnett funny.
So you're saying she's gonna end up being like a midday show host?
She could.
Like later on in her career, or like not late night. I don't know.
And she's easy to look at too. So it's like,
what?
Yeah,
she's freaking smoking.
Yeah, but she's
Smoke
very
show
funny
over there,
and they do a good job. If you still anybody watches.
I don't watch any of the like those types of reality TV shows. Remember it was like which one that was American Idol. And then there was another one.
I watched The Voice.
The Voice is the other one. Thank you, Ty. That's the other one. My wife used to watch The Voice. I don't watch The Voice.
I had one of my acquaintances that got second on The Voice, so we got really into it one year.
Nice.
What do you call it?
The competitive talent show
with the wifey. It's quality QFT.
Yeah, it's quality time.
Quality family time. She's seen every episode and every season
of every American Idol.
American Idol.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
So that's why you're so well versed in it.
Yes.
You got to get the reviews and, honey, come check this out. You wouldn't believe it.
It's usually on during like, but either way, Katy Perry's, I did not know that until I started seeing it. She's very funny. And Lionel Richie's a good dude. Good dude. Now he canceled on a concert in New York, and I still don't know what that was about.
It might have been some medical thing. He's 74. He might have just been tired.
Yeah, Kanye West went after him because then he had to apologize.
Kanye West went after Lionel Richie?
Because Beck won the Grammy and it's supposed to be Beyonce's award.
Oh, well, he went after Taylor Swift too. He was a big Beyonce fan. Remember?
Yeah.
He said that Beyonce had the greatest video of all time.
Yeah.
Taylor.
And Beck won Best Album, and he was not real happy about that.
Yeah, he just wants Beyonce to win everything.
Yeah.
That's all.
Which, it was unfair to Beck to have to deal with that. It wasn't his fault that he won the award, and then it was all overshadowed by Kanye being an ass. Kind of like who won when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock upside his head.
Didn't
Get my name.
And he won Best Actor.
Yeah.
Didn't Will Smith win Best Actor?
He was banned for 10 years.
He won. How did that happen? How does he win Best Actor after slapping somebody?
But somebody was getting an award right then, and then
you're right. I don't even remember who that was.
It was
I have no idea who they were actually presenting to at the time.
Don't make it about you. Don't make it about you.
Hey, don't be talking about my wife, man. Don't be talking down on my wife.
Keep my wife out your mouth.
I still can't believe that happened. You went up there and just slapped him. That was
I didn't even think about
fantastic.
that. Remember when remember Aaron Rodgers in the Sean Payton thing?
Oh yeah,
that's
and
what
Nathaniel
he said.
Hackett.
Keep my coach out
keep my
your
coach's
mouth.
name out of your mouth. You're right. That's
What if
what
he took
Will.
that from Will Smith?
That is true. He did yell that out. Keep my wife's name out your mouth. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
That was after he slapped him too.
Yeah.
That was after like
For
Chris
Aaron
Rock was
Rodgers.
like he was like stupefied. And my thing was, Chris Rock, when a dude is walking up to you with that type of intention and you just said something about his wife, something derogatory, you probably need to get prepared. Chris Rock just stood there. And I was like, your hood sense, your spidey sense is way off. Somebody walks towards me like that, I will get ready. I will get in an athletic position at least. He didn't do anything. He just stood there and stared at Will Smith.
I still don't think he thought he was going to slap him in the face. He might going to say something to him or something, but, man, you better be ready.
You better be ready, man. Be on your P's and Q's.
Here we go. You guys are pouring in the text. This says, KLBJ used to play Bone Crusher Soul Hat at 5 o'clock every Friday.
So this is the band y'all said like the top 5 best all-time Austin bands?
I mean, I think Black Pumas has a chance. I mean,
They do have a chance.
I mean, we play, Gary Clark Jr. is an all-timer from Austin, Texas. And, I think Black Pumas are on their way to that. Their second album coming out. Obviously, Spoon has been a long-time Austin band, 25 years. They've been great for a long time.
It's probably a nice conversation, probably a nice debate to have.
But, yeah, Soul Hat, awesome band in the 90s. This says, Beck is the White Prince. I like that.
Oh, you know what?
I can see that.
Yeah, because Prince played a ton of different instruments.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about a musical genius.
And at a high level, yeah. Prince was, gosh, just unbelievable.
I like that.
Genius
Beck
level,
is the White Prince.
Beck is the White Prince.
That's pretty good.
They did use that song on Monday Night Football this week. Good Things. That'd be the Lionel Richie.
So somebody who is doing the producing there, they're a Lionel Richie fan.
I could get to that.
Oh, nice.
And did you know the song before you heard it on Monday Night Football?
I heard it.
Okay.
But then it got stuck in my head.
Oh, yeah.
And
All Night Long was a video on MTV back in the day when I was a kid.
I think I remember that video, actually.
I do, too.
I was just watching it.
And then,
you just watched the video?
Yeah. Lionel Richie was a big MTV hit. He had Dancing on the Ceiling and All Night Long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No doubt.
MTV
back when videos were a thing.
Back when they actually played music on MTV.
Yeah, they did. Now it's just reality TV and stuff like that.
I don't even know where that channel is right there. Hey, you know what it's time for? Some college football chatter. Let's dive in. It is number 8 in our countdown on our way to number 1.
It's a pretty awesome fight song.
The Trojan Army.
You have to admit that it's a pretty awesome fight song. Yeah, it's got a great intro and everything. The lead up, it's just fantastic.
All right, USC, are they too low at 8? It might be higher. We had Pete Futak earlier in the week, and he's picking them to play in the college football playoff at the end of the year and be the winners of the Pac-12 conference. They've got to be better on defense, but they do have Caleb Williams, who's the best quarterback in the country, and some are saying the best prospect for the NFL in a generation.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Gets Patrick Mahomes comparisons as for his ad-lib ability, his arm strength, his athleticism. The Longhorns ran into Caleb Williams when he was a freshman when Texas was beating the heck out of Oklahoma.
They were up by – it was the greatest comeback. Or it was the worst collapse. Not greatest comeback. Worst collapse in Texas football history. It was the greatest comeback for Oklahoma. I think it's the second greatest comeback for Oklahoma, actually.
Yes, it was.
It's their second greatest.
There was a fourth down play when Caleb Williams, a true freshman, came on the field, and the Longhorns were going to blow Oklahoma off the field if they stop him on fourth down.
Yep, and he runs a 63
like
yards?
A QB sneak.
Yeah, it was like a 4th and 1.
And the Longhorns brought the blitz.
4th and 1. Yeah,
and they brought and who was it? There was a safety that missed the tackle in the hole.
Might have been Jaron Thompson. I think it might have been Jaron Thompson. It was a young Jaron Thompson.
He juked him in the hole, and he was the safety, and so there was nobody behind him.
Last line of defense, and when he juked him, he was gone.
I remember,
and that changed everything.
I was in the press box, and if they stop him here, it's over. Because we sit next to a bunch of Oklahoma guys, and it's like, they got him. I mean, he was stuffed.
I want to say they were on like the Texas 30-something. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they're on 30-something.
Texas was already up big.
They're on 30-something, and Texas could have got the ball back and basically would have at least got a field goal, probably a touchdown.
Yeah. That was the overtime loss, right?
Yes.
Oh.
And Case again, and obviously Caleb Williams was unbelievable from that point on. Spencer Rattler never played again.
Not at Oklahoma.
Yeah. Because Texas had gotten the lead because they had rattled Spencer Rattler before.
PK's game plan was too good.
Too good.
If his game plan wasn't as good for Spencer Rattler would have stayed in the game. They'd have beat Oklahoma. His game plan was so damn effective, it made Spencer Rattler look discombobulated and lost. And then that's when Lincoln Riley said, man, we got to bench you. And then you put in Caleb Williams, who basically PK couldn't come up with a game plan for. There wasn't enough sample size of film. for you to break down a game plan. So it was a brilliant strategy by Lincoln Riley that won him that game.
Well, and remember, he a lot of 50-50 balls he just threw up. And Marvin Mims and those guys made great catches. And, that was a heartbreaking loss for Texas in year one for Steve Sarkisian.
That was the worst loss in Steve Sarkisian's career. It had to be.
Yeah, they had that game. And, and Caleb Williams became – and now, when that was happening at the Cotton Bowl, you were like, well, who's this guy? Now you know, okay, he's Caleb Williams. He's the Heisman Trophy winner. He's going to try to become the first back-to-back winner since Archie Manning.
And Rod Sark did lose to Kansas.
Oh, yeah, he did.
So,
no, did he?
Yeah, for year one.
He did.
Yeah,
he
we tend to forget about that.
No, I agree, but I still say the Oklahoma one was worse, just the way it went down.
I get that.
The Kansas loss was bad, but you lost to Kansas already before. Ain't like a program you ain't lost to Kansas before, unfortunately. So it wasn't something that shocked us. We were like, you lost to Kansas before? Because Charlie lost to Kansas. So I think that Oklahoma loss was worse because of the way it happened, though. You were up 4 touchdowns.
And they went to a freshman backup quarterback, and he torched you.
To your rival. It's your rival. It's your rival.
Well, can I tell you about USC at number 8 right now?
Sorry to relive that, guys.
This is only the second time in Lincoln Riley's 7 seasons as a head coach, Oklahoma now USC, where he has had his quarterback back for a second year.
Oh, say that again?
It's only the second time in 7 seasons as head coach that Lincoln Riley will return his starting quarterback. Baker Mayfield was the other one, but only the 7th time.
Didn't he return Spencer Rattler?
No. Remember, that was the year after Jalen Hurts.
Okay. I thought Spencer Rattler started a year for him.
No, it was Jalen Hurts came in, and then Spencer came in. This is what it says. It says it's only.
I think Spencer Rattler.
He played. Spencer Rattler played the year before. I think.
Yeah, he started
counting him as getting benched as he wasn't a returning starter.
Okay, I would say you can get it because Spencer Rattler actually played.
He was a projected number 1 pick.
Yeah, so I'm saying exactly. So Spencer Rattler played under Lincoln Riley for a long time because he was projected to be number 1 pick. So I don't know. It depends on how
I got to look at the depth chart how it played out. But Baker Mayfield came back. He was there a couple years for Lincoln Riley.
Spencer Rattler had 11 games he started in 2020.
Okay, a COVID year.
Yeah.
How soon we forget. Soon we forget.
Yeah.
But yes, the Caleb Williams, the focal point of the offense, and the argument on defense, Rod, is the defensive transfers, including the Georgia defensive lineman Bear Alexander.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's at USC.
That's a big NIL move there, too. I remember this.
Oklahoma State linebacker Mason Cobb has come in. They got a bunch, on that front 7, they've got a bunch of transfers because they know they got to play better defense, especially against a team like Utah if they're going to run the table in the Pac-12.
Yeah, you're talking about basically what has been proven to be the Achilles heel of this particular Lincoln Riley coach team is the defense, and really it's tackling on defense. As you pointed out, they actually are really opportunistic. They actually are one of the leaders in takeaways in the country defensively, but when teams decide to just run the football, play bully ball, run downhill on USC, they couldn't stop them. They literally couldn't tackle their opponents. Remember the tight ends from Utah and how silly they made USC
look
Dalton
tackling? Kincaid, too, and Dalton Kincaid was the first-round pick of the Bills.
That's true. Very true.
Good player, but you're right. Their defense, go to the Tulane game.
Tulane's another example. Exactly. It's another example of it.
Trojans were plus 22 in the turnover margin.
They were really good.
Plus 22.
And with an offense like that.
They forced 29 turnovers last year. Yet when they actually had to stop somebody and play defense, they were 8th worst in the FBS in yards allowed per play, 94th in scoring defense for Alex Grinch.
That is, yes, that to me is their biggest issue, is the fact that they just give up way too many chunk yardage plays, and it's based off just bad fundamental tackling, in my opinion. They clean up their tackling, and they continue to be an opportunistic defense. Honestly, it's not going to be a lot to keep USC from competing for the college football playoff. If he solves that issue, they really don't have a lot of flaws other than the most obvious one, the Shakespearean one, which is tackling on defense specifically.
Epidemic.
Yeah, the most rudimentary part of defense, but they're not good at it.
As far as the schedule, to win a national championship or play for one, you got to have a schedule that's favorable. They start with San Jose State. They're going to play Saturday. Our number 8 team in our countdown will play this weekend. They're going to play San Jose State. Then they'll play Nevada. Then they'll play Stanford September 9, and then they're open. So 3 games, they should win all 3. And then the open day ahead of a trip to Arizona State, a trip to Colorado to play Deion Sanders and the Buffaloes. They've got Arizona at home. They go to Notre Dame October 14th, Rod, under the Golden Dome. That'll be a heck of a ball game.
That'll be a tough one.
Big-time national marquee game. Utah, who beat them up twice last year, they're coming to L.A. on the 21st. They go to Cal. They host Washington, which obviously becomes a huge game. They go to Oregon.
That's another tough one.
November 11. They host UCLA, and then they're open the final weekend of the regular season.
So they got 4 games, in my opinion, are basically going to determine the season at Notre Dame. The Utah is interesting because it depends on the Cameron Rising situation. We don't know what Cameron Rising situation. By then, he should be with the team.
Should be back October 21.
Exactly. He should be back with the team by then. But by then, we don't know what Utah's season looks like because they got a tough start to the season. That may be without a Cameron Rising. But then that Washington game, and then that Washington game, that UCLA game, and that Oregon game. Those 4 are pretty much it. I guess you can throw Utah in there if Cameron Rising is going to be back. I mean, that's pretty much the season. I don't see them really having many other threats or impediments to them reaching the Pac-12 championship, but those 5 games will tell you everything you need to know. That's it.
And
that's later on in the season too. That's not even right. That starts late in the season for them.
Well, in an effort to improve the tackling and the defense, they went after their front 7. They brought in Kion Bars from Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
They got a guy named Jack Sullivan from Purdue, and Bear Alexander, the Georgia transfer. They also brought in Anthony Lucas from Texas A&M. A guy named Jamil Muhammad from Georgia State. They're loading up through the portal, and we know USC, like Texas, is very wealthy when it comes to that, the ability to do it. And it's USC and Lincoln Riley. You have one job in the offseason. Can you fix your run defense? If you can, and your team is still forcing turnovers, if you can combine a solid run defense, Rod, with a team that forces turnovers
with that offense, yeah.
You'll be hard to beat.
There'll be a college football playoff contender if that is the case. And Lincoln Riley, I mean, other Longhorn fans are happy. They don't have to face Lincoln Riley anymore. I mean, we're talking about one of the greatest starts to a head coaching career ever.
Yeah. Like
in the history of college football. That's what we're witnessing right now. And that's been with what we have been able to track throughout the years has been, kind of a character, a coaching character flaw, which is his defenses struggle early on. And then he has to fix the defense. He brings in a system that is quarterback friendly, and he may be the best quarterback whisperer, quarterback nurturer in all of college football, and throw into that also top 5 play caller, play designer in the game too. But everywhere that he's been, it seems like the defenses have deteriorated or they've struggled. So he's got to find a way to fix that. Did it at Oklahoma, at least to a certain extent, not to make them a college football playoff contender. So he didn't do it enough. Hopefully he's learned some lessons and now he can apply those at USC.
Yeah, agreed. All right, they are certainly a contender, and we have them at 8. That might be a little bit too low for where they can be if all those transfers do, bring the defense back to where it can be. Again, he doesn't have to be great. Doesn't have to be great, Rod, because if you're going to get Patrick Mahomes comparisons, Patrick Mahomes doesn't need a great defense. He's got to have a good defense.
Yep, just
got to have a good defense.
Just don't be weakness.
You can't be 94th.
Yeah, exactly. Just don't be a liability, and you should be fine.
Yeah, you can't be last 8 in yards per play. You can't be that.
Last year, you lost games because your defense was just poor.
Oh, man.
Porous. It really was. They couldn't tackle, which, hey, we've had the tackling epidemic on the Fort Acres before.
And I've seen some, for sure. And, there are those, Alex Grinch has said, look, we gave up a lot because we didn't have a lot of good players on defense. We had a lot of good players on offense, and that's why we were able to force the turnovers we did, because we were very aggressive. We knew we had to make up for the lack of talent by trying to force the issue. We couldn't line up and stop good teams. We had to try to take the ball from them, and that leaves you exposed. I mean, that gives up big play.
You got to take risks to take the ball away, and you take risks.
This year, they feel like they can be more fundamentally sound, play good defense, and let Caleb Williams. What are the odds for Caleb Williams to go back-to-back? Hasn't happened as a Heisman Trophy winner since Archie Griffin in the early 70s.
He's the only one, right?
Yes, only time it's ever happened.
Yeah, the odds, honestly, right now, the competition and there's going to be somebody that comes out of nowhere. Always is. Somebody that we just don't anticipate being a Heisman finalist. But you got Drake May, who's in that conversation right now, along with Caleb Williams. And that's pretty much it. I mean, we don't have early season. There's not a lot of Heisman hype.
Caleb Williams is right now plus 500.
Yep.
Which would be back-to-back. Jaden Daniels,
quarterback from LSU.
Plus 900. Quinn Ewers.
I throw Quinn in there.
Quinn Ewers is plus 1,000. Florida State quarterback Jordan Travis is plus 1,200. Bo Nix is plus 1,200. Drake May, Sam Hartman, Michael Penix, Cade Klubnik.
Yeah. All quarterbacks. It's all quarterback list? Yeah.
I'll ask the Horn audience here on Ian Rod B. Since he left Oklahoma, like spurned the Sooners.
Mm-hmm.
Do Texas fans like Lincoln Riley?
No, they don't like him.
They don't like him.
No. They don't like him because he doesn't know how to cook brisket.
He does not know how to cook brisket.
That's why they don't like
and
him.
he's from Muleshoe, Texas. What proud West Texan doesn't know how to cook a brisket?
He doesn't. Didn't his parents go to Texas too?
Yeah.
He had family that went to UT.
I mean, do you feel a little bit better about him because he screwed the Sooners?
I guess so. But I'm just glad we don't have to face him anymore. Honestly,
yeah, no, that's true.
I got so much respect for him, and he's, like I said, one of the greatest starts to a coaching career in college football history. I'm just glad Texas ain't got to face him.
Let me ask you this: as a defensive and a football theorist that you are, and a devout studier of the game, what is it that Lincoln Riley does that makes it so difficult to stop? Offensively, he's got great players. Typically,
he's got great players.
But the scheme, it's unbelievable the way he schemes guys, not just open but wide open.
Yeah, one of the top things he does, and he says it too. If your system isn't quarterback friendly, you need a new system.
Yeah,
and that's his first thing. That's why he can have different types of QBs, whether it's a Kyler Murray, or Jalen Hurts, or a Baker Mayfield, or now a Caleb Williams. All those quarterbacks, they're very different. In their approaches. And honestly, the only one that hasn't really worked out for him was Spencer Rattler, one of the guys he kind of handpicked. But I think that's number one. It's an extremely friendly quarterback system, very compatible with the skill set of his QBs. And honestly, he's one of the air raid. He's one of the air raid coaches from that air raid coaching tree that actually believes in running the football. Like, just because you are an air raid coach does not mean you abandon the run. Now, we know with Mike Leach that was different, but he's a different. He's one of the original air raid mind, and he was a little extreme in his air raid beliefs. I mean, he never called. This is from his lips. Mike Leach said he never called the run play. He would only call pass plays. And then he would dog cuss and yell at quarterbacks who would come back to the sideline and wouldn't check to a run play. And what he would basically empower his quarterback to do is, if you see the defense and you have the numbers advantage, check to a run play and get us in the right play. That's your job as a quarterback. Yeah. So he was an extremist. But the thing about Lincoln Riley is you have all of the advantages of that air raid passing attack, right? Which are able to, be able to create space where there is none. Create more space for defenders to have to defend, right? And it's always this old adage, or it's almost kind of a riddle, if you will. How do you defend more space with fewer defenders? And yes, kind of a trick question, but that's what Lincoln Riley's offense forces you to do: defend more space with fewer defenders. And you're going to be outnumbered, or you're not going to have the numbers advantage, but you're also going to tackle those guys one-on-one in space. And he does a lot of that. So basically, with wide alignments, because Garrett Riley's big on this too, with wide alignments, a lot of freaky passing sets like formations, he will force you to play with a light box. Or he'll force you, if you don't want to play the light box and you want to load the box, then he'll force you to play with light numbers on the outside, defending more space with fewer defenders. So you're going to have to make that choice with Lincoln Riley. And that really is a choice that ends up being the death. It ends up being kind of the death blow to a lot of defenses. They make the wrong choice.
Agreed. All right, well, that'll be fun to watch. USC loaded. Now the defense improved. They are the favorites on the West Coast, the favorites in the Pac-12. Tomorrow we'll be at number 7 in our countdown as we go all the way to number 1. If you missed any of our Horn Top 20 spotlights, you can go back and see them at hornfm.com, hear from our insiders, our thoughts on the teams from 20 until now, and we'll go all the way to number 1. That's at hornfm.com. And on our Horn app, we're coming back. We're going to play another fun round of Who Said That?
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. I want to tell you guys about my favorite Longhorn apparel collection, which happens to be available at one of my favorite places to shop. We're talking about the 40 Acres Apparel Collection at the University of Texas Co-op. Now, the great Jerry Rice, the GOAT, Jerry Rice, used to always say that if you look good, you feel good, and you feel good, you play good. And if you want to look your best and you want to feel your best so that you can be your best, you need to try 40 Acres Apparel. 40 Acres Apparel, trust me, folks, it is my go-to game day fit. I'm trying to stay cool. I also want to look good. I want to feel good. And I need to play good. I need to be at my best. 40 Acres Apparel helps me do that. The 40 Acres Apparel collection at the University of Texas Co-op. Trust me, folks, it offers exclusive, custom-designed apparel for the whole family. Limited edition, trendy, fashionable, and luxury apparel with wicking and SPF 50.
Who Said It? Every morning here before 10 o'clock, we hit Who Said That, play some audio, try to figure out who's saying what we are playing. That's what that's all about with Who Said That. Good stuff right there. Rod Babers, what do we have this morning?
All right. This will be pretty easy, I think. I think you'll get to some pretty quickly. It is, you know what? I'll let you get the contest clues. I won't even tell you what sport. I'm not even going to tell you what position. I think you're going to get it. Here's the audio.
Being able to win here would be really, really special. But why limit it to one? You know, I don't plan on this being a one and done. So I think we're going to be competitive here for a long time. I'd like to be able to play a few good years here and then hand it right back off to Zach and let him go for the next 15. And it'd be a really special, you know, 18 to 20 year run of great quarterback.
That's Aaron Rodgers.
Told you it was easy.
Hey, Rod. Yeah, it's Aaron Rodgers.
So he's going to play 2 years, though.
Yeah, a lot of people thought he was a one-and-done guy. And remember, he pondered retirement last offseason before he went to his darkness retreat.
Oh, yeah. Probably had some
ayahuasca.
He likes that.
And he came out and said, I'm done as a Packer. I'm done as a Packer.
That's what the darkness retreat showed him. His visions showed him he was done with being a Packer.
All right, can we play a little Who Said That? That's Aaron Rodgers. Episode 3 of Hard Knocks was last night. Aaron Rodgers will play. He's going to start the game against the New York Giants on Saturday. I feel like they need some chemistry built on that offense with those quarterbacks. And
be the first time he's played in a preseason game since 2018. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's wild.
Yeah, he never played in Green. He never went to mini camps with Green Bay. He's all invested and all in with the New York Football Jets right now, and says he wants to be here several years potentially.
Love it.
Can you guess who this is? Who said this? There, Rod Babers.
No. I mean, everything's kind of unexpected in pro ball. It's the competition's like just super hard, so try to take it day by day. But when I was up in high, I was just trying to do my job, and I really wasn't like stat chasing.
Has it been a whirlwind though for you? I mean, it's been quick that you're kind of on that fast track.
Yeah. There's no telling. Just with baseball, like anything could happen. I could be here today and then maybe AAA next week, or who knows? Like you try to just take it day by day. But as far as like the fast track, I don't look at it like that. I just try to produce, because that's how you make it.
You talk about producing.
All right, there you go. Can you guess who that is, Rod? And thanks to our friends at Fox 7 and John High.
I recognize John High.
Yeah.
I recognize John High actually pretty well. Ivan Melendez.
There you go.
Yeah.
The Hispanic Titanic. And give Fox 7 and John credit. They drove down to San Antonio because the Sod Poodles of Amarillo are playing San Antonio Missions. And, our man's got 33 home runs now.
You think he'll end up getting a shot at the big show before the season's up, or we'll have to wait till next season?
I would guess, since he's such a hot prospect for them and he's slugging the ball.
Just get a little taste of it, right?
Taste of it.
Still taste. Not moved up permanently.
And rosters will expand, right, where you can add pieces in the month of September. I think it goes up to 30 players. So, why wouldn't you? I mean, he could be a guy off your bench. And because if their season is over and he's not playing, why not bring him up?
Yeah, now you start building for the future anyway.
Yeah, and you get his feet wet in the big leagues. Now, look, Arizona, who beat the Rangers last night, are in the thick of the playoff race. They're right there in the NL wild card. They're way behind the Dodgers in the West, but they're in the wild card. So and he could help with that. But at the same time, they are not in a plan for next year mode in Arizona. They're in a win now mode. But he could help on both fronts in my mind. But Ivan Melendez doing his thing for the Amarillo Sod Poodles. Anything else, Rod?
Titanic. Actually, I thought Ty had a nice one that we were going to get to.
Here we go, Ty. Ty, bring us your piece of audio.
Yeah. Stephen A., who are your sources, bro? Please tell me who your sources are. Come on, man. You got to stop yapping. And I actually like you, man. I don't even know you like that, but I like you. I'm coming back, man. Come on.
She's talking trash to Stephen A. I don't want to cheat. I don't want to cheat because I already know who it is.
That is Lonzo Ball, I believe. Is that Lonzo?
Yes.
Is that Lonzo? But I guess Stephen A. Smith said he was hurt and he couldn't even sit down.
He said he basically couldn't sit up from a
He said he couldn't
stand up.
He couldn't stand up from a chair.
From a sitting position, he couldn't stand. That his
knees. News came out yesterday that Lonzo Ball is going to be out for the entire NBA
for the entire season,
2 years in a row, and he has some like major knee problems. So Stephen, he's like, you don't know me like that, but I actually like you. Come on.
He did.
But your sources are wrong.
But I mean, obviously, he's disputing the report. But man, something bad's going on. You're missing 2 years in a row. There's something pretty traumatic going on with your body.
I play this last thing, Rod, for you, and I know you'll know who it is. But earlier we were talking about Quinnen Williams saying Mike Evans called him fat.
Yeah,
hurt his feelings. And you said nothing like a big black lady, big round. What do you call them?
You call them they're thick. Full figure, thick, voluptuous.
Chris Rock did a stand-up piece on.
That's a good term you can have.
Big women.
Yes.
Here we go.
Love the women. You know what my favorite women are? Big, fat, black women. Give me a sister about 350 pounds. The best people in the whole world. You know why? Because we live in a society where nobody likes who the f*** they are. Everybody's on Prozac or some shit. Everybody's getting cosmetic surgery. Nobody likes who the f they are except fat black women. Fat black women don't give a f what you think. She going out on Friday night. She got an outfit on, and she match. She got the pumps on, and the pump fat coming out the pump.
All right, there we go. Chris Rock. In honor of Crennan Williams.
I think they prefer BBW, voluptuous,
there you go.
thick, something like that.
I love it. Chris Rock.
But he's right.
Man, what a great 9 o'clock hour. It wrapped up with Chris Rock. It started with Nick Shuley and the live music update. And in that conversation, we were talking about top 5 all-time Austin bands, and somebody said, don't forget Lost Lonely Boys. That's a good one. That's a good one.
I like that name. Lost Lonely Boys.
They're legends. Lost Lonely Boys.
I thought it was Lost.
Lost Lonely Boys. Yeah, they are legendary. And this guy is too, Gary Clark Jr.
Mm-hmm.
We had Soul Hat. That was the discussion from last hour. Also, we've had number 8 in our countdown, the USC Fighting Trojans. Guy said,
no, people do not like Lincoln Riley around here. So,
somebody said,
we had a lot of texts about, hell no, we still hate Lincoln Riley. So don't you guys be praising him too much. We get it.
This guy said my middle finger couldn't go up fast enough when I heard that entitled children's song.
So I get it. Still some vitriol for one Lincoln Riley. Understood. But guys, I know you guys don't like him. You don't have to. But come on, saying that he's overrated. Come on.
He's pretty good at what he does.
Right? He's at how many Heisman finalists already? How many Heisman finalists have you had? 4?
Lincoln Riley, Heisman finalist trip to he won it last year. He won it with Baker
4
Mayfield.
Heisman finalists,
and I think in my memory is like Lincoln Riley went to New York with Baker Mayfield 2 other times before he won it.
Exactly. So and then he's had now you got multiple number 1 overall picks too. Come on, guys. I can't say he's overrated. I guess he's a top 5 coach in college football.
And he's certainly one of the great offensive minds in the sport. In the game.
So we're not trying to, we're not trying to make this a show where we're praising Lincoln Riley. We're covering USC because USC is the next team on our countdown, on the E and Rod B countdown, preseason countdown. That's why. So not to say love fest for Lincoln.
There you go. Storyville was mentioned. Also, gosh, Stevie Ray Vaughan for sure would also be on this list of.
Are we talking about acts period bands? Okay, all right,
and certainly of recent vintage. But yeah, Stevie Ray, the best.
Mm-hmm. He's got a statue.
Where can I find?
He's got a statue. When is VY going to get his statue? Speaking of, we're talking about 10 days. When's VY getting the statue?
When does VY get his statue? That is
does
absolutely
VY have a statue?
fair.
He doesn't have a statue. When does he get his statue?
He needs a statue.
Okay, Ricky's got a statue, but as a Heisman, Ricky and Earl Heisman statues. Does VY get a statue?
He gets a statue.
He gets a statue, even though he has no Heisman.
Well, yeah, you got to win the National Player of the Year. But didn't he win like the Maxwell?
He won one of those. Yeah, he definitely won one.
He won the Maxwell.
Yeah, he won a national award. There's no doubt. I'm just saying, what is the criteria for statue to get a statue?
Can we ask the Folger family?
They're definitely the people to ask.
Hey, listen, CDC, you just got a new 7-year extension. The Folger family just gave you a $10 million endowment that is in the name of the athletics director, and it says it is the idea of the endowment is to provide perpetual, flexible funding for non-salaried strategic use, empowering an athletics director to launch new initiatives, enhance the excellence of Texas athletics for years to come.
Lois and Richard.
Statue.
Shout out to Lois and Richard.
Statue.
Statue.
Statue for VY.
Yeah.
Can we do that?
It's taking a while. I wonder when it's coming in. Where are they going to put it? Got to put like the north end zone somewhere. Well, no, they got the.
So in 2005, Vince Young did win the Maxwell Award.
Okay, so
which goes to college football's Player of the Year, as judged by sportscasters, sports writers, and national head coaches. So
okay.
There you go.
So I haven't heard any talk about a statue though. So I'll let you know. I think because there are 3 of them now on by the football stadium, right? You got Earl, you got Ricky, and I believe that Julius Whittier has a.
Well, yeah.
Doesn't Julius Whittier have like a statue? I don't know how big it is, but I believe there's one there too. Does Derek K. Roy has a statue?
Derek K. Roy, does he? Yeah, DKR.
DKR has a statue.
We need a Vince Young statue.
It's definitely a DKR statue over there.
It's been maybe they'll do it in 2025 because that's the 20th anniversary of the national championship.
I think it should be of him with his backwards hat holding up the national championship.
Yeah.
The Austin, Texas, baby, that moment. Honestly, that would fit. That'd be pretty cool. They got to make it look better than the Baker Mayfield statue that looks terrible at Oklahoma. Remember seeing that thing? That abomination?
You could even incorporate the confetti somehow. I don't know. I got some ideas. Hit me up.
Oh, but you can do that these days. You just got to do it like with hologram stuff. Maybe we can do a really like technologically advanced statue where we got some holographic stuff behind it or over it.
Coming out of the ground.
Boom. Yeah. Come on, Ty.
There we go.
We can work on this thing.
I'm in. I think you guys have got something going there. We're cooking.
Yeah. So I guess, you got multiple statues. VY deserves one. We'll see when he gets that statue. Yeah, someone said he had off the field issues. Yeah, but
he still can get it. I mean, Ricky Williams had off the field issues, and that the dang field's that named after him.
That is very true. Ricky did have some off the field issues, but hey, it's about redemption. These other stories about redemption. We all fall short, but got to come back stronger. That's okay.
I'm looking at Heisman finalists. So in 2016, Lamar Jackson won it, but yes, Baker Mayfield was a finalist. In 2017, Baker Mayfield won it. Then Kyler Murray won it. Joe Burrow won it in 19, but Jalen Hurts was a finalist. Devontae Smith won it, but there was no Oklahoma quarterback there.
Okay, there you go.
Bryce Young won it, but
so he went 2 years without. That was Spencer Rattler years. Those were Spencer Rattler years came back to him, maybe.
Well, and maybe because it could be because it's top three. That's all I have here. I don't have.
Okay.
Sometimes there are 4 or 5 finalists.
Yeah, you're right. That's true. That's true. But those Spencer Rattler years came back to haunt him.
Yeah.
Because Spencer Rattler did not reach his ceiling as a player, and the rest of them did.
Happens.
Yeah.
I think history would have to tell you that was more on Spencer Rattler than Lincoln Riley.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like that's a Spencer Rattler problem, not a Lincoln Riley problem.
We were talking earlier about the Caleb Williams conversation because when he came in the game against Texas and he burst on the scene that year and helped them right their ship. Remember, they were a sinking ship at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Spencer Rattler, that was the year that they started the year like number 1, right? Or they were
I think you're right about that. They were really, yeah.
And the word in Norman was that everybody on campus hated him.
Which
like
was
the students didn't like him.
Students didn't like him. Well, we found that out because they cheered. Remember when they put Caleb Williams in? They're like, yeah, get him out.
Like it turned out he wasn't playing good football, but also he was a real ass to everybody on campus.
Remember, he was in that reality TV show. What was it? You probably know this, Ty. You probably watched it. It was like about young quarterback prospects going into college, and he was on that show. And he was in, from what I heard, an a-hole on the show.
All-American?
Something like that. It's something like that.
I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And then I think from that point on, he earned kind of a reputation. People didn't like him. They didn't like the way he came across on the show.
Yeah.
And I think that was a big part of it.
And just apparently just on campus. Like people just didn't like that.
Well, yeah, you got to be accessible. You walk around camp, you're Sam Ehlinger, you're the starting quarterback at Texas. Hey, man, people don't come up to you.
He was a little too accessible.
You might be right about
his
that.
early days.
That's true. Good point.
Sam?
Yeah, I can see that. But Sam, that was his dream, though, right? He always wanted to be the starting quarterback at Texas. So he was like, I'm living my dream. Yeah, he's living out his dream right there. Spencer Rattler, I guess it's possible that, he just didn't want to be bothered. And it's like, no, you're the starting quarterback at a Power 5 program. People want to come up to you. You're going to have to be gracious.
Yeah,
you got to be an a-hole.
Super cocky.
Yeah, so.
And, he just acted bigger than – and it's your peers, man. These are your students. You're all classmates.
Oh, yeah.
And when the student section turns on you, that's a problem.
Yeah, you got some issues. Oh yeah, it said the final season at Pinnacle, Rattler starred in Peter Berg directed Netflix documentary QB1.
Yeah, QB1.
QB1 Beyond the Lights, and apparently that was where he got some haters from watching him on that.
Well, that's it's going to be interesting to see with
Thank you,
Lincoln
Texters.
Riley this year.
Thank you, Texters.
They're going to try to get back to the national championship. And it would be, by the way, quite honestly, it would be good for college football to have USC back among the top.
And Texas.
Texas
all those
for
brands,
sure.
Yeah.
But the sport needs
a West Coast
presence.
Right.
I mean, it's just become so Southeastern dominant and Southeastern regional that it needs that.
You're right.
And as we talked about, because in this week, or since last Friday, we've had 3 Pac-12 teams. We had Washington, Utah, and now USC, and it is the conference of quarterbacks. I mean, some of the best football for this year, unfortunately in their last year as a conference, they're the best group of quarterbacks in all of college football, and they're going to play some really exciting games this year. I mean, when was the last time you said, man, the USC, the West Coast has some must-see games this year. I got to see that USC-Oregon game. I need to see that Washington.
The Washington game was going to be good, too.
Yeah, man.
You got Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr., and you're talking about Caleb Williams. I mean, they got a lot of good quarterback play there. There's some other quarterbacks, too, that I think Cameron Rising's another guy, too. Yeah. It's definitely the best quarterback conference in the country. And if you got the best quarterback conference in the country, you're going to have some great shootouts that you're expecting in the Pac-12. And strangely enough, the Big Ten acquisitions of the Pac-12 schools, I'm talking about in the future, Big Ten has a reputation for plotting football, like old school, antiquated offense. Think about the schools they're bringing in. You're bringing in Lincoln Riley and USC. You're bringing in Washington with Kalen DeBoer, the offensive mind there, who's got them. And that offense is one of the most prolific offenses and one of the best passing games in the country. You have a Chip Kelly, who's known, far and wide as being a really good offensive mind too. You're bringing in some really high caliber, prolific offenses and institutions and systems that are known for being really, really, prolific offensive systems. And that is something that the Big Ten hasn't had. Ohio State is known for being the one really outstanding
Urban Meyer,
offense.
And then Ryan Day has taken them to a next level.
But for the most part, Michigan don't play that kind of football, and they're a dominant team. So you're going to get some different culture of offense in the Big Ten in the future. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, a different style.
Yeah.
And, my dad would tell you, well, Rod, when you play in the snow in November, you got to be able to run the ball and play defense.
You do. You got to be able to run the ball.
You got to build for your climate at some level. But, try that USC stuff at when it's snowing in Columbus in November. You know what I mean?
No, it's true. It's a good point.
Yeah.
It's all about your environment where you play football.
Well,
got to overcome that.
But yeah, think about this in the Pac-12. Caleb Williams, the best quarterback. He might be the best quarterback in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Washington has Michael Penix.
Yep.
Utah has Cam Rising when he gets healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Oregon has Bo Nix, who we just heard in the Heisman. He's in that conversation.
DJ
Uiagalelei has been named the starter at Arizona State and is at Oregon State.
Yeah.
Apparently had a really good camp. Colorado has Shedeur Sanders,
Deion's kid, good point,
who people think is on his way to playing in the NFL down the road. So yeah, that's 7 really good quarterbacks that are top
And I guarantee you Chip Kelly, I don't know who his quarterback is.
Because
you see how Dorian Robinson is balling in the NFL right now in the preseason? He going to have one. We don't know who he is, but Chip Kelly going to have a quarterback.
Yeah.
And he might be pretty damn good in that system.
Yeah. Well, Arizona brings back the Jaden DeLaura. He's a really good player, too. Had 25 touchdowns last year for the Wildcats. He can also run.
Wow.
There's good players in that conference. So as a dying league as it is, it's going to be fun to see this year, without a doubt.
Yep.
Looking forward to it. And, if Quinn Ewers lives up to the hype, Big 12 can have some pretty good quarterbacks this year. With Quinn and
Will Howard
returning to K-State is a really good quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Sonny Dykes typically develops a really good quarterback. And
remember Chandler Morris?
Chandler Morris was the starter last year before he got hurt, and then Max Duggan.
Right, is that it?
Then you could never take him out.
Didn't Chandler Morris originally, is he the one that went to Oklahoma, right?
Arkansas.
Is that right?
Is it Arkansas?
No, he transferred from OU.
He's a Lincoln Riley guy.
He's an OU.
He's a Lincoln Riley guy originally. I think he is. That's what we're going to talk about Lincoln Riley. That's why I made a connection. Yeah, he's originally a Lincoln Riley guy, I think.
It's the old Arkansas coach's son, though, right?
Old Arkansas coach's son.
The guy that was a coach at
Lake Travis.
Lake Travis.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah. Coach Morris.
Okay, good point.
Which is Chandler Morris. Yeah,
actually, great point. I didn't think about that. Good job.
He was Oklahoma.
But yeah, so Lincoln Riley liked him at one point. And then Garrett Riley got him.
Well, and then Dylan Gabriel's a pretty damn good quarterback.
Oh, yeah, and
the Kansas quarterback, really good.
Jalen Daniels is really good. Before he got hurt last year, he was probably one of the front runners for the Heisman last year before he got hurt.
If you listen to Joey McGuire, he says Tyler Shuck's going to play in the NFL, and he likes his quarterback room as much as anybody's. So that's a big-time player right there. UCF has a returning quarterback for Gus Malzahn. So, yeah, Blake Shapen is back be the quarterback for Iowa State, and he gone.
Oh man, he was the only quarterback last year that started every game.
Yeah.
For his team in the Big 12.
Well, and Iowa State has become. Hunter Decker. Did you see where the running back Jarrell Brock?
I want to say they lost 5 starters to this gambling scandal.
Well, the most recent this week was Jarrell Brock, their starting running back. He was a good player. He gone.
I know. So was the whole damn team just gambling casually? I guess the whole team was.
Well, and then. At some point, there got to be hard questions of Matt Campbell.
Because they weren't making real money with these bets. These are very casual bets. They're not even betting like tie bets. They was like kind of casual bets.
You got to think. Matt Campbell I think he's a very good coach, but obviously something's going on there. And he talks about, remember Breece Hall talk about 5-star culture over 5-star players. And
yes, he did.
You also have a gambling culture.
You're right. Real game. Yeah, you need Phil Mickelson coming to speak to your football team.
Oh, that book's out now, by the way. That gambling book is out. Billy Walton, that's out as of yesterday, I believe. It hit newsstands or your ability to download it. So yes, Iowa State is typically a tough team.
Yeah,
they're going to be the seller of the Big 12 this year.
No question, because that's just. They lost 5 stars. A program like that is just not equipped to have that kind of depth to lose multiple starters. And you're starting quarterback.
Yeah, Xavier Hutchinson's into the NFL with the Texans now. He was your go-to receiver.
Will McDonald's into
the NFL.
A first-round pick that Iowa State lost.
Yeah, and that was the group that was supposed to replace Brock Purdy and Breece Hall and all those dudes that are playing in the NFL now. So, yeah, Matt Campbell has built a good program, but it's fallen apart. And it's hard to not remember that Matt Campbell turned down the Detroit Lions job.
Yeah, I remember Dan Campbell joked. He said, "I think they called the wrong Campbell, but I'll take it anyway."
I'll take it anyhow. Yeah, Matt Campbell,
great.
at the height of his success at Iowa State, turned down a lucrative job with the Detroit Lions.
I think he also turned down some college jobs
He
too.
did.
He thought I don't know. He thought that he would always be able to cash that lottery ticket, I guess, and that his stock would stay high. Man, you gotta cash in that lottery ticket when you got it, and he probably should have cashed that lottery ticket in.
Well, the job that he wants is Ohio State, right? Because he grew up in Ohio. He's an Ohio kid, but it's going to be because if Ryan Day gets punked by Michigan again this year, and they don't live, the John Cooper comparisons will begin immediately.
That's fair.
For Ryan Day, because Urban Meyer had so much success and owned Michigan. If Ryan Day gives that back there, all of a sudden the natives will be restless. But Matt Campbell won't be a hot enough commodity.
He's not an upgrade now. Yeah. He's not an upgrade now. So I don't know. I feel bad for Matt Campbell. I just think he stayed a little too long. He stayed there a little too long. And there are certain jobs, and I'm not trying to disrespect Iowa State, but they're stepping stones. If you're a coach, if you're trying to rise up the ranks, and he probably should have, right when Brock Purdy and all of them left.
Follow him out.
He should have followed that group right on out.
That was when the Lions came calling.
Yeah,
I think they offered him like $70 million.
And think about all of his guys. They were all like veterans and seniors at that point. What was the tight end that was really good? You had Breece Hall.
Yeah.
They had like 4 or 5 NFL guys on that team alone, which is very rare.
Here it is.
For Iowa State.
According to CBS Sports, Matt Campbell turned down 8 years, $68.5 million to coach the Detroit Lions.
Do you think his wife just walks by him every now and then, just gives him a look, like they're talking about money or finance, and she just brings it up. She's like, "Remember you turned down that Detroit Lions job? You could have been fired already, and we still would be sitting pretty." That's the thing about you got to take that job, because even if you don't succeed, who gives a damn at that point? You're still going to get $60-something million.
That contract would have exceeded the 7-year, $62.5 million deal the Carolina Panthers gave to Matt Rule.
That's what I'm saying.
To leave Baylor.
Dude, take that deal, brother. And if it fails, who cares? Go buy an island.
Look where Matt Rule is now.
You fell forward, man. Come on. I'm a Matt Campbell fan. That was a dang coaching mistake by him.
Big time.
Big time.
Well, think about it. Matt Rule's now back at Nebraska. It doesn't. If it doesn't work with the Detroit Lions, you would just be the latest coach who didn't succeed with the Detroit Lions.
Oh yeah,
right.
You could have failed.
Nobody's gonna blame you for that.
And they'll be like, "Oh man, we feel sorry for you. Come on back."
Well, and exactly, people now view college and NFL as two different sports almost. They're not even the same game because you got recruiting and different rules, NIL, transfer portal. So you can fail at the NFL and look like miserable, just look like you don't know what the hell you're doing, like an imbecile. And then go right back to college. Everybody says, he knows the college game, though.
No, I've said it before. In the NFL, the players are the stars. In college football, the coaches are the stars.
It's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
Yep, great way to put that.
And I remember at the time, Matt Campbell said he likes the culture he's built. His family loves it, names. This is where he wants to be. And maybe he's not built for that. But in the end, now he's got a gambling scandal. His team's going to be terrible this year. He is off the
his draft. His stock is just dropping.
Well, and I started that conversation with saying I haven't been reading the Des Moines Register anytime recently, but shouldn't there be a national conversation with Matt Campbell? What the heck's going on, man? I mean, this is a problem. Were you not telling your kids, your players, were not setting the rules and the boundaries of gambling? You know, every coach in America is fearful of this. That these are. I mean, Ty's a degenerate gambler. I mean, that age has grown up gambling.
They have, though.
Fantasy, daily fantasy.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to shut that down. You got to make sure your locker room knows how. And obviously now Iowa State can become the example for every other coach in America to say, look, guys, even if these are small bets,
doesn't matter. Just don't do it. Just avoid it at all costs. Period. Because we don't have to want to work through the semantics of did you bet here and what you bet on, and how much money you bet.
Doesn't matter.
Don't bet. Don't bet at all. But I think you're right though about Ty's generation. It's just betting is now just more mainstream.
Oh yeah,
and it doesn't have the stigma that it once had. That it was negative and it was associated with organized crime and stuff like that. Bookies now it's more mainstream.
Yeah, it's all mafia driven.
Yeah, exactly right. It had a really bad reputation. Now it doesn't have that reputation anymore. Now it's mainstream.
The commentators will talk about the lines at the end of the game. They'll be like, "Oh, well, this drive does matter if you have a little money."
Al Michaels, he's always got the line in mind. Al Michaels on Thursday Night Football this year. But yeah,
so right. That's on that administration. You need to be part of the meetings, your team meetings, all the things you address the team about. You should be throwing that in there too, guys. Don't do it. If you got a gambling app on your phone as commitment to the team, delete it. Can you delete the gambling app from your phone right now for us?
Well, and remember, in the states in which the gambling is legal, they've got gambling commissions, right? So the commissions are the ones that are, remember the situation with the Alabama baseball coach?
Oh, they tracked them, yeah.
That was the Ohio Gaming Commission that uncovered that, said, wait a second. No one bets on college baseball, and someone just made a really big bet on college baseball.
Was it a 5-figure bet?
Yeah, it was like 500 G's.
Yeah, 6 figures. It was crazy.
And it was like in Cincinnati. They were doing it all. It was at the Cincinnati baseball game, I believe, like where they have a betting house. And immediately the gaming commission caught it. Said, "Wait a second.
Yep.
No one is betting on college baseball. B, not $500,000.
How many bets around the country are $500,000 bets? They probably can track those pretty easy.
And then they shut down the ability to bet on Alabama for the whole weekend. And then they went to the investigation and had phone records.
Alabama almost won that game too.
They did. Well, remember that was Alabama was a top 15 team last year.
LSU and Alabama,
but they were playing LSU, and LSU went on to win the national championship. And Alabama's Friday night starter, who's their best pitcher, was scratched, and the coach knew it, wasn't going to pitch. And so the bet went in. Hey, we're not beating LSU without this guy. We're facing Paul Skeens here.
Yeah, the best baseball team in the country without our best pitcher.
Our aces here. I know this, and somehow his buddy all of a sudden in Cincinnati knew it, and there went the bet. So one of that is for coaches, man. You got the gaming commissions are keeping an eye on this stuff big time. It's regulated in a heavy way. So yeah, this is it can happen to any team. We're seeing it all over the NFL too.
Yeah,
guys losing
because
seasons.
the NFL's got contracts with all these different entities now, these betting companies, and they have their own special investigative units that are devoted to players who are also gambling and using these applications.
Yeah,
so they're going to find you.
Very common. I know when I was growing up, it was, the 80s into the 90s, it was, I don't say gambling was seedy, but you knew it was.
Oh, yeah. It was considered shady. Yeah. Yep.
Got to have a bookmaker.
Mm-hmm.
The whole Pete Rose scandal was the talk of everything.
The NFL had a couple of gambling scandals.
Yeah.
That was Zato.
Boston College had theirs with the Mafia.
Yep.
And that whole thing, gosh, the Goodfellas crew.
My grandpa got kicked out of, he had a bowling scholarship, and he got kicked out of Oklahoma State for it.
Really?
Really?
For betting on himself. Yeah.
Wow.
See ya.
That is wild, man. That's
Your
crazy.
Your grandfather had a bowling scholarship.
Yep. And then he ended up being a bookie after that. I guess he didn't learn his lesson.
Of course he did. Well, at least he comes honestly with you, Ty.
That's fantastic.
I would always say if you go to business school, Ty, it's better to be the bookie than the gambler.
Amen to that. You want to be the house, man. Yes,
yeah.
if you can.
Be the bookie, not the gambler. But Ty's grandpa had that figured out. Oh yeah, I've got buddies who told stories of being what would you say in the fraternities? They were Fijis at Texas, and there was a huge gambling scandal. Like one of their buddies went to jail. Like he's on the news with the hood over his head, handcuffs on. He was running a book. It was not good.
It's a pyramid scheme throughout America. Colleges, I'm telling you.
Well, like some of the frats and stuff?
Well, it's like, hey, do you want to be a bookie? And then you get your buddies, but there's that guy above.
You're just recruiting You're just recruiting others.
Yes, it's a pyramid scheme.
Yeah,
man.
Well, yeah, they tell the stories all the time that they would they turn on the news and there's their guy. Oh man, he's going to jail.
Yeah, you don't want to mess
he's
with
in the cuffs,
and I'm on that book. Probably a little work.
Oh no,
might be coming after me.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Yeah, well, I think that guy's gone on to do pretty well too, actually. All right, we'll come back, but good stuff right there. Talking college football, number 8 in our countdown is USC, the quarterback conference, Big 12, Iowa State. Coming back, we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain. Want to hear Steve Sarkisian again before we get out of here, because one of the areas of the teams, Rod, we haven't talked a lot about special teams.
Mm-hmm.
We've been deep dive on offense, deep dive on defense. It's had a great camp, but special teams is that third phase. It keeps coaches up nights when you're playing early season games with your specialty teams. We'll hear from Sark on that. Plus, Rod, we'll have some other deep dive conversations surrounding the Longhorns. One more trip behind that BOC. 10 days to the start of the Longhorn football season, and that's Vince Young's number, VY. Our man CB also said, don't forget Peter Gardere, Peter the Great, 4-0.
Peter the Great. You're damn right. I want to say Peter the Great was from H-Town, too. I want to say Peter the Great went to, like I want to say he went to Robert E. Lee High School, which doesn't even have a football team anymore. Am I right about this or wrong about this?
Peter the Great went to Houston, from Houston, Texas.
Yep. I want to say he went to Robert E. Lee, which no longer has a football team anymore, which means Peter the Great might be one of the greatest players to ever come out of Robert E. Lee.
Is it still Robert E. Lee High School?
Actually, I think it's not. No, you're right. Definitely not Robert E. Lee.
Made it that long?
No, it's now called the Margaret Long Wisdom High School.
Yeah. And they used to be, I mean, they were just, they were terrible as a program. I mean, they were the kind of the whipping boys of our district at the time. But I remember Peter the Great went there. I always had, fans of Robert E. Lee tell me of that school. Said, hey, man, they championed Peter the Great.
That's right. That's now Margaret. What did I say it was called? The Margaret Long Wisdom High School.
Yeah. Sorry, Margaret Long Wisdom High School.
Yeah. That's not far from. That's not right near Bel Air.
It is. It's right. Yes, exactly right.
Which is also, if you go down south of there, that's where VY went to school at Madison High School.
Hiram Clark, baby.
Yeah, man. Now Madison High. Rod's a Lamar guy.
Yeah, Madison was in our district, 17-5A at the time, and we'd play Madison every year. Coach Seals, who was the head coach of Madison at the time, and Coach Nolan, who still holds the record for the longest tenured head coach in HISD history, was my coach, and they were basically like the two best coaches in HISD at the time, going at it.
Do you
It's fun.
Is the high school? I've never been to Lamar High School. Is it inside the loop?
Oh my God! It's in the richest part. It's in River Oaks. It's the richest part of Houston. Other than Bel Air claims that, but River is right down the street from the Galleria.
And
right
tell me again, how'd you end up at Lamar? You got recruited?
Essentially, yeah. Basically, they were recruited. They have basically they're recruited. They call them magnet schools in Houston, as you know. And every school has a magnet, it's a specialized course of study, specialized study subject, whatever it may be. So maybe business. I think Lamar was a business magnet, and I think when I went to Persian, it was a theater and arts magnet. So you could apply, and then you'd have to interview, or you'd have to audition, and you can get in. So I guess for the business magnet, I came up with a business plan.
Nice.
I believe it was. And I had to, show them I don't know.
If you went to the high school that you were district to, where would you have gone?
Sterling High School.
Sterling High.
Yeah, in the hood. Mama did not want that. Mama was like, no, you are not going to the school in your neighborhood. So Mom made sure to bus me, 30, 45 minutes away from my house to make sure you go to Houston, Lamar, baby.
Been down to Lamar, been to the River Oaks, man.
I had classmates with Westlake, with Hummers and BMWs and Mercedes Benzes, Porsches and Jaguars. These are my classmates.
That's old school oil money. A lot of the money here in Austin in the 78746 where Ty is from, it's new money. It's tech money.
Yeah.
A lot of tech money.
Yeah.
There's some old school Texas money, but Houston is all oil and gas.
It's exactly. So I had my mind blown. As a young kid, whoa. Yeah, I got a chance. I hung out with a lot of rich friends, and then I found out about the stuff that really rich people do, which is just kind of crazy and wild. First thing I was invited over to a Easter egg hunt, and they put money in the Easter eggs. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Find a golden egg?
Yes. I was like, whoa. It was like $5 and $10, and I was like, oh, this is cash in these eggs? I lost my damn mind.
Usually at my Easter, there'd be one $100 bill egg.
Yeah.
And kids would be elbowing.
Exactly. I didn't know that was a thing. And I was like, I got to hang out with rich people to find out.
Hey, I moved. I was a South Austin kid from a majority of my life.
You were a Bubba.
Yeah. Someone says. Yeah, that's a good one.
It says Madison richer than Woodlands. Well, Madison was not. Vince Young was not rich.
Yeah. Vince Young went to school in Hiram Clark. That's in HISD, but it's in a different part of
by
Houston.
The Astrodome
it's south
NRG
part of Houston.
Stadium.
Yes, it's more south, like in south part of Houston. But yeah, the richest schools in HISD are probably Houston, Lamar, and Bel Air.
Yes,
those are
they're
probably
all
here too.
Right there inside
they're
the
all
loop.
right there, yeah.
The Bel Air's right there by where Joel Osteen's church is.
Yes, the old Summit.
Yeah, the old Summit.
Oh, my wife, she was upset. I went to Houston this past weekend for the baby shower, and we're driving. There's a ton of traffic on Sunday. She's like, what is all this traffic? What's going on? I'm like, babe, it's a super church. I was like, it's a mega church, baby. I was like, oh, they got police stopping traffic, shutting down roadways and shutting down different roads just to get the people in and out of that super mega church for Joel Osteen.
Hey, watch The Righteous Gemstones.
Yes, it's just like that.
I think it's based off the Olstein.
Funny
Oh,
show.
is it? Okay,
It is
that
a funny
makes
show.
sense.
Danny McBride's hilarious.
Does Osteen try to claim the Longhorns? Is that some of that? Didn't he have a family member?
His daughter.
His daughter
goes to UT. I moved her into her apartment a few years ago.
Get out of here.
Met Missiles.
She had that pretty smile.
She was.
Her dad's got the smile and the hair.
She was good looking.
What kept you from
Be the guy that was like knocking and be like, "Hey, I know you live here."
yeah, you can't do that.
No.
You gotta try to bump into her, like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, incidentally, I didn't know you were gonna be here. You gotta
I
make that
did
happen.
do that with Don Henley's daughter, where I figured out who she was.
Smart
and then
move.
And I was like, "Oh, hey, I'm Ty. What's your name?"
I love that.
There you go, Ty. I like it.
Bel Air's where Knobloch ruled for the Knoblauchs. Chuck Knobloch, he was a Bel Air guy.
Oh, he's a Bel Air guy?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, Bel Air had great baseball, even basketball. They were not a good football program. We would dominate them in
so
football.
Lamar, if you're a Dallas area person, just compare it to Highland Park, like Highland Park.
Yes,
that area.
it's just a lot. Yeah, it's just a lot of money.
where Jerry Jones' grandkids go. Highland
There
Park.
you
know
go.
what I'm
Yes,
saying?
that's a great point.
Very,
Way to put
very
it.
wealthy in
Mhm.
North Dallas. That's River Oaks in Houston. That's a lot of money, a lot of cash. It's like
Straight
Westlake
cash.
here. No
That's
question.
exactly what it is.
Go check out the parking lot. I did see. Remember recently, this started school and they did it again. For the Booster Club, they auction off at Westlake a parking pass, and I think it went for like $30,000.
I saw this on Twitter.
$30,000.
Yeah, so this is only one spot to do multiple spots
Yeah,
for this.
it's the one right outside the stadium. It's the big baller spot.
Big baller spot. That's so
I know of it.
Do you know anybody who's actually bought the spot before?
Yes, I know the girl
Wow.
in my grade that had that spot, and she is very, very wealthy.
Baller, not big baller spot. I like that.
Somebody said, ever see Kincaid High School in Houston? There was the first time I've ever seen a legit Bentley and a Rolls Royce at a high school park.
Yeah, no, this is people with some serious cash.
I
man.
drove a Honda CRV with two 12s in the back. And
Thumping.
I drove a Chevy Cavalier. It was a red Chevy Cavalier. I think it was like 1980 something. No, it was an old Chevy Cavalier. It was red. Chelsea, I called her.
You could always hear me coming, though. That was Chelsea.
Yeah, if I remember that first car. Did you name it? What's your name of the first car?
Honda
Ty?
Prelude. Nails.
Now,
The Cervix.
no, what?
The CRX.
The
Oh!
Cervix.
CV.
And there was, I don't know. It was a
Get a-
play on me having fun in my car.
You had a
That's
car
great.
called the Cervix.
Exactly.
That's too much.
That is too much.
Just like you just said, Ty had is your grandfather still with us?
He passed away last year.
I'm
Sorry
about
to hear that,
No,
man.
it's all right.
Went on a bowling scholarship to Oklahoma State, got kicked out for gambling. That's like that's Ty. And then became a bookmaker. I love this. All right, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain one more time here on this busy Wednesday.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, now one of the most overlooked phases of the game, not one of, the most overlooked phase of the game in football is special teams. They got offense, they got defense. I believe that Jeff Banks calls special teams we-fence. There's offense, defense. He calls special teams we-fence. I kind of like that description because it's all hands on deck kind of thing. And Sark was asked about special teams, which, like I said, oftentimes is way too overlooked. Not for Texas, though. They hired Joe D. Camillus to be a special assistant to the head coach, 20-year special teams coach and veteran in the NFL. We know Jeff Banks is one of the best special teams coaches in the country. As a matter of fact, the most consistent phase of the game for Texas since Sark got here actually has been special teams, not offense and not defense. It's special teams. So here's Sark talking about the depth on special teams that's really going to help them win some games this year.
You know, it does. It does. And I think that's, where Coach Banks does a great job of, a lot of times early on in camp, as we go, we're learning the players. And, Jalen Ford, we know, is a really good guy on kickoff coverage, like Demo and those guys were a year ago. But sometimes you put a guy behind him that, man, this guy's going to be a player. So he can learn from that, and all of a sudden Jalen can come off, and that next guy stepping in can be that type of player. And so sometimes you try to back those guys up, your frontline starter guys, with guys that are gonna grow into that role.
All right, there you go. And you know what? I think because Sark has turned over the roster so well in the last 2 years, and most analysts around the country are stating that Texas is one of the top 5 most talented football programs in the country. Just looking at blue chip ratio and looking at the depth overall across the board. Even Urban Meyer recently said Texas has 5 stars at every position. And he actually stated that last year if Quinn didn't get hurt, they beat Bama.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody really disagrees with that. Some people may. But anyway, my point is this is a really talented group, and that is reflected on special teams. You talk about the depth you have on offense and defense, but all that depth for both phases, offense, defense, all of that is reflected in special teams. And we know that Sark and Jeff Banks, they do not mind playing starters on special teams. As a matter of fact, they prioritize it and see it as a badge of honor for a lot of their players. So this year, since special teams has been consistently the best phase of the game for Texas in year 1 and year 2 under Sark, I expect them to actually take another step. I think Texas could end up having, I know it's crazy to say this, top 5 best special teams units in the country. They have that kind of potential. If you're looking at the depth on the team, looking at Jeff Banks' coaching acumen, one of the best special team coaches in the country, you bring in Joe DeCamillis, one of the best special teams minds in all of football at any level, and you think to yourself, well, what's holding this team back, or this special teams unit back from taking another step?
Yeah, I think you're right. And that's like all these things are why the talking season is very optimistic about Texas. They should be very explosive on offense. They should be, you talk about a defense that is poised to potentially go from good to great if Alfred Collins continues to emerge, and the additions of some young players to help the veterans. And then, if the special teams, as you said, Joe DeCamillis. I mean, Jeff Banks is already one of the premier special teams coaches in the country.
Yep.
He was at Alabama. He is here. He was at A&M before that. So this is a large sample size. And you bring in a guy of a 30-year veteran of – I just won a Super Bowl a couple years ago with the Rams as a special teams advisor.
Exactly.
And the other thing Sark was talking about, when you recruit as well as they do, some of your young guys can they can. I remember when Michael Griffin showed up from Bowie High School, and you first started to notice Michael Griffin on special teams.
Yeah.
Look at that guy covering kicks. Look at that guy blocking punts.
Corey Redding first, one of the first jobs he had as the number 1 defensive player in the country was running down on special teams. And it looked freakish to see a 250-pound, 60-pound human being at that size, 6'5", running down there. But that's you're right. That's where he got his start. It's where I got my start.
Yeah, that's where you show. And as he said, we can use some of our frontline guys at the beginning, but those guys can learn from, and they're so talented. I mean, a guy like Anthony Hill, running down, covering. These guys are going to make it. And so if you can change games, and that's really what. Well, I mean, Texas is not to Alabama, but I always say this about Nick Saban teams. The reason that they're so good is that they're well coached, but they can beat you in all 3 phases.
Yes, they can.
They can beat you with their offense. They can beat you with their defense for 4 quarters, and then they can beat you with their special teams. And how many times have you seen a Nick Saban team? They're up, a 10-point game, and all of a sudden they block a kick and return it for a touchdown, and then or defense. I mean, all of a sudden the game's out of reach.
Blows the game wide open.
Yes.
Yep.
To go back to the conversation we had with Coach Dodge last week in the goal board.
Yes.
There was about 10 special teams goals for every, kick return, kick off, punt return, punt.
No doubt.
And that having those goals helps you buy in. I'm sure Texas does something like that too, but just having the players not be like, oh no, playing special teams.
Exactly. They emphasize it.
It's huge.
They get hyped for it.
Loving it.
Yeah, I remember when Mack Brown went through his special teams enlightenment. You remember it too, E, and you probably been heard about it, Ty. When North Carolina State.
Oh, the
Texas
3-block
had
punts.
3 exactly. Texas had 3.
I did the post-game show. That was fun.
Oh.
That was
it was. I had never seen Max so humiliated. You can tell he was ashamed because it's fine. Losing football games happens,
and they would have won the game without the 3-block punts.
And they would have won the game without exactly. That's why you lost the game.
Yeah.
Was 3-block punts, and it's pretty much the fact that you didn't spend enough time emphasizing, prioritizing special teams. After that, ladies and gentlemen, Mack Brown dedicated. He probably could tell you a fact, but I'm gonna say at least 2 more periods a practice, just the special teams alone.
Yeah.
That's it. And we became actually one of the best special teams programs in the country over the next 10 years under Mack Brown. And honestly, I think it all goes back to that humiliation he suffered. That was at home, too.
Yeah, it was North Carolina State.
To North Carolina State at home. 3-block punts.
That was early on. That was his first or second year.
Oh.
It was embarrassing.
It was. Exactly.
That was the most embarrassing thing I've seen until Charlie Strong's team had 3 extra points blocked at Stillwater.
Oh, yeah. Was that Oklahoma State? What was that?
That was in Stillwater.
It was Oklahoma State, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it was brutal.
I don't know. That Kansas loss still.
Well, I mean,
you're right.
You shouldn't lose to Kansas.
You shouldn't lose to Kansas.
But
but him crying
3 times.
Something that's supposed to be automatic. They call it automatic. They call it the point after
it's one
automatic.
thing if your guy Brett Maher shanks the extra point, like the Cowboys had to deal with. But the guy on the over center would come block.
Yeah.
Hey, can y'all fix that before the next one?
Can we make it adjusted here?
Charlie, come on, man. And I would also say on the front, you have one of the significant transfer portal transfers was Ryan Sanborn. He's an all Pac-12 player. As a kicker, he can also punt. He was honorable mention all Pac-12 and a Ray Guy Award watch list member last year with Stanford. This guy, 6'3", 211, he's a good athlete. Ryan Sanborn is going to be handling a lot of the kicking duties at Texas, and I think if you're Jeff Banks, you feel really good about that. This could be shades of Cameron Dicker, where he handles a lot of the kicking duties.
Yeah.
They still have, Bert Auburn is still there.
He was good.
The red-haired
Bert
kid
Auburn?
who almost
he
put you ahead and almost beat Alabama. Auburn almost beat Alabama, but then you couldn't stop Bryce Young.
That'd have been a hell of a headline.
Yeah.
Auburn beats Alabama at Texas.
Is Sanborn from Australia? That sounds like an Australian.
No, I don't think he is. He's not from that. You talking about that kick academy or whatever?
No,
yeah,
he's not one of those. He is not one of those. He's from San Diego, California.
Hey, honestly, go get some guys from that kick academy. They got a pretty good hit rate.
Yeah, this guy's been pretty good.
One long ball
graduate
from
transfer punter. Played 42 games in 4 seasons at Stanford. We'll be back. We'll hit some what's popping. What are we watching today and tonight around the sports world? Ty will have his pick of the night after his parlay got punked last night. That's coming next. What is poppin'? Our final segment to wrap up our fabulous fifth hour and 5 hours each morning, 5 days a week here on Ian Rod B. Also, Ty chiming in, doing a great job through the glass, and we appreciate you being with us. However you're finding us, Jim Rome Show is coming up. Tomorrow will be a Thursday edition. We'll be at number 7 in our countdown, so that's certainly popping. Approaching the top 5 of our college football countdown.
Oh, yeah.
We also have, this is not popping, Rod, from out in Arizona, a 50-year-old golf course worker hospitalized after being stung by nearly 2,000 bees.
Oh. Ooh. I'm assuming
That sounds like death.
I know. He's alive,
they in
though.
critical condition? Like what?
He's
an
alive.
Update here? Okay. Alive. That's good.
That's like, I mean.
Now, do we know?
You probably want to be dead.
Now, I want more details. He wasn't like messing with a beehive or nothing, right? These bees kind of just came out of nowhere.
He was working at Pebble Brook Golf Course. Encountered a beehive.
Oh, he encountered one. Uh-oh.
Yeah, man. Man was
He
covered
disturbed
with,
it.
When with the fire crew showed up, he was covered in bees.
Oh no! Does that mean he couldn't even run away? Like he was like basically swarmed him and overwhelmed him before he could run away.
We thought it was grass clippings on his face. So we got closer. We realized they're actually bees.
Is he? Oh, how old is this guy?
50.
Okay, so he couldn't run. He probably
slapped him with the Benadryl and said, "Get on your way."
Oh
no, he gonna need more than
All
that.
right, now I'm trying to think. The lady with the snake on her arm and the hawk. I'd choose
rather do
that.
that.
I'd choose that over the bees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The lady with the hawk mangling her arm.
Yeah, I choose that because you can have like some reaction, right, to getting somebody that many bees.
2,000 bee stings, you're gonna have.
You can go into shock or something.
Deformity too, like
that's true too.
You could die.
Scarred.
You could go in some kind of shock or something. So no, I'll choose getting attacked by a snake that fell from the talons of a hawk, and the hawk comes down to grab the snake and yet mangles my forearm in the process.
I'm in. Not the bees.
Not the bees. But hey, we second show in a row we're mentioning bees. Don't kill the bees though. Don't disturb them. Don't kill them because we need them.
Right, Ty, you drink coffee, right?
Sometimes.
Rod does not.
No,
I do
anti-coffee.
not, but Coffee Mate is launching something called peanut butter and jelly flavored coffee creamer.
Why?
Okay.
Is this necessary?
Popping?
I could pop on that.
Well, but this is why that's not necessary, because peanut butter and jelly is a kid thing, right? Kids like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Most adults don't eat that. You move on to something else, and that's a flavor that kids like. But kids don't drink coffee. So now you're mixing a kid's flavored thing with an adult drink.
Beverage, yeah.
Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches are in the same realm as eggs for me, because my dad, I've said before,
made you eat them.
Eat a dozen eggs every morning before school, but I'd also have to eat 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches right before I went to bed every night. So that's not fun.
That's not fun at all. No, you're right.
And I still didn't gain anyway.
It's a stigma food. A dozen eggs every morning?
I know that's a lot of eggs, dog. How'd you cook these eggs?
Just scramble. I had to cook them too.
That's actually good. I'm glad you
I cooked for my whole family every Sunday.
That's
There was like 15 people in my
You
house.
like to cook too, Ty. That's good.
Well, not for 15 people.
Not for 15
that's not fun. That's
12
not fun at all.
eggs. You had a grocery bill, but especially
we had
these days.
chickens in the back.
Oh, okay. Chicken.
So I'd go grab
you got
12 eggs
fresh,
in the back.
farm fresh.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet
good.
they tasted delicious then.
I just after.
I guess after
every
eating,
day,
it's not the same.
doing it, no.
Can you tell the difference between a farm fresh egg and like
yes.
Well,
a good example of what happened if I didn't eat the eggs is I came home my first ever ACL fest I was supposed to go to, and my dad had left my plate from the morning that had some egg scraps on it and cut off my band and said, "You didn't finish your eggs."
So left it.
Still to this day, my friends I'll like come out to the car like they're picking me up like, "Do you finish your eggs?
That is
Do you finish your eggs?"
I'm a fan of your pops. I gotta tell you, but the more of these stories, I like these stories, man.
Hey, what's popping for you tonight, Rodder? Today, what are you up to?
Actually, I'm going home to watch some Texas film. I'm diving into opponents now. We're starting to look at opponents of Texas. So I'm starting looking at Rice. Starting to look at Bama. I'm gonna start doing some game planning. I'll come to you guys with some nice nuggets later on this week.
Curtain, Rod Durance will be great coming up as usual. I'll be watching baseball this afternoon on the south side of Chicago, where the White Sox have just fired yesterday their president and GM. I know in Chicago the White Sox fans have been clamoring for this. Ken Williams out. The GM, Rick Hahn, is out. Kenny Williams was there when they won the World Series way back in 2004, but that team is really bad. They won the AL Central just 2 years ago. Astro fans will remember the series they had with the White Sox in the playoffs. Well, now they're 49-77. They're awful. And they're going to play the Mariners today. Mariners are hot. They've won 8 straight. And here's the deal. That AL West is ridiculous right now. The Astros play tonight. They're going to play the Red Sox with Jose Urquidy on the mound against Chris Sale. Look, if the Astros win tonight, they're going to be dead even with the Rangers in the American League West, because the Rangers can't do anything about it tonight. They don't play. They don't play until tomorrow when they open a 4-game series at first place Minnesota. So the Mariners and Astros, I mean, we could come in here tomorrow, Rod, if they were both to win, and they're favored to do so, with the Astros even and the Mariners a half game back.
Yeah, life comes at you fast, Rangers fans. Because it seemed like just last week that we were talking about the Rangers playing really well, maintaining that lead, and now they're at the lowest point of the season for them.
You knew it was going to be the Astros to the finish line, but the Mariners have gone on this 8-game streak while the Rangers have lost 6 in a row, and all of a sudden here you are, 3 teams involved, and of those 8 wins for the Mariners, 3 were against the Astros, so they clawed ahead of them too, or called right up with them. And as we said, the Rangers, their last 10 games, 7 against the Mariners head-to-head.
Yeah, that's trouble.
Or it's you take care of your own business.
But they're not taking care of business right now. Yeah. They are getting the business.
You get to control your fate. But again, Houston has an easier schedule the rest of the way and only play the Rangers 3 more times. Don't have the Mariners anymore. They're done with Seattle at this point. Hey, Rod, awesome, as always.
Had a good time, brother. Enjoy it.
Good laughs, good fun, good content. As always, from Rod Babers, our shutdown corner, 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. Ty was tremendous as well. Appreciate everybody who weighed in on the Specs text line or on the Twitter machine, however you do it. Make sure you are part of the solution today, not the problem. And do something good for somebody else. That's what you should do each day. Do something good, Ty. What do you have for our gamblers out there, Ty?
Well, here's my something good. Chicago White Sox over the Seattle Mariners today. Get that little jolt of energy after the firings.
I like it.
Well, they fired the front office. Everybody likes that when that happens, so maybe they will jolt. They do have one of their best pitchers, the Mariners do on the mound. But Ty says White Sox. We'll grade them tomorrow. Join us at 6 a.m. here on The Horn. Jim Roman's next.